50 years of chasing ghosts across state lines has left its scars. These are 17 case files of Thomas Furlong. True statement as to how the evidence which hung Maxwell was obtained, published for the first time. The Preller murder occurred in the summer of 1885 in one of the rooms of the Southern Hotel, St. Louis, Missouri. Clarence Preller was a young Englishman, as was also his slayer, Hugh M. Brooks. The discovery of the body, the apprehension of the murderer, his trial and execution attracted the attention of the civilized world. The true story of the conviction of the perpetrator of this foul crime has never before been published. Hugh M. Brooks was a native of Hyde Park, a suburb of London, England. His father and mother were respectable people and schoolteachers by professions. The young man was about 25 or 6 years of age when he committed this crime. He had never done anything but go to school, consequently was well educated. The last school he attended was a law school. He ran away from this institution after stealing a lot of property that belonged to fellow students. The plunder he secured consisted mostly of ornaments and bric-a-brac, which he pawned at Liverpool, England, to secure enough money with which to purchase a first-class ticket to Boston, Massachusetts. After boarding the vessel, he met and formed the acquaintance of Clarence Preller. Preller was a trusted employee of a large export establishment of London. His duties required him to travel nearly all over the world, or at least to visit the principal cities of the world. He was a young man, being about 30 years of age, and finding Brooks, a fellow countryman and agreeable companion, took very kindly to him. Brooks represented himself as being a titled nobleman who had just finished his course at college and was making a pleasure tour of America. He called himself Maxwell. During the voyage from Liverpool to Boston, Preller told Maxwell, as I will call him hereafter, that after he had attended to a matter of business for his firm at Boston, he had to go to Toronto, Canada, where he would be detained but a day or two. Then he would leave Toronto for St. Louis, Missouri, where he also had some business to do for his firm, which would require but a short time, and that from there he would go through to San Francisco, California, and sail from there on the first steamship to Auckland, New Zealand. Maxwell told him that he believed he would go from Boston to St. Louis, where he, Maxwell, would await the arrival of Preller from Toronto, then accompany him to Auckland just for the trip. This proposition pleased Preller. They arrived safely in Boston, where they remained 2 or 3 days together, and where Maxwell learned that Preller had in his possession 7 $100 bills. After Preller had finished his business in Boston, they settled their bills at the Adams house, where they had stopped, went to the depot together and separated, Preller going to Toronto and Maxwell to St. Louis. They had agreed that Maxwell was to stop at the Southern Hotel in St. Louis, there to await Preller. Maxwell arrived at that hotel and engaged a room, where Preller joined him a couple of days later. I think it was Saturday when he arrived, and they occupied the same apartments. On the following Sunday, after they had eaten their dinner and returned to their room, Preller complained of suffering from stomach trouble. Maxwell claimed to have some knowledge of medicine and administered an overdose of morphia hypodermically. A short time after administering the drug, and when he saw that Preller was beginning to breathe his last, he poured more than half the contents of a 4-ounce bottle of chloroform into Preller's almost lifeless lips. When Preller was dead, Maxwell stripped the body and placed a suit of his own underwear on him. Maxwell was small in stature, being only about 5 feet 5 inches in height, while Preller was much larger and about 6 feet tall. Maxwell's clothing was marked with the name of Hugh M. Brooks, and they were entirely too small for the body of Preller. In removing the undergarments, Maxwell used a candle snuffer, which is very much like a pair of scissors, only the cutting surface had a half circle. He cut the undergarments the full length of the limbs so that he could easily strip them off. Then he managed to pull his own garments on the body. He emptied out the trunk belonging to Preller and pressed the body into the trunk. He had to almost double it into a circle to get it into the trunk, but he succeeded. Then, strapping and locking the trunk, he put his own as well as Preller's effects into his own trunk and retired for the night. The next morning, after breakfast, he called at the cashier's office, settled his bill, and stated to the clerk that his friend Preller had been obliged to make a short run out of town and would be back to the hotel in 2 or 3 days, and desired that the room be held for him, as his trunk and effects would remain there until he called for them. Maxwell explained that he had to leave that morning and expected his friend Preller to join him later. He instructed the head porter to bring his large trunk down into the corridor. The one he had ordered brought down contained the dead body, but to his consternation, the porter brought down the one in which his and Preller's effects had been packed. He became very much alarmed and had his trunk taken to Union Station and checked to San Francisco, buying a ticket for that place and departed over the Frisco Road. He arrived in San Francisco, where he remained one night and the following day bought a ticket to Auckland, New Zealand, and sailed that afternoon. The weather was quite warm in St. Louis, and after a few days, decomposition set in on the corpse in the trunk. The odor from the room attracted the attention of the servants. They reported to the office, the room was entered, and the body was found. The police were notified at once. A good description of Maxwell was furnished by the hotel people, and telegrams were sent in all directions giving this description and requesting Maxwell's arrest. Captain Lass, chief of police of San Francisco, received one of these telegrams, started his detectives to investigate, and succeeded in learning that the murderer had sailed for Auckland some 3 or 4 days ago before he had received the telegraphic description of him from St. Louis. Whereupon, Chief Lass cabled the proper authorities of Auckland a full description of Maxwell, and even the number of the stateroom he occupied on the ship. Of course, Captain Lass's telegram reached Auckland several days before the ship arrived. When the ship arrived at Auckland, the police sent out 2 of their detectives with the pilot who was to guide the steamer on which Maxwell had taken passage into port. They arrested him as soon as they boarded the ship, and when the vessel landed, immediately notified the St. Louis authorities in accordance with Captain Lass's instructions to them. After obtaining proper extradition papers, the chief of police of St. Louis sent 2 of his detectives to Auckland to bring Maxwell back to St. Louis. They went to Auckland by way of San Francisco, found Maxwell in jail there, and brought him back to St. Louis. It was a long and expensive trip and cost the city of St. Louis a great deal of money. On arriving in St. Louis, the prisoner was locked up without bail on the charge of murdering Preller. He immediately employed 2 lawyers to defend him. After having consulted with his lawyers, Maxwell became jubilant, so much so that he became obnoxious to his fellow prisoners. He was naturally inclined to be overbearing and seemed to hold himself aloof from the other prisoners. He was rather inclined to braggadocio and attracted a lot of attention. The daily papers devoted a great deal of space to him, which he seemed to enjoy immensely. In fact, the notoriety appeared to be very pleasing to him. A few days after he had been lodged in jail in St. Louis, Ashley C. Clover, Circuit Attorney of St. Louis, in company with Marshal F.A. McDonald, Assistant Circuit Attorney, drove out to my residence one night. I was then Chief Special Agent for the Missouri Pacific Railroad Company, and both Messrs. Clover and McDonald were personal friends of mine. Mr. Clover stated that the object of their visit was in reference to the Maxwell case. He went on to state that although the arrest and returning of Maxwell from Auckland to St. Louis had cost the city of St. Louis a great deal of money, and the case had become one of international importance, yet he did not believe that the officers of the St. Louis Police Department had made any efforts to get at the real facts in the case. So far, they had not found enough evidence to procure a conviction in case the defendant went on the stand and testified that giving too much chloroform to Preller was an accident. Mr. Clover said that he wanted the real facts in the case, for, he said, while there is scarcely any doubt that Maxwell caused the death of Preller by an overdose of chloroform, yet he may have done it innocently, and if such is the case, under our laws, he could not be convicted of the murder, and ought not to be, in my opinion. But on the contrary, if he dosed him purposely and feloniously with forethought and malice, he ought to be convicted. If he did it innocently, and I could be assured of that, I would be pleased to ask the jury to acquit him. But on the contrary, if he is guilty, it would be my duty as circuit attorney to insist on his conviction. And now, Tom, I want you to get the facts in this case, for me. To which I replied, Mr. Clover, I really do not know anything about this case except what I have read in the newspapers, and of course you know as well as I do that a man cannot base much of an opinion on a case like this on newspaper accounts, and therefore I wish you would give me a little time to think about the matter over. I fully approve of the sentiments that you have expressed in connection with the case, and will be glad indeed to do all in my power to assist you.
Both gentlemen said that he wished that I would take the matter under advisement until the following evening at 8 p.m., at which time they would again call at my house to talk the matter over with me. The following evening, at the appointed time, they called and were both apparently anxious to learn what I thought I could do in the way of obtaining the facts pertaining to the case. After the usual greeting, and when both had been seated, I said, "Gentlemen, I have been thinking about the case in question and have become satisfied that there were but two people who knew the whole facts connected with the case and the facts that you now desire to know. One of these people is now in jail and the other is dead. In my opinion, Maxwell is the only living person who knows the facts, and therefore he is the only person from whom these facts can be obtained. I believe I can get those facts from him, but I want you, gentlemen, to understand that I am in the employ of the Missouri Pacific Railroad Company, and of course they are paying me for all my time, but if I were not in their employ, I could not do this myself.
On account of my being so well known, for that reason it would be necessary for me to select a competent operative to do this work under my instructions. I shall be glad to do this, or anything else that I can do to assist you in unraveling this case, with the understanding that I am not to receive any compensation for what I may do myself, but I shall expect you gentlemen to pay the operative that I may use in this work the same amount of salary that we are paying him, and his actual expenses. As I said before, I will do all that I can, but will neither expect nor receive any remuneration for my services." "Tom," replied Mr. Clover, "there is no fund provided by the city for the employment of outside talent for such work as this in question, but I expect to pay the expense out of my own pocket, and I shall insist on paying you for your services in connection with this matter." I answered, "I will receive nothing for any work that I may do in the matter." At this point in the conversation, Mr. McDonald, who had been sitting quietly listening to Mr. Clover and myself, said, "Tom, how do you expect to obtain the facts in this case? That's what I would like to know." "Mr. McDonald," I responded, "I feel that it would be easier for me to go ahead and do this work than it would be for me to undertake to tell you how I propose to do it." Mr. Clover then said, "Tom, I am going to place this matter in your hands. I want you to go ahead and get this thing started as soon as possible, as the defendant's attorneys are clamoring for a speedy trial, and I do not wish to keep them waiting any longer than I can help. You do this work in your own way, and I will pay the bills." I said all right. The next day, I telegraphed to Philadelphia to an operative in my employ there. He was an entire stranger in St. Louis. I wired him to come at once and not to stop at my office, but to come direct to my house on his arrival in the city, which he did. His name was John McCulloch. He was about 35 years of age, about 5 foot 10 inches in height, and weighed about 200 pounds. He was well built, had a sandy complexion, and was rather a good-looking fellow. He was wearing side whiskers, or Burnsides as they were called, and a blonde mustache, and looked very much like an Englishman. He was truthful and honest and of sober habits, but a little thick-headed, or in other words, dull of comprehension. In instructing him, it was necessary to explain each detail fully, and sometimes it would seem as if it were necessary to take a hammer and pound the instructions into his head. But when he once understood thoroughly what you wanted him to do, he would carry out instructions to the letter. Right here, it might be well to take the reader into my confidence. I had decided to get my operative, McCulloch, into jail, where he could meet Maxwell without the knowledge of the local police officers. After explaining the nature of the case to him, I instructed him to procure the leading daily papers of St. Louis dating back to the time of the murder and to read every line that had been published relative to the case. This he did, and it took him about 3 weeks. I met him each evening during the time and rehearsed with him what I wanted him to do from the time he was arrested and how he should act after his arrest and incarceration. Early in February 1886, I succeeded in getting possession of a few blank checks from the office of D.S.H. Smith, who was the local treasurer of the Missouri Pacific Railroad Company in St. Louis. Being chief special agent of the road, I had occasion to visit the local treasurer's office frequently, and being well known not only to the local treasurer but to all of his office force as well, I had no difficulty in obtaining the blank checks without the knowledge of Dr. Smith, as the local treasurer was called by most of the people who knew him or any of his clerks. My chief clerk was a good penman and was familiar with the signature of Dr. D.S.H. Smith.
I had him practice for some time on imitating Dr. Smith's signature and found that he could imitate it so clearly that it would have been accepted as genuine by any bank teller. While I wanted a fairly good imitation of the signature, I did not want it to be so good that it would be received at the bank. After practicing for a time, he succeeded in making a signature which I thought would answer my purpose. I had him fill out one of the blank checks for the amount of $1,188. I then gave this check to McCulloch with instructions for him to present it to the paying teller of the Mechanics Bank, which was then on 4th Street. He was to present this check at 9:45 sharp the following morning. I had received a check a day or two before this which bore the signature of Dr. Smith and had purposely held this out and was waiting across the street from the bank when I saw McCulloch, who I will hereafter call Frank Dinglefelter, as this was the name he assumed and was the name to which the check had been made payable. On entering the bank, Dinglefelter went to the window of the paying teller, Mr. Warner, and presented the check. Warner examined the check very carefully, and by reason of it being so for a large amount, and Dinglefelter being an entire stranger to him, I, having allowed Dinglefelter enough time to have reached the paying teller's window, entered the bank with my check in my hand, hold the check that Dinglefelter had presented, and when he saw me, he excitedly motioned for me to come to his window. On reaching the window, Warner commanded me in an excited manner to arrest that man, pointing to Dinglefelter. I said, "What do you want him arrested for?" Warner, holding up the check, said, "Why, he has presented a large fake check bearing the name of Dr. Smith for nearly $1,200. Why, you know Dr. Smith's signature." I replied, "Yes, here is one of Dr. Smith's checks. I know this is genuine, for I saw the doctor sign it." He compared the fake check with mine, and I said to Mr. Warner, "While I am not an expert on handwriting, I do not believe that Dr. Smith wrote that signature." Mr. Warner exclaimed, "I am positive he did not." Then, turning to Dinglefelter, I asked, "Where did you get this check?" He said, "I got it from Dr. Smith." "Does Dr. Smith know you?" I asked. In rather a gruff manner, he answered, "Yes, he knows me." "Will you go with me and see Dr. Smith?" I asked. "Well, I don't know whether I will or not. I don't know who you are," he replied. Whereupon I laid my hand on his shoulder and said, "You will either accompany me to Dr. Smith's office, or I will send for a patrol wagon, take you to police headquarters, and lock you up." "Are you an officer?" he asked, to which I replied, "Yes, I am the chief special agent of the Missouri Pacific Railroad Company in St. Louis." "Oh, well," said he, "that's different. I will go with you and see Dr. Smith." It was drizzling rain the morning of this occurrence, was quite chilly, and the streets and sidewalks were wet and slippery and dirty, as the streets of St. Louis were not kept as clean as they are now. I took the fake check, and Dinglefelter and myself started for Dr. Smith's office, which at that time was in the Missouri Pacific General Office building on the corner of 6th and Locust. We walked west on Pine from 4th. When we reached the corner of 6th and Pine, I gave Dinglefelter a signal which had been prearranged. This signal was to hit me a good stiff punch, as the fighters call it. There was a large, clumsy patrolman wearing a raincoat standing under an awning near the corner saloon. I was walking on the left-hand side of Dinglefelter, and when I gave him the signal, he cut loose with his right hand, which landed just over my right eye and a little behind it. I had instructed him to hit me hard, and if he succeeded in knocking me down, and I became groggy from the effects of the blow, he was to stumble and fall himself so as to give the big, clumsy police officer time to reach us. The officer was standing about 10 feet from us when Dinglefelter struck me, but I knew how slow he was, and I wanted to be sure and give him an opportunity of getting hold of Dinglefelter. I went down all right, and in fact was a little dazed from the effects of the blow. Dinglefelter stumbled and fell, and the policeman made a dash, such as a heavily loaded ice wagon going uphill would make, and succeeded in reaching him, not before he risen, and I had also got to my feet. He got to Dinglefelter about the same time that I did. The latter made a good fight and tore off most of the uniform of the policeman and my coat and vest and collar. All of us went down in the street and rolled around in the mud. Our ears and faces were filled with mud before we finally succeeded in subduing Dinglefelter. But I am satisfied. If he had tried his best, he could have gotten away with both of us, as he was a powerful man. My office was on 8th Street, just north of Pine, and this fight occurred just 2 blocks from my office. And after we had subdued Dinglefelter, I suggested we take him there so as to give us an opportunity of washing ourselves while we were waiting for a patrol wagon to take the prisoner to headquarters. We did this, and on arriving at my office, we turned the prisoner over to my chief clerk and one of my operatives who happened to be there, while the policeman and myself began digging the mud out of our ears and washing our faces. After washing, I found that my right eye was very discolored, and where my face had come in contact with the pavement, there were a number of small cuts and scratches which were somewhat inflamed, and I really had a sore face. The operative, who I have mentioned before, whose name was Phillips, on seeing my face said to me, "Why, you sure ought to go see a doctor at once. Your eye is in bad shape, and you need medical attention immediately. Let me go up to police headquarters with this fellow. I can attend to the matter for you." I thanked him and said that I wish he would do so. I told him what had happened at the bank and instructed him to make a complaint against Dinglefelter accordingly. In due time, the patrol wagon arrived, and the police officer and Phillips escorted Mr. Dinglefelter to police headquarters. At this time, Huey O'Neill was chief of detectives, and Major Lawrence Harrigan was chief of police for the city of St. Louis. As soon as Dinglefelter was hustled into the detective's office in the forecourts, Chief O'Neill and a squad of his men immediately set about searching him. They found in one of his inside pockets a letter addressed, sealed, and stamped, but apparently which Dinglefelter had forgotten to mail. It was directed to San Francisco. They also found about $75 or $100 and some other articles, all of which were taken from him and placed in the police department archives for safekeeping. The letter was eagerly opened and read. This letter was quite lengthy, and it was just such a letter that one crook would write to another. There was then, and had been for some time previous to this, a gang of bank swindlers working the cities of the Pacific coast, and the newspapers had been printing a lot about the operations of this gang weeks prior to the time of which I write. And for this reason, the detectives of St. Louis were led to believe by the finding of the letter that they had struck something which might lead to the capture of the bank swindlers. The contents of the letter appeared in the afternoon papers. Some of these papers censured me for having failed to discover this letter.
After reading the comments of the papers regarding this letter, I would have considered myself very stupid indeed for having missed the letter, were it not for the fact that I knew that I had not had an opportunity to search Mr. Dinglefelter up to the time he assaulted me and the officer on Pine Street, and then I also knew it had taken me about 2 hours to compose and dictate that same letter. Dinglefelter was locked up, of course, and the time was set for his preliminary hearing to be several days later. In the meantime, the St. Louis papers were devoting lots of space to Dinglefelter and his alleged crime, a relief to the newspaper readers as they had begun to grow tired of reading day after day about Maxwell and what his attorneys expected to do for him. From the time of Dinglefelter's arrest up to the time of Maxwell's trial, the newspapers scarcely mentioned the latter's name. Some of them occasionally mentioned my name in rather a joking manner because I had been stupid enough to miss that letter. When Dinglefelter was called for his preliminary hearing, he was promptly remanded to jail to await the action of the grand jury. He was besieged by lawyers who were anxious to defend him, but he declined their offers, telling them, when the time came, he had lawyers selected to defend him, and steadfastly refused to divulge their names. The second day after his arrest, Dinglefelter was allowed to mingle with the other prisoners in what was called the bull ring. An allotted time is given to the prisoners each day in this place for exercise. Maxwell noticed that almost immediately after his arrest, the newspapers were giving Dinglefelter all the notoriety and had dropped himself, so he hastened to make the acquaintance of one so notorious when they met in the bull ring. This was the only opportunity of meeting him, and from the first time that Maxwell saw Dinglefelter, he never lost an opportunity of talking with him, and he stuck to Dinglefelter like the proverbial fly to the horse. The first time Maxwell approached Dinglefelter, he rushed up to him and said, "You are Dinglefelter, I believe." Dinglefelter replied that he was, and Maxwell then said, "They seem to have a strong case against you." "You'll have to excuse me, sir. I don't want to be considered impolite," Dinglefelter replied, "but I must decline to talk to anyone in this place about my case, as you call it. I don't believe it would be a good thing for me or any other person to talk about a charge that is pending against them in a place of this kind. I shall be glad to talk with you on any other subject, however, but I trust that you will hereafter refrain from asking me any questions regarding the charge now pending against me in court, and then I don't know you." Maxwell hastily said, "Oh, I'm Maxwell. I'm the fellow who is charged with the murder of that man Preller, who was killed in the Southern Hotel and whose body was found in a trunk. I was arrested at Auckland, New Zealand, and brought back here to St. Louis to stand trial, but I have been assured by my attorneys that I will be acquitted. They have no proof against me, and just as soon as I can get a trial, why, of course, I will go free." "So you were Maxwell," said Dinglefelter. "I had been reading in the papers about you, and if you'll pardon me for saying it, it seems to me that you have already been talking too much about your case. If you are not guilty of the crime with which you stand charged, why, you ought to be acquitted, and I hope you will be." After this first interview between Maxwell and Dinglefelter, he and many other prisoners looked upon Dinglefelter as being a wise and unusually smart prisoner. Dinglefelter was in jail 47 days, and during all that time, Maxwell never let an opportunity pass without talking to him. I received daily reports from my operative, a task which I found very difficult, and it became more difficult by reason of the Southwestern Railroad strike, which broke out on March 4, 1886, and continued during Dinglefelter's stay in the St. Louis jail. Being chief special agent for the gold system, my time was occupied in protecting the railroad company's property and in apprehending people who were continually committing illegal acts. I was occupied almost day and night in this work. From Dingfelter's daily reports, I learned that Maxwell had admitted that he had killed Preller for the purpose of obtaining $700 bills that he knew Preller to have, as he had shown him the money in the Adams house at Boston before they separated there. He also had pawned the plunder for the money which had brought him to America, and that he had made Preller believe that he was connected with the titled family of Maxwell, that his right name was Hugh M. Brooks, and that he would like to place himself under the guidance and advice of an able crook, as he believed Dingfelter to be when he gained his liberty, as he was sure he would in the near future. He told Dingfelter in detail how he had killed Preller by administering an overdose of morphia hypodermically, of how, after dinner on the fatal Sunday, Preller had complained of a pain in his stomach that he, Maxwell, saw that was his opportunity for carrying out the plan he had already formed for taking Preller's life in order to secure the money. That he had provided himself with a large quantity of morphia and the hypodermic syringe, and that he had also procured 4 ounces of chloroform for the purpose of administering it to Preller immediately before death to prevent the body from becoming rigid as it does immediately after death. As said Maxwell in his explanation to Dingfelter, I had to conceal his long body in the trunk, which was so much shorter, and I did not want to cut off his limbs, fearing that the trace of the blood would betray me. On receiving Dingfelter's report relative to the use of the morphia in the murder, I at once reported the fact to Messrs. Clover and MacDonald, who immediately arranged with 2 of the most prominent doctors in St. Louis to examine the body of Preller for traces of the morphia. Messrs. Clover, MacDonald, the 2 doctors, an official of Bellefontaine Cemetery, and myself went to the cemetery where Preller's body had been buried, exhumed the body, and the doctors made the necessary examination, keeping what they discovered to themselves, and they did not divulge anything about it until called on to testify at Maxwell's trial, when they said that the traces of the hypodermic syringe were plainly visible on the arm, and that traces of morphia were found. When Maxwell was arrested, a quantity of morphia was found among his effects and also the hypodermic syringe. But up to this discovery, neither had been considered in connection with the murder, as it had been taken for granted that Preller's death had been caused by chloroform. Of course, the exhibiting of the body and the arrangement that had been made were known to no one but Messrs. Clover, MacDonald, the 2 doctors, the cemetery official, and myself, and was treated as a profound secret. Meanwhile, After Dinkfelter had been in jail and had obtained the information we wanted from Maxwell, I decided that it was unnecessary to keep him there longer. So I arranged to have Dinkfelter released on bail, which had been fixed at $3,500. I had Judge Henry D. Laughlin of St. Louis sign Dinkfelter's bond. I did this without Judge Laughlin's knowing that I even knew who Dinkfelter was. Upon his release, I immediately sent him to New York, where he entered into correspondence with friends of Maxwell's. Just before being released, he asked Maxwell if he could keep a secret, and Maxwell said that he could. Whereupon, Dinkfelter said, "I expect to leave this place soon." "How are you going to get out?" asked Maxwell. "Ah," said Dinkfelter, "that is none of your business. You said you could keep a secret, and the first thing you're doing is to pry into my business by asking how I am going to get out. After I'm gone from here, of course you will know it, but if you do not know how I propose to get out, it will be impossible for you to tell anyone about it. For that reason, it is better that you should not know anything further than what I have already said." Maxwell apologized and promised not to be so inquisitive again. Dinkfelter then said, "Now, Maxwell, after I'm on the outside and away from this place, if I can do anything for you, consistently, I shall be glad to do it." "You can do a whole lot for me," Maxwell answered. "By getting 2 of your friends to come here when my trial is called, and have them testify that they met Preller and myself in Boston, and that they accompanied me to the depot when we were leaving Boston. That at the depot, I propose that the party take a parting drink, that Preller, these 2 men, and myself went to a cafe, and that I ordered 2 bottles of champagne, and that when I paid for it, I displayed a roll of $700 bills. I explained that I wanted to change one of these $100 bills so that I might have some smaller change to pay expenses on my way to St. Louis. If they will testify to this, it will account for the $600 bills I took from Preller." Dinkfelter asked, "Are you sure that your lawyers will not get these friends of mine into trouble, or let the police get next to them if I can get them to come to St. Louis?" Maxwell assured Dinkfelter that his friends would be perfectly safe in coming to St. Louis, and that the police would not get next to them, providing, of course, that the parties were not already known to the police. He took a card bearing his name from his pocket and tore it in 2 halves, giving half to Dinkfelter and retaining the other half himself, saying, "Be sure and give these witnesses half of the card, which will serve to identify them to my attorneys when they arrive here, as that half of the card will match the half that I will retain. The edges of the torn card will match and will answer the purpose of an introduction." It was about 5 o'clock in the evening when Dinkfelter was released from jail on bond, and at that hour the courts in the building had adjourned for the day, and the newspaper correspondents and all others had left the building, except the few attachés who were on duty. Thus, Dinkfelter left the jail unobserved. Upon his release from the jail, he came to my house by a circuitous route, where he remained until a late hour that night, when he left to take a train to New York. I instructed him to open a correspondence with Maxwell on his arrival in New York, so to get positive instructions from Maxwell as to what the witnesses were to testify to when they appeared on the stand in his defense. He carried out these instructions to the letter. His letters reached Maxwell through his attorneys, and Maxwell's letters reached him through the same source, and in due time all the letters were sent to me with his report. They kept up this correspondence at intervals until Maxwell's trial was called. I told Dinkfelter to appear in St. Louis on the morning of the trial, which he did. On arriving here, he went to a private lodging house, and being a stranger in the city, his presence was unknown to any person but himself and the circuit attorneys, Clover and MacDonald. When his trial was called, Maxwell took the stand in his own defense and testified that he had administered chloroform to his friend Preller at the Southern Hotel on the fatal evening for the purpose of allaying the pain he was suffering from, as both Messrs. Clover and MacDonald had predicted he would testify. Maxwell went on to state that Preller's suffering was caused by an acute attack of stricture, from which he had been suffering more or less for some time. On hearing this testimony from Maxwell, it was decided to again exhume the body of Preller so that the two doctors could make another examination of the remains and either corroborate or disprove Maxwell's testimony, as this was one of the most vital points in the trial. When the body was exhumed, the doctors removed the organs, taking them to their laboratory where the examination was made, and they later came into court and testified that their examination had shown beyond a doubt that Preller never suffered from stricture. Frank Dinkfelter was among the first witnesses called by the prosecution. In answer to his name, he entered the courtroom from the private office of the circuit attorney, and after being duly sworn, took his seat on the witness stand. After sitting down, he turned his face towards Attorney MacDonald, who was conducting the prosecution for the state. Maxwell got a full view of Dinkfelter for the first time since he had seen him in the jail. From where I was sitting, I could get a good view of Maxwell's countenance. I was watching him closely, and when he saw Dinkfelter, he recognized him instantly. He turned ashy pale and nearly fainted and would have fallen out of his chair were it not for that he was partly supported by one of his attorneys who was sitting beside him. He hurriedly communicated to his attorney that he had recognized Dinkfelter, whereupon the attorneys for the defense became very excited. Dinkfelter was asked by Attorney MacDonald the following questions. Question: What is your name? Answer: John F. McCullen. Question: Where were you born? Answer: Wilmington, Delaware. Question: How old are you?
30 years. What is your business? Detective. Question: By whom are you employed? Thomas Furlong. Question: Do you know the defendant in this case? Pointing to Maxwell. Answer: Yes, sir. Question: Where did you first become acquainted with him? In the city jail. Question: Were you a prisoner in the jail? Yes, sir. Question: What were you charged with? Answer: I believe it was forgery. Question: When and where were you arrested? I was arrested at the Mechanics Bank on the corner of 4th and Pine Streets, this city, by Thomas Furlong, who was afterwards assisted by a police officer whose name I do not know. Question: Why did Furlong arrest you? He was commanded to do so by the paying teller of the Mechanics Bank. Question: Why did the teller cause your arrest? Answer: Because I presented a check bearing what purported to be the signature of D.S.H. Smith, local treasurer of the Missouri Pacific Railroad Company. The paying teller told Furlong in my presence that the signature was a forgery. Question: Did you know it to be a forgery? I did not. Question: Where did you get this check? Answer: Mr. Furlong gave me the check and instructed me to present it at the bank as I did, and told me that he would be at the bank when I presented it. Question: Was Mr. Furlong there? Answer: Yes, he came into the bank while I was at the teller's window. That was when Mr. Warner, as I believe the teller's name is, told him to arrest me. Question: Then you do not know whether the check was a forgery or not? Answer: No, sir. I was only obeying the instructions of my employer, Mr. Furlong. I guess he can tell you all about that check. The courtroom was crowded, and as soon as Dinkfelter stated that he was a detective, one of the city detectives rushed out of the court pell-mell to the office of the chief of police, which was in the opposite end of the building, and informed the chief of what had occurred. The chief rushed into the courtroom, and from that time on, consternation seemed to prevail among all the authorities around the Four Courts building. Dinkfelter was kept upon the witness stand for about 2 days, and during his entire direct testimony, nearly every question asked him by the prosecuting attorney was objected to by the attorneys for the defense. After McCulloch, as I will call him by his right name hereafter, had been excused from the witness stand, I was called. After being duly sworn and the preliminary questions asked, I was told by the prosecuting attorney to state to the court and jury how I had been approached by Mr. Clover and himself, and what I had done in connection with the case. I gave a detailed account of my work from the start up to that moment, being interrupted occasionally by an objection from the defense's counsel.
When I had finished my direct testimony, all of which has already been related, the counsel for the defense began to cross-examine me. My cross-examination consumed nearly a day and a half. The defense's counsel first wanted to know how long I had been in the detective business. I answered that I had first become engaged in the business in September 1862. The attorney said, "Then you have had a great deal of experience." I answered that I had, and then he said, "Where did you get this check?" Exhibiting the check in question. I asked permission to examine the check, which was granted by the court, and after looking at it carefully, I answered, "This is one of the blank checks that I took from Dr. Smith's office in the manner already described." Question: Then you stole this check from Dr. Smith's office? Answer: I took that blank check from Dr. Smith's office without his knowledge or consent. Question: Who filled out this check and signed Dr. Smith's name to it? Answer: That check was filled out by one of my employees. I stood alongside of him while he filled it out. He did it under my instructions, and if he had refused to do it, I would have discharged him, and he knew it. And if the law has been violated in any way, I am responsible for it. The attorney for the defense insisted that I give the name of the person who filled out the check, but the court overruled the question on the ground that I had assumed the responsibility. The counsel for the defense then said, "You know that you were violating the law by having this check made out as you did you not?" I replied, "Under certain conditions, it might have been a violation of the law." Counsel for the defense asked, "You know that you were a forgery, and forgery is a crime under the law." My answer was the same as before, that it would have been forgery under certain conditions, but he insisted on me answering him direct, yes or no. At this, prosecuting attorney McDonald appealed to the court, stating that the witness could not answer the question with a direct yes or no unless permitted to explain under what certain conditions were referred to. The court permitted me to explain under what conditions the making of the check would not be considered a forgery. To which I replied that in essence, intent is the essence of a crime, and that as there was no intent to obtain money or other valuables by means of this check on my part, who was responsible for the making of it, and that I was at the bank on the morning that McCulloch presented the check for the purpose of preventing the teller from cashing the check, if he, perchance, had not noticed that the signature of Dr. Smith was not genuine, and for the further reason that I had promptly apprehended the man who had presented the check at the bank for having done so. This was all a matter of court record. Here, I wish to say that almost every person in the courtroom, after hearing my testimony as to my obtaining the blank checks and causing one to be filled out and presented at the bank, were of the opinion that I had gotten myself into serious trouble. Many clung to that opinion until they heard my explanation, and the competent court attorneys saw at a glance that I was safe when I explained that intent was what constituted a crime. I have been asked many times since the arrest of McCulloch and my tussle with him why I caused him to knock me down and to strip the policeman and myself, leaving us in almost a nude condition, and which compelled me to go around several days with my right eye and one side of my face discolored, as some of them said, in mourning. And my answer has always been that I had decided everything I did in connection with the case was absolutely necessary so that I might obtain the true facts of the case, which were very essential for the proper prosecution of the perpetrator of this heinous murder, as he was the only living person who knew the real facts. I knew Maxwell was enjoying the notoriety the newspapers were giving him, and I also knew that the public was growing tired of reading about him, and therefore believed that if I could paint my operative as a more desperate criminal for the time being, by the notoriety he would obtain through the papers, it would have the effect of attracting Maxwell's attention to him so that he might bask in the light that was being attracted to McCulloch. And as it turned out, my predictions proved true. I deemed it necessary to have McCulloch slug me and make the fight that he did with the police officer and myself to allay any suspicion that might arise in the mind of the chief of police or any of his men. The chief was an alert and experienced officer, and if he suspected for one moment that McCulloch was not what he represented himself to be, or that he was connected with me, he would undoubtedly have exposed our scheme and thereby destroyed our efforts, which were for the honest purpose of serving the ends of justice. Both McCulloch and myself were acting parts, and from the result, it seems that the parts were acted well. I could have gotten the blank check from Dr. Smith, I have no doubt, merely by asking for it. But he, of course, would have wanted an explanation from me, and if I had explained why I wanted them, he would have been obliged to state the facts on the witness stand when called before the grand jury, and this would have been fatal to my scheme.
Had I told my operative Phillips, who lodged the first complaint against McCulloch, or Dinkelfelter, as he called himself, he would have been compelled under oath to have stated the truth. This, too, would have been fatal. My keeping the matter a secret resulted in every person telling the truth, or what they believed to be the truth. I myself did not appear either at police headquarters or at the preliminary hearing, nor before the grand jury, and was not called upon to testify until Maxwell was on trial. Marshal F. N. MacDonald was sitting in his office one day alone, about a month after Dinkelfelter had been in jail and had made such good progress with Maxwell, when William Marion Reedy, better known then as Billy Reedy, entered his office. Reedy was at that time a reporter for the Globe Democrat and was very popular. He knew every official around the four courts and, in fact, every man in St. Louis who was worth knowing. He was a warm friend and great admirer of Mr. MacDonald, and on entering his office and noting that he was alone, he said, "Mac, why don't you select the right kind of a fellow and have him locked up in jail with Maxwell? He might succeed in getting the facts as to Preller's murder from him." Mr. MacDonald was startled to hear this suggestion from Reedy, but, being a man of steady nerves, he managed to conceal his surprise. He told Reedy that he did not believe that anything could be accomplished by locking a man up in jail for that purpose. "For," said Mac, "there are nearly 400 prisoners in that jail, and a man might be there for months before he could get to Maxwell, and then it is quite likely that his attorneys have already advised him not to talk to any person about his case." Reedy said, "It occurred to me that it might be a good thing to do, and therefore I made the suggestion to you for what it's worth. But as you do not think it worthwhile to try it, just let it go." He left the office, and just as soon as MacDonald could don his hat and coat and leave his office unobserved, he hastened to me. I saw at a glance that he was excited and believed something unusual had happened. I greeted him and asked him to be seated, and then said, "Mac, what's the matter?" He extended his long right arm and exclaimed, "Why, the whole thing is up." "What's up?" I asked. "Mac, what do you mean?" "Why, Billy Reedy came into my office a little while ago and suggested that I pick out the right kind of a fellow and have him locked up in jail with Maxwell," he said. "Is that all Reedy said?" I asked. Then he went on and detailed as nearly as he could recall just what Reedy had said. I asked him what he said to Reedy, and he told me. I then said, "Do you think that Reedy noticed your excitement when he made the suggestion to you?" "No, he could not have," he replied. "I was not excited. I never get excited. You were excited when you came in here, and if Billy Reedy noticed it when he made that suggestion, it might set him to thinking, and, inasmuch as you did not take kindly to the suggestion, he might possibly make the suggestion to Chief Harrigan," I said. "Oh no," Mac replied. "Billy wouldn't make any suggestions to the chief. He's my friend, and I appreciate the feeling that prompted him to make the suggestion, but, confound it, I wish he hadn't thought of it." I said, "Mac, we know that Billy Reedy is a bright young fellow and a loyal friend of yours. I do not believe he will say anything more about it. And now, I think the best thing to do is to quietly await developments." My advice was followed, and I do not believe that William Marion Reedy, who is now proprietor and editor of the St. Louis Mirror, has ever known just how much that friendly
suggestion of his worried his friend Marshal F. MacDonald. I had told him my story how McCulloch remained in jail and got the facts from Maxwell, and our scheme was not spoiled by Mr. Reedy's suggestion, for he never repeated it to any other person. The testimony at the trial was overwhelming against Maxwell, and the jury, before whom this case was tried, quickly returned a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree, and Hugh M. Brooks, alias Maxwell, was hung for one of the most cold-blooded murders of the age. The St. Louis Police Department had an exhibit in the Educational Building during the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, St. Louis, which consisted of photographs and police records of criminals, burglars, tools, and various weapons. This exhibit also had the noose with which Brooks, alias Maxwell, was hung, and his photograph and the picture of the two St. Louis officers who brought him back from Auckland, New Zealand. There were thousands of people who viewed this exhibit, and I deem it proper to tell the public that the police department had positively nothing to do with obtaining the evidence that convicted Maxwell. They had really nothing to do with his arrest other than sending out his description. He was arrested through the efforts of Captain Lease, Chief of Police of San Francisco, California. His conviction was due to my efforts and the work of my operative, McCulloch, and to Messrs. Clover and MacDonald. Mr. Clover paid the expenses from his own pocket, and Mr. McDonald deserved a great deal more credit than he was accorded for the masterful way in which he handled the prosecution. But not one of these names were mentioned in the exhibit at the World's Fair. Mr. Clover paid about $600 out of his own personal funds for the expenses incurred in obtaining the evidence, and I got a black eye and a swollen jaw as my compensation. Dingfelter, while in the jail, also made the acquaintance of two brothers by the name of Johnson, who had been arrested in New Orleans and brought to St. Louis for safekeeping by the United States authorities, on the charge of having had a large number of Brazilian bonds printed. These bonds were counterfeit, utterly worthless to anyone who purchased them. The government Secret Service had captured a lot of these spurious bonds and had brought the prisoners to St. Louis until they could be tried in the federal court. The Johnsons took a liking to Dingfelter and told him all about their scheme, where they had got the printing done, by whom, and all the other facts of their crime. Dingfelter did not solicit any confidences, but they, supposing him to be a shrewd crook, thought their secret was safe until Maxwell was on trial and Dingfelter, as he was known to them, took the stand and testified, giving his right name, John F. McCulloch, and his business that of a detective. As soon as the Johnson brothers learned who and what Dingfelter was, they sent word to the United States authorities that they admitted to Detective Dingfelter everything pertaining to their guilt, and they were willing to plead guilty to the charges pending against them in the federal court. This they did when they were arraigned for trial. The cotton swindle occurred at Sherman, Texas, on the Texas and Pacific Railroad, early in the fall of 1883. It was in the cotton shipping season, and Sherman was a point from which a very large amount of cotton was shipped annually, it being the principal shipping point or outlet for one of the largest cotton-producing districts in the state. For this reason, the eastern cotton buyers and cotton mill owners were represented by agents at these shipping points. These agents were really brokers. It was the practice of these brokers, as soon as they had purchased cotton, to have it delivered at once to the railroad company for shipment, when they would receive from the railroad company's agent a bill of lading, setting forth the number and weight of each bale. This bill of lading, when signed by a railroad agent, was negotiable at any bank in the cotton-producing district. The bank would take the bill of lading, allowing the depositor 90% cash on the face value, and would hold 10% back until the exact value of the cotton was ascertained by the proper officials. The practice of cashing these bills of lading was then general in the cotton-growing country, and I presume it is at the present time. It was early in the month of January, 1884, when I was suddenly called to the office of Captain C.G. Warner, who was then General Auditor for the Gould Railway System. That Texas and Pacific was one of many Gould lines. I occupied the position of Chief Special Agent for that system. On my arrival at Captain Warner's office, he informed me that he had just received from Sherman, Texas, a long telegraph message from one of his traveling auditors, which stated that a large amount of cotton which had been shipped from that station had undoubtedly been diverted in transit, as the cotton had not reached its proper destination. Captain Warner instructed me to go to Sherman at once, where I would find the traveling auditor, Mr. Finby, and make a thorough investigation. I left St. Louis on the first train and arrived in Sherman in due time, where I found Mr. Finby, who informed me that the company's agent in charge at Sherman, whom I may call Number 4, had left there on the Saturday night previous, since which time not one word had been heard from him. He further stated that Number 4 had told his assistant on Saturday evening that he was going to take a run down to Galveston on personal business and expected to return on the following Monday. It then being Wednesday, and Number 4 not having returned, Mr. Finby had become aroused and wired the head of his department at St. Louis, which accounted for my appearance in Sherman. I at once began my investigation with the view of locating Number 4, the missing agent. I remained in and about Sherman several days, during which time the traveling auditor was busily engaged, with some of his assistants, in auditing and trying to straighten out the accounts of the station. In the meantime, telegraph messages of inquiry were pouring into Sherman from parties in New York, Philadelphia, Fall River, Massachusetts, and Providence, Rhode Island. These parties had purchased and paid for large quantities of cotton, the total amount aggregating $121,000, and they wanted to know why they hadn't received it. Messages of this kind had been pouring into Sherman for a month or 6 weeks prior to the time Mr. Finby had been called there. The officers of the railroad became alarmed, believing from the facts learned up to this time that the cotton for which the eastern buyers were inquiring had been shipped and had been diverted and probably stolen. If this were true, the railroad company would be responsible for the loss of the cotton to the buyers and would probably have to pay additional damages. Thus, the loss of this cotton was a serious matter for the company. After I had worked at Sherman for about 10 days, as hard and earnestly as I ever worked on a case in my life, I succeeded in obtaining information that led me to believe that there were 3 other men connected with number 4, the missing agent, in this swindle. I had also succeeded in locating the family and friends of number 4 and the other 3 suspects, whose names I withhold for the reason that some of them were connected with reputable families and have near relatives living today who were in no way responsible for the wrongdoing of these men and ought not to be subjected to the humiliation which the publication of these names might inflict upon them. During my investigation, I learned that one of these men, whom in mentioning I will call number 1, had a brother living in New Orleans. I will call the other 2 Confederates number 2 and number 3, withholding their names for the reasons I have already given. I had decided to go to New Orleans direct from Sherman, and there quietly investigate the brother of number 1. I had also telegraphed to my office at St. Louis, Missouri, instructing George W. Herbert, one of my assistants, to meet me in New Orleans, which he did. We located number 1's brother in New Orleans very easily, and after I had previously obtained information that number 1's wife might be stopping temporarily with her brother-in-law's family, who were living in a large and rather pretentious mansion in that city, I began to watch the mansion for the purpose of learning, if possible, whether or not number 1's wife was staying there. I had a photograph of number 1 and also of his wife. She was a beautiful woman. She was born and raised in the state of Tennessee, where her mother and other near relatives resided. I had learned that a man answering the description of number 1 in all respects had registered at the then leading hotel of Sherman under the name of J.D. Dillard, Jr. This man had reached the hotel at a late hour at night, was assigned to a room, and remained in it all the following day, ordering his meals sent to the room, explaining to the hotel people that he was ill. During the day, number 4 called at the hotel, quietly visited the room occupied by Dillard, where he, number 4, had remained an hour or more. He went to Dillard's room without making any inquiries at the office, merely consulting the register. Dillard, who was really number 1, left his room about midnight the following night and took a northbound train from Sherman. Nobody had seen the supposed Dillard during the time of his stay at Sherman except the night clerk, who had not noticed him particularly when he assigned him to the room, and a chambermaid, a mulatto, who had charge of the room of number 1, or Dillard as he called himself, and waited on him while he was there. She had become familiar with his features and stated to me that she would know him on sight any place. She described Dillard accurately, after which I exhibited number 1's photograph. She instantly identified it as a good picture of Mr. Dillard. This is what caused me to place number 1's brother's house in New Orleans under surveillance. I also traced Dillard from Sherman, Texas, where the photographs of himself and his wife were identified by the proprietor of the hotel and the employees there, at which the Dillards had stopped for a period of a month prior to Dillard's recent visit to Sherman. Mrs. Dillard had remained at Emporia during her husband's absence, and he joined her at Emporia on his return from Sherman, and they departed from there immediately for parts unknown. I traced them to Topeka, where the trail was lost. My assistant and I kept up a steady watch on the home of number 1's brother in New Orleans, day and night, for about 3 weeks. We divided the time into 8-hour watches, one of us sleeping while the other was on duty. It was one of the most difficult tasks of that kind I ever undertook, for the reason that I was personally known to the chief of police of New Orleans, who was a friend of mine.
I was also known to a number of police detectives of that city, and owing to the prominence of the family and connections of number 1, I didn't deem it expedient to meet any of the police authorities, as by doing so I would of course feel compelled to explain to them the cause of my presence in their city. I had no doubt that some of them would render me all the assistance they could come, but I was afraid that some of them might talk about my presence in the city, and the friends of number 1 might hear of it and thereby be the means of hindering me in my efforts to locate the whereabouts of number 1. For this reason, it required more vigilance on my part to keep out of the sight of the police who knew me than what I was bestowing to the watching of the house in question. During the long vigil, many humorous incidents occurred.
One morning, after we had been on watch several days, I hit upon a plan to find if there were any women about the big house, as we had seen none up to this time, hoping thereby to locate the wife of number 1. A few Blackstones down the street, a couple of good-looking young Italian girls were playing a hand organ. The instrument was a fine new one and of exceedingly loud tone. I quietly bargained for their services to take up their station in front of the house I was watching, telling them to play there as long as the police would permit them. The music and the performance of the monkeys brought several women from the house to the veranda, but to my disappointment, the much-wanted woman was not among them. The performance was repeated several mornings with the same results. Mrs. Dillard was not in the house, as we afterwards learned. Meanwhile, the brother, a gentleman of leisure, was in the habit of strolling each morning from his house to the post office, where he usually mailed several letters. He always dropped these letters in the general receptacle, which had an opening in the main corridor at least a foot in length and 3 inches wide, and led to a large box in the basement below the main floor. This box would hold probably a wagon load of letters and packages, and when a letter was dropped in this mass, it was almost impossible to find it again. Number 1's brother was a man middle-aged, rather slow in his movements, and very deliberate in everything that he did. He carried these letters in an inside pocket of his dress coat and walked with the cane. He would approach the general mailbox, placing his cane under his left arm, and carefully removing his snug-fitting glove from his right hand, would take the letters, consisting of 3 or more, and in an exasperatingly deliberate and slow manner deposit them in the box with the other mail. He would watch them until they had disappeared down the chute and out of sight. This operation was repeated by him daily, except Sundays, during the 3 weeks, and witnessed each time by either Herbert or myself, and had grown very tiresome to both of us. Finally, I concluded that we would prepare 2 letters and address them to ourselves, stamped them properly, and then covered the backs of each envelope with a thick coating of mucilage. Herbert was given one of the letters by keeping the other. Herbert placed himself on one side of the chute, while I took my position on the other side, each of us being some distance away from the receptacle. The main corridor of the post office in the afternoon was generally crowded with people passing to and fro between the hours of 10 and 12 o'clock. For this reason, we attracted no special attention. We knew about the time that number 1's brother was in the habit of visiting the post office, and therefore we were not kept waiting but a few moments for his appearance. He approached the mailbox in his usual manner, and was as painfully deliberate as he had been on previous occasions, and after he had gone through the customary maneuvers, but before he had time to drop the 3 letters from his hand, Herbert rushed up to the receptacle from the left and I from the right, and we both reached out our hands at the same time, with the letters we held having the mucilaged surface in such a way that they came in contact with the 3 letters he had had in his hand, and forced the letters into the chute with ours, the mucilage sticking the bunch of 5 letters together. All slid into the chute. Number 1's brother became very indignant and muttered something about rudeness and awkwardness. I attempted a hasty apology and disappeared around the corner to the office of the assistant postmaster, whose acquaintance I had previously formed. I told him that I had just deposited 2 letters in the main repository, and that I had discovered that I had placed the letters in the wrong envelopes and wished to get them so that I might rectify my mistake.
He at once conducted me to the main mailbox below, where there were at least a half wagon loads of letters and general mail matter. I at once found a bunch of 5 letters, which were stuck together with the mucilage, and in separating them had ample time to note the different addresses on the 3 envelopes mailed by number 1's brother. One of these was addressed to a relative of Mrs. Dillard, to her home in Tennessee. Another was addressed to another brother of number 1, who resided in Atlanta, Georgia. The third letter was addressed to J.D. Dillard, Jr., Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I knew of the relatives in Tennessee and of the brother in Atlantic, Georgia, and also that J.D. Dillard, Jr. was the man I wanted to locate, and for the first time learned that he was at Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Ocean Springs was then a small winter resort located on the Louisville and Nashville Railroad between Montgomery and New Orleans. It was also a harbor on Mobile Bay and near Biloxi, Mississippi. Upon the receipt of this information, I went to Ocean Springs, Mississippi, arriving about midnight on the night that I had seen the letter addressed by number 1's brother to this place. There I found that the post office of the town was kept in a grocery store, which was part of the principal hotel of the town. I learned that the landlord, who was a very genial, clever man and proprietor of the grocery store, was postmaster. I quietly showed him the photographs of number 1 and his wife, and he immediately identified them as Mr. and Mrs. Dillard, Jr. He told me that Dillard had represented himself to him as a rich iron manufacturer from Chattanooga, Tennessee, that his wife was in ill health, and that they had been there for the past month or more and had rented a beautiful cottage, known as the Montgomery Cottage, where they were living. This cottage was situated on a small peninsula which extended from the main land, dividing Biloxi Bay from Mobile Bay. It was about 2 miles from the post office at Ocean Springs. The positive and ready manner in which the postmaster identified the photographs satisfied me beyond any doubt that I had succeeded in locating number 1. I gave the postmaster to understand that number 1 had fallen heir to a sum of money and property, and that neither he nor his wife had become aware of the fact, and that I was very desirous of appraising him of his good fortune as a surprise, and before doing so desired to have all necessary papers prepared, which would require a week or 10 days. And therefore I was anxious to have the matter kept profound secret until everything was ready. The postmaster readily promised me that he would not mention the matter to any person until I gave him permission to do so, and after making these arrangements, I felt perfectly safe in not arresting number 1 until I had secured the proper papers authorizing the same. It was necessary for me to obtain requisition papers from the governors of Mississippi and Texas. It would take about 8 to 10 days to accomplish this, as proper complaint had to be lodged at Sherman, Texas. Requests for the requisition had to be sent from Sherman to Austin, Texas, and the request of the governor of Texas to the governor of Mississippi for the extradition papers at Jackson, Mississippi, where the agent for the state of Texas had to appear in person to receive the papers. I had myself appointed as the agent for the state of Texas. At the conclusion of my understanding with the postmaster of Ocean Springs, I took a night train to New Orleans, where I met George Herbert and instructed him to go on the first train to Ocean Springs, and on arriving there to represent himself as an invalid and to act the part. He was naturally thin and had a sallow complexion, usually without any color. He represented himself as having just passed through a severe attack of rheumatism, and claimed that he had been advised by his physician to come to Ocean Springs, where he should spend at least a month during his convalescence. He equipped himself with 2 heavy walking canes, which he carried continuously during his stay at Ocean Springs, and while he made good progress walking, he seemed to bystanders to do so with some difficulty, but the balmy climate of the resort seemed to benefit him greatly, and he appeared to improve daily while there. He was instructed by me to meander around and to get to the Montgomery cottage, providing, of course, if he could succeed in so doing without arousing any suspicion, and if he did succeed in getting inside the cottage, that he was to make a diagram of the place and surroundings, which Herbert could do nicely, as he was a good draughtsman. He succeeded admirably. He formed the acquaintance of number 1, whom he met at the post office on the second day after his arrival.
He also met him again the following day at the same place, when number 1 gave him an invitation to come over to the cottage and take a sail on the bay, as he, number 1, had a very nice sailing yacht, which he kept anchored in front of the cottage. Herbert accepted the invitation and visited the cottage the following day, when number 1 introduced him to his wife, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law, who happened to be at the cottage making a visit. He belonged in Tennessee. Herbert was also introduced to a young woman about 30 years of age who was rather good-looking, a brunette, and of medium size. This woman was introduced to him under an assumed name, as we learned within a few days thereafter that she was really the wife of the missing agent. Herbert was invited to luncheon at the cottage and took a short sail with number 1, number 1's wife, and the brunette lady before mentioned. The yacht was a schooner rigged of about 20 tons burden and was skillfully manned by a man about 35 years of age, black curly hair, a little bald, about 5 feet 5 or 6 inches in height, weighing probably 130 or 35 pounds, dark complexioned and inclined to be slender, hollow-cheeked, and had somewhat of a consumptive appearance. Herbert was not introduced to this man by his host, but thought nothing of the matter, believing the sailing master, who was always in uniform, to be simply an employee of number 1. Herbert made a good diagram of the interior of the cottage, as well as the entrances and the grounds and outbuildings. After that, he made daily visits to the cottage, when the weather permitted, the occupants seeming to enjoy and encourage his visits. He had made arrangements with the livery stable for the services of an old but gentle horse and an old-fashioned buggy in which he drove around every day. Herbert forwarded the diagram to me, along with his daily reports, during my absence from Ocean Springs. All this time, I was busily engaged in procuring the necessary papers and making arrangements to effect the arrest of both number 1 and number 4, as upon receipt of Herbert's accurate description of the sailing master of the yacht, I had become satisfied that the sailing master was none other than number 4, the wanted agent. In due time, I procured the papers and proceeded to Canton, Mississippi, which was the county seat for Ocean Springs. I there found Sheriff Clark of that county. As sheriff, he was commanded in the requisition papers to render me, as agent for the state of Texas, all the assistance I needed in making the arrests. I found Sheriff Clark to be a fine, affable gentleman of the old school. He was an ex-Confederate captain, having served through the Civil War, had been elected sheriff of his county at the close of that conflict, and had succeeded himself in office up to the time of which I write. I requested the sheriff to go with me himself and furnish one of his deputies. We left Canton, which was about 20 miles north of Ocean Springs, about 10 o'clock at night, and arrived at a station 5 miles north of Springs an hour later, where we left the train, as we did not deem it safe to get off the train in Ocean Springs. I had been informed by Herbert, with whom I was in daily communication, that number 1's brother-in-law visited the depot at Ocean Springs at night so as to see everybody who got off the night trains at that station. He also stated that all passenger trains passing that station were seen by some person connected with the cottage. I omitted stating heretofore that both number 1 and number 4 were good telegraph operators, and Herbert, while inspecting the premises, had noticed 2 tiny copper wires running into the cottage and had followed them from the cottage to the Louisville-Nashville Railroad, and later discovered that these wires were connected with the commercial wire of the Western Union Telegraph Company that ran between New Orleans and the north. He also found that they had a telegraph office fixed up in one of the rooms of the cottage where they could find out all that was passing over the wires of the Western Union Telegraph Company and take their ease. The peninsula upon which the cottage was situated was thickly covered with pine and cedar trees, and the wires were entirely hidden and could not have been discovered by any person unless one who was engaged, as Herbert was, so that these gentlemen could while away their time listening to what was going over the wires. After leaving the train, Sheriff Clark, his deputy, and myself leisurely walked down the tracks to within 1/4 of a mile of Ocean Springs, and then, making a detour around the station, we reached the peninsula south from Ocean Springs, at which point I had arranged to meet Herbert. It began raining the evening before we had left Canton, and continued to rain all night. It was in the month of February, and it was a cold and chilly rain. The night was inky dark. When we reached the peninsula, we were sheltered by the dense foliage of the trees, and we approached the cottage to within about 1,000 feet, and then decided to remain quietly among the trees until we could see daylight begin to appear in the east. At the first appearance of daylight, Herbert and myself reconnoitered, circling the cottage, he going one way and I the other, and we found that everyone was apparently asleep. Then we went back and reported to Sheriff Clark and his deputy. We surrounded the place, Herbert and the deputy covering the rear of the cottage, and the sheriff and myself going to the front door and rapping for admission, which was denied. After we had rapped for admission, we could hear the window shutters being pushed open, and the inmates peered out of the windows and discovered that the place was surrounded, or rather guarded on each side. Finally, Sheriff Clark told the occupants that unless they opened the door, that we would force it. After some parleying, the front door was opened. The door was double door, and only one half of it was opened, and very suddenly number one's brother-in-law, a very tall and slender individual, appeared in the open door with a double-barreled shotgun in his hands. But before he had time to raise the gun to a shooting position, he found himself covered with 2 double-barreled guns, one in the hands of the sheriff and the other in my hand. Upon being ordered to drop the gun, he did so promptly. The sheriff took possession of him, and I started down the wide hall which ran directly through the center of the cottage. As I was passing the second door from the front door, number 1 stepped out of the room into the hall with a pistol in his hand. I recognized him and promptly arrested him. I said to him, "Where is number 4?" He answered, "In the room across the hall." I went to the room indicated and rapped, but was refused admission. Then I forced the door and found number 4 standing in the middle of the room, partly dressed. After some trouble with number 4 and his wife, we took them all to Ocean Springs. We walked over there, a distance of about 2 miles. It was breakfast time when we reached there, and the rain had stopped. We went to the hotel and got something to eat, and the landlord learned for the first time the true nature of the surprise that I had in store for number 1. There was an early train to New Orleans, and Herbert and I took the 2 prisoners and left on this train for that city. I telegraphed ahead to have a carriage meet us outside of New Orleans, and we left the train a short distance from that city. Here we entered the carriage which conveyed us to the ferry boat at New Orleans. We took the ferry and went across to Algiers. Our object in doing this was that I wished to avoid newspaper notoriety. The newspaper men we were sure to meet in the main station at New Orleans had we gone there. At Algiers, we boarded a Southern Pacific train for Houston, Texas. In Houston, we took a Houston and Texas Central train, which took us through to Dallas, Texas. The prisoners were lodged in jail before the newspapers had mentioned the capture or arrest, for the reason that I knew that there were 2 others connected with the swindle who resided in Dallas and had not yet been arrested, who were not even suspected of having any connection with the swindle or any other crime by the people of Dallas. We arrived at Dallas at night with the prisoners. The following morning, the chief of police, Jim Arnold, and myself picked up and arrested the other 2 accomplices. These men were Hebrews. One of them had been a respectable and prominent cotton buyer up to his connection with the swindle. The other was an educated man and somewhat noted for having been mixed up in crooked dealings. He was a lawyer, but not practicing law for a livelihood. The reader should remember that number 1 was an ex-railroad agent and telegraph operator and had been employed as such up to about a year and a half before he became engaged in this cotton swindle. He had become thoroughly familiar with the railroad system of receiving and handling cotton. Number 2, who lived in Dallas, was also familiar with the buying and selling in value of cotton, as well as the customary way of obtaining cash from the banks on bills of lading for the same. Number 3 was the reputable cotton buyer or broker before mentioned in this story. He also lived in Dallas. The arrests at Dallas added greatly to the excitement which was caused by the incarceration of Number 4 and Number 1 the night before. The prisoners all waived preliminary hearings and were committed to jail in default of bail to await the action of the grand jury, which convened a month or 6 weeks later. In the meantime, 3 of the defendants succeeded in gaining bonds and were released from jail. My recollection now is that the bonds were fixed at $10,000 each. Number 3 was taken sick immediately after his arrest and continued to steadily grow worse until he died, which was about 2 months after he was arrested. Number 1 and Number 2, almost immediately after they had been released on bonds, fled the country, Number 1 going to Old Mexico, and Number 2 seeking refuge in London, Ontario, Canada. When the cases were called for trial in court at Dallas, Texas, Number 1 and Number 2 failed to appear, and their bonds were declared forfeited. Number 3, having died, his bond, of course, was not forfeited. Number 4, it appears, either did not try to procure bail, or if so, did not succeed, as he remained in jail. Meanwhile, I was employed in procuring duplicates of the bills of lading which had been issued and sold to the purchasers of the cotton, which caused me to visit the cities of Philadelphia, New York City, Providence, Rhode Island, and Fall River, Massachusetts. The procuring of these duplicates proved no easy task, but I finally obtained certified copies of all of them. These duplicates were to be used as evidence at the trial. I was at Dallas on the date set for the trial, and on learning of the absence of the defendants and that the court had postponed the trial of Number 4, he being the only one within the reach of the court, I at once reported the situation to the railroad officials at St. Louis, in reply to which I received instructions by wire from Vice President Hoxie of the Missouri Pacific to proceed at once to locate and arrest the fugitives and take them back to Dallas, and there to turn them over to the proper authorities so that they may be dealt with according to law. Upon receipt of these instructions, I detailed operatives Bailey and Herbert of my staff to locate and arrest Number 1, which they succeeded in doing after a lot of hard and good work. They arrested him at Gaimus, Old Mexico. This city is located on the Pacific coast. They brought their prisoner back to Dallas and lodged him in jail. I had assumed the task of locating Number 2. After considerable work, I discovered that he was in London, Canada, which is just 100 miles east of Detroit, Michigan. I visited London, where I saw Number 2 without being seen by him. He would have known me at sight, as it was I who had arrested him in Dallas. I found that he had surrounded himself with a number of sympathizing friends in London, many of whom were fugitives from justice from the United States, as he was. Many of them, he among them, had money and felt safe while on Canadian soil. The extradition treaty then in force between Great Britain and the United States was known as the Ashburton and Webster Treaty, and was passed, I believe, in 1844. This treaty only permitted the extradition of fugitives charged with one of 7 crimes: murder, felonious assault with intent to murder, arson, rape, forgery, uttering a forged paper, and perjury. After I had seen Number 2 in London, I communicated the facts by wire code to Mr. Hoxie, he giving my report to ex-Governor John C. Brown, the General Solicitor for the Gould system of railroads. His headquarters were in the same building with Mr. Hoxie's at St. Louis. Governor Brown was thoroughly conversant with this case and had a national reputation as a lawyer, and when told by Mr. Hoxie of the whereabouts of Number 2, he at once wired me by code to try my best to induce Number 2 to accompany me across the line of Canada into either Michigan or New York State. If I succeeded in getting him across the boundary line, I could hold him in either state until extradition papers could be secured from the governor of Texas. From the instructions Governor Brown had wired me, I was satisfied that the governor was not familiar with the statutes of Canada pertaining to extradition. If I had attempted to induce the fugitive across the Canada line for the purpose of arresting him without legal authority, I would be subjecting myself to prosecution for kidnapping. If convicted of that charge, under the Canadian statutes, I would have been sent to prison for a term of from 2 to 7 years.
Knowing that it was impossible for me to obey Governor Brown's instructions, I employed a young attorney, or barrister as they are called in Canada, whose name was McBride. And while he had been practicing law but a few years, he was recommended to me very highly for his ability and integrity. During my consultation with him, I explained to him fully that the bills of lading which had been used in the cotton swindle had been signed by the company's agent in blank and then turned over by the agent to number 2 in blocks. Number 2 had then filled out each blank for various numbers of bales of cotton, setting forth the number of bales and the weight of each bale in the regular way. Number 3, whom the reader will remember was the cotton buyer or broker before mentioned in this story. He also lived in Dallas. The men placed these bills of lading in various banks at Sherman, Dallas, and other Texas towns. He drew cash from the banks for the face value, less 10%, for the purpose heretofore stated. After explaining all this to Mr. McBride, I asked him what crime these men had committed under the statutes of Canada. He promptly answered, without even referring to the statutes, that under the Canadian law, they were all guilty of forgery and having uttered and published forged paper, including the company's agent who had signed each of these bills as agent. I said, supposing these men had fled from the United States and were found in Canada, could they be arrested and extradited back to the United States for trial? Yes, he said, they surely could, under the provisions of the Ashburton and Webster Treaty, which provides for the extradition of fugitives who are legally charged with the crime of forgery or of uttering and publishing forged paper. But I said, Mr. McBride, the company's agent signed these bills of lading. He replied, I understand from you that the agent had received no cotton. I answered, yes, he received no cotton. Then, Mr. McBride said, the agent signed the bills of lading for fraudulent purposes, and therefore his signature was unauthorized by the company who employed him, and under the Canadian law, he is a forger, while the other conspirators would be guilty of uttering and publishing forged paper. The penalty would be just as severe for the latter offense under the Canadian law.
I neglected to state that after I had located number 2 at London, Ontario, the railroad company's attorneys were informed by the judge who presided over the criminal court at Dallas, Texas, that in his opinion, the fraudulent bills of lading heretofore described were not perjuries, as they had been signed by the company's agent, and for this reason I presume Governor Brown instructed me as he did, he knowing that the fugitive, number 2, could not be extradited from Canada unless we could substantiate a charge for forgery against him. No doubt at the time Governor Brown believed the ruling of the Texas judge was correct, all of which I fully explained to Mr. McBride, to which he replied, "A Texas judge has no jurisdiction in Canada, and his opinion or construction of our law would amount to nothing here. And if you find any fugitive from the United States in Canada who has been connected with the swindle, you will have to identify them as being the right parties and then set forth the manner in which the swindle was enacted in the amount of money or property secured by the swindlers, and it does not make any difference what name the Texas statutes or the Texas judge gives the crime committed in the manner you have described to me. It would be forgery here. You must understand that you must comply with the requirements of the Canadian laws in order to extradite a fugitive from Canada. If you should find your fugitive here in London, you can, if you desire, go to any other county or city in the province of Ontario and make your complaint, have a warrant issued for the arrest of the fugitive, bring an officer from that county or city to serve the warrant, arrest him here, and take him immediately before the magistrate who issued the warrant and have the prisoner committed to jail for 2 weeks without bail. At the expiration of the 2 weeks, should you desire an additional 2 weeks, you can secure same by convincing the magistrate that you are unable to secure the presence of the necessary witness to substantiate the identity of the prisoner and his connection with the swindle. Our law will allow you these continuances. After the prisoner has had his preliminary hearing, if the testimony offered should be sufficient to satisfy the magistrate, he would then fix the bond at the amount of 4 times the amount involved in the swindle, which would be, in this case, nearly $500,000. After McBride had finished his foregoing advice to me, I thanked him and paid him his fee, which was only $10, and went to Chatham, Ontario. Chatham is the county seat, about 50 miles west of London and just halfway between London and Detroit, Michigan. I found the Queen's Counsel at Chatham, to whom I fully explained my case, whereupon he verified and approved the advice I had received from Mr. McBride of London. I at once filled the necessary complaint and procured a warrant for the arrest of number 2. The warrant was addressed and given to the Chief of Police of Chatham, who accompanied me back to London or pointed out the fugitive to him. We arrested him immediately and took him to Chatham, where he was locked up as a fugitive and his hearing set for 2 weeks later, in accordance with the Canadian law. The reader will remember that when I first located number 2 in London, he was surrounded by newly found friends there, a number of whom were fugitives like himself. For this reason, I felt it prudent to begin legal proceedings against him in a country where both he and I were strangers, and avoid the annoyance and trouble which his sympathizing fugitive friends were sure to cause. As soon as number 2 was safely lodged in jail, I wired Governor Brown at St. Louis, Missouri, stating that I had arrested and locked up number 2 on the charge of being a fugitive from the state of Texas, United States of America, that the hearing was set for 2 weeks later, and that while passing through St. Louis on my way to Texas, I would stop over long enough to report in person to him. In about 2 hours, I received his reply, which was a severe reprimand, and read as follows. Why did you disobey my instructions when you knew that I had instructed you as to what the Texas judge had decided, and therefore the fugitive could not be extradited from Canada under the existing treaty, nor in accordance with the act which provides for said treaty? Answer, signed John C. Brown, to which I answered as follows. Honorable John C. Brown, General Solicitor, Missouri Pacific Railroad Company, St. Louis, Missouri. I disregarded your instructions, finding them erroneous, and that you did not understand the law pertaining to this case, having also learned that a Texas judge's rulings are not considered in Canada, as I find that I can legally extradite the fugitive from Canada under the present law. Signed, Thomas Furlong. After sending the above message, I borrowed a copy of the revised statutes of Canada from the Crown Counsel, who would be called prosecuting attorney in the United States. He marked each section of the statutes which pertain to our case. I at once put the book in my grip and started for St. Louis, arriving the following morning. I immediately reported to Vice President Hoxie, whom I phoned in his office. After the usual greeting, Mr. Hoxie said to me, Tom, Governor Brown showed me a message that he had received from you yesterday. He appeared to be quite angry, to which I replied, I am here to explain my actions fully, and I wish you would kindly request Governor Brown to come to your office at his convenience, so that one explanation may serve both. My time is limited, as I must go to Texas and procure certain witnesses and return with them to Chatham, Ontario within 2 weeks, the time set for the hearing. Whereupon Mr. Hoxie sent for Governor Brown, who appeared in a few moments. After the usual salutation, I repeated the instructions I received from him. I then stated that I had found it impossible for me to have carried out the instructions in Canada without subjecting myself to prosecution and probably a sentence to the penitentiary, and I therefore concluded to do the next best thing, which was to employ a competent attorney who advised me as to my rights and how to proceed legally under the laws of that country. I then produced the copy of the statutes which I had borrowed from the Crown Counsel and directed Governor Brown's attention to the marked sections before mentioned, which he carefully read. After he had finished, I produced and read the telegram I had received from him, at the same time calling his attention to the question he had asked me to answer in his message. He then compared his message with the one he had received from me in dignified silence, and then, without a word, handed the 2 messages to Mr. Hoxie, near whose chair he was standing. Mr. Hoxie read them, and then looked up at the governor and said, Governor, what do you think of this matter? For answer, Governor Brown deliberately walked around a table to where I was sitting and extended his hand to me, and I arose and took it. He turned to Mr. Hoxie and said in a pleasant manner, "Furlong was right all the way through." Then, turning to me, he said, "Furlong, you ought to have been a lawyer. I was a little angry when I received your message yesterday, but I see it was all right, as you only answered the questions I had asked you." I left St. Louis for Dallas that night, and while there, I arranged with the Chief of Police, Jim Arnold, and other well-known citizens to accompany me to Chatham, Ontario, as witnesses in the case pending against Number 2. These witnesses had all known Number 2 for years and were familiar with his reputation as to truth and veracity, his business connections, etc. The witnesses and myself arrived in Chatham in time for the hearing of Number 2. The judge, after hearing the evidence, committed Number 2 to jail without bail to await extradition papers from the President of the United States and the Governor General of Canada. Number 2 was defended in the hearing by two noted barristers who had once appealed to a higher court. In due time, the appeal was argued and the action of the lower court sustained, whereupon Number 2's counsel had the case taken up in the Privy Court in Toronto. This court affirmed the action of the lower courts, and it being the highest tribunal in Canada, its decision was final, and Number 2 was committed without bail for extradition. I immediately left Toronto for Washington, D.C., having already received the necessary papers from the state of Texas. I presented these to the Department of Justice in Washington on the evening of my arrival there, and they were promptly approved and sent to President Cleveland for his signature. By the way, these papers were the first of their kind ever signed by President Cleveland, it being but 4 days after his inauguration for his first term as President of the United States. The papers were delivered to me, and I left for Chatham, Ontario for the purpose of taking Number 2 back to Dallas, Texas for trial, and bearing the commission of President Cleveland to do so. The following day, the train on which I was riding stopped 20 minutes at Canandaigua, New York for dinner. As I was eating my dinner, a messenger boy called out my name at the dining room door. I answered, and he handed me a telegram which was from the High Sheriff at Chatham and read as follows: "When my jailer went to the cell occupied by Number 2 at 12 o'clock today, he found him dead. Had apparently been dead an hour. Cause of death yet unknown, probably heart failure." I wired him that I would be in Chatham on the following morning. On my arrival there, a post-mortem autopsy was made of the body of Number 2, and it developed that he had committed suicide by taking laudanum. The sheriff and the jailer have never been able to satisfy themselves as to how Number 2 got possession of the poison. He had friends and relatives who lived in Jackson, Michigan, who called at Chatham and identified the body and took it to Jackson for burial. I then returned to Dallas, Texas, so as to be present at the trial of Number 1 and Number 4, they being the only two of the swindlers left for trial. When I had first arrested the swindlers and placed them in jail at Dallas, the prosecuting attorney called me to his office and told me that the defendants had employed a number of the most able attorneys at that bar to defend them. He said that he thought that the railroad company ought to permit him to select an attorney to assist him in the prosecution of the defendants. I told him that I had no doubt that the General Solicitor Brown would do so if he would make the request of him. He replied that as long as I was going direct to St. Louis, that I wished him to make the request for him, which I did. When I delivered his request to Governor Brown, he replied that Captain Tom Brown of Sherman, Texas, was the railroad company's attorney in that district, an able lawyer, and he would be glad to instruct him to assist the prosecuting attorney in any way he could, or he would furnish him any other of the company's attorneys in Texas should he believe their assistance necessary, and that he would take it up with the prosecuting attorney at Dallas and make all the necessary arrangements. I communicated these facts to the prosecuting attorney. Later, Governor Brown informed me that he, the prosecuting attorney, had selected a lawyer to assist him who was not in any way connected with a railroad service, and he had suggested that this assistant should be paid a fee of $5,000 or $6,000 by the railroad company for his services. Governor Brown further stated that the attorney selected for an assistant was not looked upon with favor by either himself or any of his assistants. Some of the assistants connected with the legal department of the railroad company under General Solicitor Brown refused to associate themselves with the cases if the man selected by the prosecuting attorney was connected with them in any way. His services were refused, and Captain Tom Brown went to Dallas for the purpose of assisting in the prosecution of the two remaining accused swindlers. I had turned the duplicate bills of lading over to Captain Brown, and on the morning of the trial of number 1 and number 4, he placed these papers in his overcoat pocket with other documentary evidence. He was a little late and hastened into the dining room, leaving his coat and hat on a rack in the corridor of the hotel. When he finished his breakfast and returned to his overcoat, he discovered the papers had been stolen. When the cases were called into court, the prosecuting attorney asked for a nulli prosecute be entered into the cases, thus letting 2 of the principals in the swindle go free. Thus ended the cotton swindle, the most gigantic swindle of this kind that had ever taken place in the United States, or I believe in any other country up to that time. Captain Tom Brown was later elected as a judge of the Supreme Branch of Texas and was always esteemed as an able jurist and a thorough gentleman. A remarkable case. Identification of a little girl from a description given of her father leads to the latter's arrest. Identification of criminals from descriptions is not always an easy task, for 2 reasons. First, there are but few men who can intelligently describe a person from memory. This is an art within itself. The second reason is it takes so little to change the general appearance of a man to such a degree that it is hard to pick him up from a mere description. That is, unless the man wanted has some peculiar feature or form that is very noticeable. The ordinary man, to change his general appearance, has to do but little. A change of shape or style of hat or clothing, the cutting off or growing of a mustache, or even a haircut or shave will often serve the purpose. I have never claimed to have what is today called a camera eye, but I did a piece of identification work while special agent of the Allegheny Valley Railroad in the early 70s, of which I have always been proud, for the reason that there has absolutely never been another case like it in the police annals of the entire country. During the spring 1874, a man giving the name of Joseph Chalfont applied to Mr. Thomas M. King, the division superintendent of the Allegheny Valley Railroad at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for the situation as locomotive engineer. This man, Chalfont, was a rather remarkable person. Appearing to be about 36 years of age, he stood more than 6 feet in height, with extremely long arms and legs. His complexion was dark and sallow, and his hair coarse and black. His neck was very long, with a noticeable Adam's apple. His cheekbones were high, and his nose straight and long. His eyes were beady and black, being set far back in his head and very close together. They were crowned with a bushy pair of eyebrows which met above the ridge of his nose. Then, to make the picture more complete, his forehead was low, giving his head a small bullet-like appearance. The reader can see that a description of this man, if given accurately and with any care, could be almost as good as a photograph. Chalfont presented a letter of recommendation from the master mechanic of the Lakeshore and Michigan Southern Railway at Buffalo, New York. The letter was very good and stated that Chalfont had been in the employ of that company for a couple of years and that he had left its service of his own accord because he hoped to benefit himself by a change of climate. Superintendent King was a close observer and a good judge of human nature. He was badly in need of men at the time, and being rather impressed with Chalfont's appearance and manner, he examined him as to the rules governing the movement of trains. He stood a fair examination and was engaged. It is usual for an engineer who has not been promoted on the road, or who comes from another road, to spend several weeks in riding on the engines back and forth over the portion of the road on which he is expected to run. In this way, a man could become familiar with all the grades, switches, side tracks, curves, signals, and so forth. Chalfont was given a copy of the company's rules and an order to learn the road. When he had done this, he was given freight engine number 42 to haul freight between South Oil City and Pittsburgh. One day he was given a train of empty oil tanks at Pittsburgh and started for South Oil City with them. He arrived there in due time and turned the cars in safely. The following evening, he was given a train of 45 full oil tanks with orders to take them to Pittsburgh. When he reached Sarah's Furnace, about half the distance to Pittsburgh, he received orders to run upon the sidetrack there and allow a northbound freight to pass him. He took the siding as he had been ordered, and in due time, the first section of the freight met and passed him there. The engine on this section carried 2 red lights, which is the warning to railroad men that another section is following the first one, and it has the same roadway privileges as the first one. It therefore became the duty of Chalfont to remain upon the siding until the second section had passed him. Instead of doing this, however, Chalfont pulled out on the main line and started for Pittsburgh. About 1.5 miles south of Sarah's Furnace, there is a curve known as Hard Scrabble Curve, which is one of the shortest and most dangerous curves on the road. Here, on this curve, Chalfont's train collided with the second section, which was going north. Both engines were about the same size and weight, so when they met, the force of 95 empty cars going north and 45 loaded cars going south caused the engines to rear up in front, crushing the machinery of both. The fire from the boilers immediately spread, and soon the oil tanks were a mass of flame. As the heat grew greater, the tanks exploded, scattering the blazing oil over the surface of the Organy River. The current was quite strong, and it carried the blazing oil downstream for miles, spreading destruction as it went. The heat from the oil changed the wreckage into a molten metal. Chalfon's fireman was crushed to death, as was his front brakeman. The same fate overtook the engineer, fireman, and brakeman of the northbound train. The bodies were cremated in the blazing oil. At this time, oil was worth from $7 to $8 a barrel. The amount of oil lost totals up to nearly $200,000 in value. The company's loss in property was not less than $500,000, besides being responsible for the loss of 5 lives. All this destruction was caused by the incompetency of Chalfont and the negligence of his conductor. Chalfont, luckily, or rather unluckily, escaped with his life by springing from his engine cab out upon the bluff side of the track. Here he climbed an almost perpendicular cliff about 400 feet high. The blaze from the oil had burned nearly all the clothing from his back and had singed the back of his head and neck into a blister. He escaped into the hills. The officers of the company at Pittsburgh were notified immediately by wire, and a wrecking train and crew was sent to the scene post-haste in charge of Superintendent King. They arrived at the wreck early the following morning. Here, Superintendent King learned what facts he could as to the cause of the wreck. He then wired me to come to the wreck on the first train. I was at Toil City at the time and left immediately, arriving at the wreck about noon. On my arrival, Mr. King walked a little distance down the track, out of earshot from the noise of the wrecking crew, and sat down on a log. He then told me what he had learned and as to the cause of the wreck. He also proceeded to describe Chalfont to me. He was so deliberate and careful in this description that it took him nearly an hour to do it. He had that rare faculty of being able to describe one person to another with accuracy. He then said, "Tom, do you think you could recognize this man from the description I have given you?" I answered, "Yes, I believe I could. The description you have given me reminds me very much of Morg Irwin, a passenger engineer on the road." At this, Mr. King, usually very quiet and sedate, grew very excited and clapped his hands as if in joy, exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that before? He looks like Morg Irwin." I then said, "No, Mr. King, he looks very much like Irwin, but not exactly like him. He is very much like him in some respects, though, being taller than Irwin. Chalfon's neck is longer and his Adam's apple is much larger, more prominent. His eyes are not so large and are set back further in his head than Irwin's. Chalfon's cheekbones are much higher, while his hair is more coarse and much like horsehair. In short, Irwin is a more refined man than Chalfont." To this, Mr. King replied, "Tom, I feel sure that you will be able to identify that man on sight, and I want you to get him at all hazards. Spare no time or trouble, but get him. Take him to Katanning, the county seat of Westmoreland Company, Pennsylvania, where this wreck occurred, and lodge him in jail." Mr. King then told me that I would find a letter of recommendation Chalfant had given him on file in his office at Pittsburgh. I took the first train for Pittsburgh, where I applied to Mr. Joe Reinhardt, Mr. King's chief clerk, who was later president of the great Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe system, and he turned the letter over to me. I then concluded to go to Buffalo and see the master mechanic of the Lake Shore, from whose office the latter purported to come. At Buffalo, I found the master mechanic and showed him Chalfant's letter. After reading the letter, he told me that the letterhead was genuine, but the letter itself, with stamp, seal, and signature, were forgeries. He had neither written the letter nor authorized it, but he identified Chalfant's handwriting. I learned that Chalfant had been a country school teacher earlier in his life, and that he received such small pay as such that he could not support his wife and children. He came to Buffalo, where he applied for work in the roundhouse of the Lake Shore shops there. He was given a position at wiping engines in the roundhouse. Here also his salary was too small to support his family and pay rent at the same time, so he was forced to move once a month to avoid paying rent. One day he got into the master mechanic's office and stole a part of a block of the official letterheads of the company. He then wrote himself a letter of recommendation, which he had shown to Mr. King, and when the chance offered, he stamped and sealed the letter after stealing the stamp one night from the office. About this time he became so lazy and indolent that he was reprimanded by the master mechanic. The master mechanic told me that he had discharged Chalfant previous to his going to Pittsburgh because of failure to pay his grocery bills and his rent. The grocers and landlords were garnishing his wages, and as the company did not tolerate such things, he was discharged. He also said that Chalfant's family was somewhere in Buffalo, but he did not know their whereabouts because they had moved so often. I thanked him for this information and then decided to see the superintendent of police. I called at the office of Superintendent Phillips and asked him to give me an officer who was more familiar with the haunts and dwellings of railroad men in Buffalo than I was. He gladly assented and assigned Detective Tony Collins to assist me. We started out by canvassing the grocers, butchers, a milkman in the neighborhood where the railroad men resided. During the forenoon, we found many who knew of Chalfant's family, but did not know where they were at present. About 3 p.m., as Collins and I were going down a side street called Hayward Street, I noticed a group of 6 or 8 children playing before a row of wooden cottages, or more properly, shacks. One little girl in a dirty blue dress attracted my attention because of the likeness she bore to Chalfant, according to my description of him. I also noticed a grocery on the corner below us. When we got to the grocery, I told the man with me, Detective Collins, to go back to the group and ask the little girl in the blue dress to deliver a package to his wife. He was to tell her that he lived in the large white house down the street. I then told him to return to the grocery with the girls so that I could get a chance to speak to her without exciting her. He returned in a few moments with the little girl, who looked uncommonly like a little Indian squaw, and who proved to be the living image of her father. While Collins was inside the store examining the vegetables, I said to the girl, "Why, hello, sis."
"Where is your Uncle Charlie now?" She smiled and said, "Oh, do you know Uncle Charlie?" I said, "Oh, sure, I know him well." She then said, "He's down in Pennsylvania, firing on a railroad." Uncle Charlie was Chalfant's brother-in-law and had gotten a position as fireman at the same time Chalfant got his job as engineer. I then said to her, "Is your father home now?" She looked up and said, "Yes, he got home a couple of days ago, but he's sick, and, oh, he said I mustn't tell anyone." I said, "That's all right, but tell me, which one of those houses do you live in?" She said, "We live in that middle one, with a bunch of rags stuffed in the window." I attracted Colin's attention and told him to send the girl away on some pretext. We then went up to the house the girl had pointed out. I sent Collins around to the back door, and I went to the front door and knocked. Mrs. Chalfant opened the door, and when I asked for Joe Chalfant, she attempted to slam the door in my face. I pushed the door open and entered the house. Seeing no one in the front room, I walked through it to the door of the back room. Here I saw Chalfant seated before a window with his head, a neck all swathed in bandages. As I entered the room, he said without moving, "Well, Mr. Furlong, you have got me."
I answered, "Yes, Joe, I'm sorry to say I have." This showed conclusively that I had been pointed out to him while he was on the road without my knowledge. Here I will state that up to the time I entered that room, I had never seen Joe Chalfant himself, nor a picture or photograph of him. He had seen me and had heard me speaking so that he knew my voice. I had suspected from the first that Chalfant might know me, so when I saw the little girl whom I believed was his daughter, I did not stop in front of the houses in which I supposed the children lived, but kept on to the grocery store. This is the only case of its kind on record in which an officer picked out a child from a group of children and recognized her from a description of her father, whom the officer had never seen. I arrested Chalfant and took him to Katanning, as Mr. King had ordered. I then went to Pittsburgh and reported, indeed to General Superintendent J.J. Lawrence. Meanwhile, it dawned upon me that I had done a rather commendable thing in arresting this man Chalfant, and I was expecting a little praise from the General Superintendent. Imagine my surprise upon being ushered into his office at his beginning to reprimand me for arresting Chalfant. He said, "Furlong, you have gotten this company into a lot of trouble by arresting this man." To this I replied, "Why, sir, Mr. King ordered me to get him at all hazards, and I simply carried out his orders." He then went on in a most bitter tone, "Well, you should not have done it. I think I shall be forced to discharge you for so doing. From your reports from Buffalo, I see that Chalfant was not an engineer and therefore an incompetent employee. That makes this company liable to damages for the lives lost and for all the property destroyed in that wreck. Don't you see what you have done?" I was angered at his words and said, "Colonel Lawrence, if you did not want that man arrested, Mr. King should not have ordered me to get him. I believe I am entitled to some little credit for the capture of this man, in view of the fact that the feat is so far unparalleled. So far as discharging me goes, that will be unnecessary, for I have already quit the service of a company which does not approve of my work." To this, Colonel Lawrence replied, "Furlong, I beg your pardon and want to compliment you on your good work on this and other cases, but when this case comes to trial, all the facts of Chalfant's incompetency will be laid bare, and it will cost us a lot of money." I then said, "Oh, I can fix that." "What can you suggest?" he asked me. "I will get some prominent lawyer to sign his bond. He will be released, and as the quarterly session is nearly 3 months away, it will be hard to find him in 3 months. Colonel Lawrence said, "See that that is done, and I will greatly appreciate it." A few days later, a prominent lawyer of Katanning signed a bond for Chalfant's appearance in court. He was released and at once set out for parts unknown. Of course, he did not appear for trial, and the bond was declared forfeited. Through professional courtesy, the bond was never collected. Chalfant was not heard from until the railroad strike at Pittsburgh in 1977, when he again appeared in Pittsburgh under an alias and got a job on the Panhandle Railway running a passenger engine on the McDonald accommodation. He got partly over the road on his first trip, and failing to get the proper amount of water in the boiler, the crown sheet blew out of the locomotive, scalding his fireman badly. He again took to the woods and disappeared, and to my knowledge has not been heard from since.
Review of a crime which ranks with the Los Angeles dynamiting case for heinousness. How confessions were obtained. What many of my friends who are familiar with the case in all of its details believe to have been my best piece of real detective work during my long career at the business was done on what is known as the Wyandotte wrecking case in 1886. While much has been written about this case, yet all the real facts have never appeared in print. The crime, which was the aftermath of the Knights of Labor strike on the Gould Southwest system that spring, occurred on the early morning of April 26th. Freight train number 38 on the Missouri Pacific was pulling slowly into Wyandotte, now Kansas City, Kansas, and on reaching a point near the North Depot on the banks of the Kaw River, the engine and several cars suddenly left the track, rolling down the embankment and some of them into the river. The fireman, Benjamin F. Horton, and the head brakeman, George Carlisle, who were on the engine, were pinioned beneath the wreckage and were dead when taken out. The engineer, J. H. Fowler, was severely injured, died within a few months from his injuries. The conductor, A. Spaulding, who was in the cupola of the caboose, was thrown from his seat to the floor and painfully bruised and badly shaken up. The rear brakeman, whose name I do not now remember, was the only one of the crew to escape by their death or injury.
The discovery, immediately after the wreck, of unmistakable evidence that it had been caused by wreckers and because of the prominence of the men who had lost their lives thereby, caused great sensation and much indignation. The dead fireman was a member of the Brotherhood of Railway Firemen, and the brakeman a member of the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen. All of the newspapers, not only of Kansas City but of the entire country, denounced the wreckers in no uncertain terms, as did all decent and law-abiding citizens. I will add right here that the facts brought to light at the trial of the men charged with this crime, more than to any other one thing, caused the disintegration or dissolution of the Knights of Labor. In other words, it was the beginning of the end of that once powerful organization. For the benefit of those readers who are not familiar with the history of this order, I will state that it had in 1886 something over 1 million members. It had a veritable mushroom growth. No class of people were ineligible to membership. All trades and professions, as well as races and tongues, provided they were males over 18 years of age and had the price of the initiation fee, usually $1, could join. The color line was not even drawn, as it is in most secret societies. Of course, some good, honest men were on its roster rolls, but it was dominated by a brazen gang of mountebanks, agitators, and crooked politicians and others seeking power and prominence. To gain a point, the officers of the organization would stop at nothing. If coercion failed in its purpose, the boycott and more harsher methods were substituted. In short, a veritable reign of terror existed throughout the Midwest. To illustrate their methods better, I will state that if a merchant or other person in business, through a slip of the tongue or otherwise, made even the slightest remark reflecting on the order or even one of its leaders, he was a marked man thereafter, his business ruined, and he, of course, driven from the country. Businessmen were often subjected to this treatment and worse for simply refusing to join the order. In many of the western cities, it was impossible for a man who did not join the order to be elected to office, however deserving or competent he might be. At the time the wreck occurred, I was very busy in St. Louis looking after cases that had grown out of the great strike on the Gould system, of which I was chief special agent. The strike, which had been over but about a month, was a long, bitter struggle, entailing much work on my department, and had resulted in a victory for the company. I could not get to Wyandotte to investigate the wreck until nearly a month had elapsed. In the meantime, the railroad company had offered $2,500 reward for the arrest and conviction of the guilty parties, and $1,000 for any information which would lead up to such conviction. After looking the ground over, I became satisfied that this diabolical crime had been committed by some member or members of the Knights of Labor, either out of revenge or to harass the company and divert traffic from the road. After satisfying myself on this point, I returned to St. Louis and requested Vice President Hoxie to withdraw the offer of a reward for the conviction of the criminals, as I was then, and am now, opposed to offering rewards in such cases. Mr. Hoxie was in bed sick at the time, but he issued the order as requested, and I promised him that I would personally go to work on the case. Few days later, while I was engaged in laying plans for working on a solution to the case, a bold attempt was made to wreck another train near Tompo, a short distance north of where the first wreck had occurred. A couple of guards were on this train, and these men and some of the crew who saw the wreckers gave chase and succeeded in arresting one of them. This man proved to be O.J. Lloyd, a member of the executive board of Knights Labor in charge of the late strike. Prior to the strike, he had been employed by the Missouri Pacific Company as a switchman and had been a very active member of the committee. At this time, my department was badly in need of a thoroughly trained criminal lawyer to prosecute the cases growing out of the big strike, and at my earnest solicitation, Marshall Left McDonald, former circuit attorney of St. Louis, one of the best criminal lawyers of his time, was retained by the company for the purposes named and given authority by Vice President Hoxie to employ all other counsel needed. Mr. McDonald, accordingly, employed ex-Judge Laughlin and Judge R.S. McDonald to assist him. Few days later, these three lawyers and myself met the Honorable Bailey P. Wagoner, General Attorney for the state of Kansas for the company, by appointment at Kansas City. We visited the scene of the crime. As we were on the bank, overlooking the place where the engine and cars had left the rails, I told the lawyers that I was satisfied that Lloyd, the man in jail for the Tompo affair, was also implicated in the Wyandotte crime, and that I proposed to get a confession from him. "How are you going to go about it, Tom?" asked Judge MacDonald. "I'm going to get it through a night of labor," I replied, and gave the gentleman a short outline of the plan I had evolved in my mind for getting the confession. After I finished, the lawyers all thought my scheme was a good one, but none of them thought it could be carried out. I will admit that because of the peculiar situation in Wyandotte County that time, I knew I would have to be very careful or my scheme would not work. The mayor, sheriff, jailer, and in fact all the city and county officials, even policemen and constables, excepting Judge Hindman of the Circuit Court, were members of the Knights of Labor and of the same local lodge as the prisoner, consequently very friendly disposed towards him. As everyone familiar with such organizations as the Knights of Labor knows, I would have had but little trouble to find a member among them who would betray the secrets of the order for a few paltry dollars, and thus enable me to obtain the information so desired from Lloyd. But I decided on another plan, as I never considered a man who would violate his obligation to be upright and honorable. In a word, in trusting such men, one is liable to receive what is known in slang parlance as the double cross.
Locked up in a safe in my office was a ritual and bylaws of the Knights of Labor and a book of instructions showing how to initiate new members, together with the annual and semi-annual passwords, in the hailing and distress signs and various signals used by the members of the order. So I decided to set up a little Knight of Labor factory of my own and make a member that I could trust with the work in hand. I had an operative in my employ at that time named George Fowle. He had for a long time been in the train service of different railroads of the country, and I selected him as the man to be trusted with securing the confession from Lloyd. I took Fowle into my private office, and after instructing him carefully as to how to carry out my plans, he was initiated into the mysteries of the order. We took our time and went through the initiatory work carefully, so that when Fowle left for Wyandotte the next day to play the part of Brother Alfred in the drama that I had staged for the town, he was as well posted on the secret work of the order as though he had just passed through the Grand Assembly, as the governing body of the order was called. On arriving at Wyandotte, Brother Alfred proceeded at once to the headquarters of the organization, where he made himself known as a special envoy and minister, plenipotentiary of the head assembly of the order at Scranton, Pennsylvania. His mission was to investigate the conditions as he found them in Wyandotte, so that the head officers at Scranton would know exactly what was going on in the West. He also hinted that the general master workman and Grand Treasurer Hayes had empowered him to use his own judgment about what was to be done in the case of Lloyd, who was in jail on the train wrecking charge. Brother Alfred also called on the sheriff, who was a Knight of Labor, and after giving him the grip, asked to be allowed to consult with Lloyd. The sheriff readily granted the request, and Brother Alfred was ushered into the jail, where he was closeted with Lloyd for more than an hour and a half. After introducing himself to Lloyd, Brother Alfred dispensed with all formalities and at once began a discussion of the charge against the prisoner. Of course, Mr. Powderly, Mr. Hayes, and the other head officers of the order and myself know that you are all right, Lloyd, and that you will not make a confession. But in cases of this kind, where there are so many on the job, someone will squeal when they are arrested, as they all will be. For the ghouls have a lot of detectives on the case, headed by Tom Furlong, and it is only a question of time until they are all run down. Furlong, as you know, is not only a great detective, but he is also very unscrupulous and will not stop at anything to secure a conviction in these cases. Now the order at this time cannot afford to have this crime laid at its door. If one of the men implicated in it would confess, which some of them would be sure to do, as I stated before, it would be a great blow to the order and cast an odium over it that would take years to eradicate. Another thing, the men charged with this crime could not get a fair trial here at this time, as the people here are very sore, as are the members of the Brotherhood of Firemen and Brotherhood of Trainmen, of which orders the two men killed in the wreck were members. I have therefore evolved a scheme to outwit these capitalistic bloodhounds and thus save the order. I have a lawyer over in the city from headquarters, Brother Thomas, who will get you out of here on bond,
and I will take you east and get you a job on a railroad where Furlong cannot find you, and we'll do the same thing with the other men who were with you." "That is true about some of the gang squealing," replied Lloyd. "We have been afraid of at least 2 of them giving the snap away, and I know they will do it if they ever fall into the clutches of Furlong and his hirelings." Lloyd further expressed himself as being delighted with the scheme, and within a few hours he was released from jail and taken by Brother Alfred in a circuitous route from Kansas City to Independence, Missouri, where the 2 boarded a train for St. Louis. I had been informed of their movements by wire and had one of my operatives meet them at the Union Station and escort them to the room of another operative in my employ at 17th and Pine Street. That evening, Marshall left me, and myself and a stenographer called at the room, and I was introduced to Lloyd as the headquarters attorney, Thomas. I corroborated all that Brother Alfred had told Lloyd and AK'd the scheme to get all of these men and the job out of the country, and promised to do all I could to further this game. Lloyd then gave us the names of his partners in the crime. They were George Hamilton, Mike Leary, Robert Gears, Fred Newport, and William Vasson, all prominent and active members of the local executive board of the Knights of Labor. The next morning, Lloyd, in charge of operatives Bonnell, McCabe, and 2 guards, and myself, boarded a special car at Union Station, and it was attached to a westbound passenger train number 1. Of course, Lloyd did not know he was in charge of officers. At Independence, the special car was placed on a siding, and I went on to Kansas City. The next morning, which was Sunday, a conference was held at the St. James Hotel between the attorneys for the Pacific Company and myself. It was late in the evening when the conference ended, after which I decided at once to arrest the men named by Lloyd as his partners in the Wyandapel crime. I proceeded to Wyandapel and procured the warrants. As the arrests had to be made quickly and all my experienced men in that vicinity were in Independence guarding the special train, I secured the services of Frank Tutt, who had been employed by me as a guard for the railroad during the strike, to go with the sheriff and myself to make the arrest. The first man arrested was George Hamilton, chairman of the executive committee in charge of the strike. We found him in Viceroy Park, Armdale, where he was acting as a special policeman. When I had pointed out Hamilton, I approached him saying, "I want you, officer." "For what?" asked Hamilton. "Murder," I replied. Had Hamilton been cracked on the head with his own club, he would not have been more surprised. Before he could recover, the club was taken from his hand and his pistol from his pocket and his big star over his palpitating heart. He made a feeble attempt to get indignant, but failed lamentably and broke down completely and wanted to confess. He was taken to jail and locked up. Then we got in the hack and were driven to Armdale, where we arrested Robert Gears after breaking through several doors. While arresting Gears, we came near getting our heads blown off by an irate roomer whose door we had broken open by mistake. After locking up Gears, we went across the river and stopped in front of a shack in the Bottoms, and entering it arrested Fred Newport and took him to jail, leaving his wife and 6 children in tears. We then visited Kansas City and arrested Mike Leary. He was locked up at about 4:30 a.m. There was one man missing yet, William Vasson. We experienced considerable trouble in locating him. He had left his home to go to work for Wood Brothers, the Kansas City ice dealers, where he was employed as a driver to deliver ice. We obtained a list of his customers and finally overtook him near the Kansas City Union Depot at about 7 o'clock. He broke down at once and wanted to confess. After a good breakfast, I took him to the St. James Hotel in Kansas City and into the presence of the attorneys for the company. The prisoner broke into tears as soon as we entered the room and made a piteous appeal to the gentleman to see that the wants of his sick wife and children were attended to. "I've never been arrested before, and I was led into this. I went into it at the point of a pistol," he said, crying bitterly. "Damn the Knights of Labor," he continued, and expressed the intention of making a clean breast of the whole affair. "You have to make no confession if you don't want to," he was told, by both the lawyers and myself. "I've been weighed down too long. I want to tell all about it. I will suffer, I guess, but I deserve it." Then he made a full confession, giving the most minute details of the terrible crime. Was the intention of the gang, according to the confession, to wreck a passenger train?
The tools with which the spikes were pulled and the fish plates were moved were stolen from a tool house of the company located between the depot and the scene of the wreck. Gears and Newport also made confessions, and all these men took the stand at the trial of the defendants when they were arraigned the following January. The testimony of these men was corroborated in every detail, but the jury failed to reach a verdict, standing 7-5 for acquittal. The Knights of Labor representatives through the court officers, who were all, excepting Judge Hindman, members of the order, had succeeded in getting several of its members on the jury. The Knights of Labor employed the best attorneys in the West to defend the men. In fact, the officers of the order spent money very freely to bring about the desired end. After the mistrial, the attorneys for the defense made application for a change of venue, and the case was sent to Olathe. The officers of the Knights of Labor immediately sent a swarm of organizers into Olathe and Johnson County, and through coercion and other mysterious methods, succeeded in getting almost every male citizen of the county into the order.
The second trial resulted in another farce, the jury again being packed with Knights of Labor. About this time, there was a change of management in the legal department of the road, and the cases were all nillied at the request of the company. Even the 3 men who had made confessions were turned loose. Peculiar conditions existed in the West at that time. The laboring men knew nothing about the real benefits of unionism. They had been herded into the Knights of Labor like sheep into a pen, who were educated by those who led them into believing that any kind of crime was all right when committed during a strike, or against a firm or company against which there was a grievance, and the latter were often, as in the case of the big strike on the Gould system, proved to be imaginary. I and my men were only interested in the strike insofar as it was our duty to see that no acts of violence were committed, in short, to protect the company's property from vandals and thieves. The rank and file of the order were led to believe by their leaders, however, that we were a lot of crooks who regarded a man's liberty and life lightly and would violate any of the laws on the statute books to secure a conviction in any case we were called into. And, strange to say, there are some men who believe this to be true, even to this day. I want to say right here that this crime was one of the most diabolical and fiendish crimes of the century. Had it not been for a mere accident, a loaded passenger train would have been wrecked instead of the freight. But luckily, the passenger was late, and the freight was given orders at Leavenworth to proceed into Wyandotte on the passenger train's time, with the disastrous results told in the preceding portions of this narrative. The officers of the Knights of Labor knew these men were guilty, for 3 of them had gone on the witness stand and testified to the facts, while Lloyd, one of the leaders, had furnished evidence to corroborate them. The investigation at the next Grand Assembly of the Knights of Labor, at the insistence of a few good men in the order as to how much money had been spent in defense of these men, revealed a big scandal within the order. While it was true that a great deal of money had been expended, yet it was learned that the sum was not more than 1/4 the amount claimed by the officers in charge of this fund. The amount of money expended from me for the company in working up the case was very small, as all the men who did any work on the case were employed by the month on a regular salary and expenses. In fact, there were not cents expended in this case when dollars were expended in running down the dynamiters who blew up the Los Angeles Times, the latter crime being the only one which has occurred within my time that could at all compare with the Wyandotte Wrecking case for cold-blooded fiendishness. It is also the only case in which the big rolls of money were expended by labor organizations knowing that the men were guilty. Because of my work in this case, I incurred the lasting enmity of all the heads of the Knights of Labor, from Terence W. Powderly, the Grand Master, on down the line. This was evident several years later. In 1889, I was tendered the position as Chief of the Secret Service Bureau of the Treasury Department in Washington by President Harrison. I was not overly anxious to accept the job, as the pay at that time was only $3,600 per year, and I had good business in St. Louis, as head of the agency which bears my name. But at the solicitation of friends, I agreed to accept the position. Somehow the fact that I was to be the new chief of the Secret Service had leaked out in Washington, and immediately the Knights of Labor tipped their hand, to use the slang phrase. The president had gone to Deer Park, Maryland, to recover from the fatigue caused by his inauguration and his first few months of service. Telegrams poured in on him from all points of the United States. They came from the east and the west, from the north and the south, and from towns I did not know were on the map. Some of these telegrams were long and others short, but all showed the vindictiveness of the members of the order towards me. After the president returned to Washington, he sent for me, and on my arrival at the White House, he told me of the protest. To offset these, I presented letters from ex-Governor Johnson and Major William Warner, chief counsel for the men I had arrested for the Wyandotte crime, which stated in terms that could not be misconstrued that I had done nothing but my duty in that case, in testifying further that I had been very respectful and magnanimous to the prisoners on trial. In short, that I had done nothing to secure a conviction that was entirely honorable. I want to say right here that you are all right, Furlong, and I'm going to appoint you as soon as this storm dies down a little, said the president. Of course, I was a little put out by the delay and told the president that if I accepted the place, my commission would have to be handed me no later than January 1st. After further assurance from the president that I would have my commission before the date mentioned, I returned home. A few days before January 1st, I was again called to Washington by the president. I visited the White House in company with the Honorable Richard Karnes. After a short discussion of the matter, the president told me to go over to the Treasury Department and get my commission. On my arrival there, I did not find the secretary, Mr. Wyndham, in, he being detained at home account of sickness. My presence in Washington revived the rumors that I was to be appointed, and these rumors also put the Knights of Labor to work again, with the result that the White House was again flooded with a lot of telegrams protesting against my appointment, and my commission was again held up. I then dropped the matter and returned to St. Louis. In conclusion, I wish to state that I assumed at the time all the responsibility for the manner in which the evidence in this case had been secured. The plan for obtaining the confession from Lloyd, which in reality was the beginning of the case against the men, was worked out by me. Fowle, or Brother Alfred as he was known, simply played or acted the part assigned him. True, he played the part fairly well and carried out my instructions to the letter. At the time of the arrests and on several occasions thereafter, a certain strike guard employed by the company succeeded in getting his name and picture in the papers of Kansas City as one of the chief unravelers of the mystery surrounding the crime, but he had absolutely nothing whatever to do with the capture of the criminals, beyond guarding them after the arrest had been made by Sheriff Ferguson and myself. The dopey hand at the papers was mere rot. There was also considerable said in the papers about the part a wig would play in the case prior to the trial, but all who were present at the trial will remember that the wig was not introduced in evidence. This wig was a pipe dream, to use a slang expression.
Desperate struggle on a bridge with a thief carrying a carboy filled with nitroglycerin. Narrow escape from death of prisoner and captor. Early in the 70s, while I was chief of police of Oil City, Pennsylvania, a long wooden-covered bridge spanned the Allegheny River at Oil City. This bridge was at least 1,500 feet in length and had a driveway through its center, wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other. This driveway was boarded up closely with siding, which separated it on either side from the footwalks, which were about 6 feet in width, with a high railing on the outside. There were lights at intervals along the footwalks, about 100 feet apart. The main structure of the bridge was about 40 feet above the river. The bridge connected Oil City and South Oil City, extending from the south end of Seneca Street in Oil City to South Oil City. South Oil City then, as it is now, was the principal resident portion of the city, while the north side of the river was, and is, the business portion. This bridge was a toll bridge, and there were night and day toll collectors stationed at the little house provided for their use at the north end of the bridge. Their duty was to collect the toll from all drivers of vehicles and 2 cents from each pedestrian who passed their window at the toll house. There lived in Oil City at the time a notorious character by the name of Tommy Griffith, whose face and form had become familiar to all residents of the town, also with the adjacent country. Griffith was a Welshman by birth, middle-aged, stout, and heavily built in stature, had a wife and a large family, and resided in South Oil City, at the time owning his own home, and was apparently fairly prosperous. He was a man addicted to drink and was known throughout the country as the Prince of Moonshiners. Moonshiners in the oil region were men who made a business of putting explosives, which were called torpedoes, into oil wells for the purpose of increasing the flow of oil. The oil-bearing rock, or crevices in the oil-bearing rock, which were usually found near the bottom of the oil wells, would get clogged with an accumulation of paraffin. After the well had been producing for a while, the inlet to the well would become clogged with this accumulation, when the owner of the well would resort to the torpedo. These torpedoes were composed of a tin can or case, which would hold from 1 to 4 quarts of nitroglycerin, which is a liquid that resembles lard oil very much, and is one of the most powerful explosives known, if not the most powerful. The cases or tin cans were round and nearly the size of the wells in diameter. The oil wells in those days were usually 4.5 or 5 inches in diameter. The cases were long enough to hold the quantity required for the explosion and were lowered from the top of the well by means of a copper wire, which was attached to the percussion cap at the proper depth in the well. Then a heavy weight, then a wire through its center would be sent down from the top over the wire and would strike the cap on the torpedo. This would cause the explosion and would shatter the oil-bearing rock and jar the paraffin, thereby making the opening by which the oil found its way into the well and increase the production wonderfully for a period, or until the opening became clogged again from the same cause. Then the same remedy would be applied, and for this reason the torpedo business was a very profitable business, as this nitroglycerin was sold at the rate of about $10 per quart. There was, at the time I'm writing of, a company known as the Roberts Torpedo Company, who had a monopoly of all explosives and torpedoes used in the wells for the purpose before mentioned. The Roberts Company owned and operated the factories at which nitroglycerin was made. They employed only men who were experts in the torpedo business, as the handling of torpedoes was very hazardous and dangerous, the nitroglycerin being treacherous and liable to explode at any time, either from concussion, friction, or heat. In fact, nitroglycerin is liable to explode spontaneously or without any apparent cause. So the most expert handlers of the stuff does really know when he can consider himself safe when near a quantity of it. The Roberts Company also had a number of what they call magazines, which were located in isolated spots all through the oil regions. These magazines were places for storing quantities of the nitroglycerin, and usually close to a producing district, so the operator in charge of said district could obtain a supply of it when he required it for use in his territory. The moonshiner made a practice of breaking into these magazines and stealing the explosives, which usually were placed in a square tin can, which held from 20 to 40 pounds. These heavy tin cans, or carboys, were called carboys and had a heavy wire handle attached to the top, with a short spout at one corner of the top of the carboy, from which the nitroglycerin could be poured. As I said before, it was like lard oil and about the same consistency. These moonshiners would steal 3 or 4 carboys at a time, concealing it in the mountains, and when they got an order from a producer for a torpedo, they would fill the order and put in the torpedo in proper shape, as they were as expert in the handling of this dangerous explosive as the Roberts Company's men were, as many of them were ex-employees of that company. Prejudice exists among the smaller producers against the Roberts Torpedo Company, as they complain that the Roberts Company were charging them extortionate prices for torpedoes. Therefore, the moonshiners were protected to an extent in their nefarious business. Upon the night of which I'm writing, it was after midnight when I left my office at City Hall on the north side and started for my home on the south side. I started on foot, and when I reached about the middle of the bridge before described, I heard footsteps coming towards me on the same footwalk that I was on. I looked up and saw and recognized the familiar form of Tommy Griffith, as he was passing a lake which was about 150 feet from me. He was coming directly towards me and was evidently intoxicated as he staggered from side to side of the footwalk. First, he would stagger against the enclosed side and then back to the outside railing. Every time he came in contact with the bridge, I could hear a slight thud. He was carrying a gunny sack on his shoulder containing a carboy of nitroglycerin, and I thought it would explode any moment as he was continually striking it against the sides of the bridge as he staggered. Then again he was liable to stumble and let it fall, which would have been fatal both to himself, me, and the bridge. I thought of all these things in a great deal shorter time than it has taken me to write about it. It was in the winter, and I was wearing rubber overshoes, and for this reason I made no noise in walking. After recognizing Griffith and his condition, I instantly turned and started back for the north side of the bridge. I'm satisfied I made a record-breaking sprint until I got safely to the toll house at the end of the bridge, where I hastily told Samuel Irvin, who was on duty as night toll collector. I insisted on Irvin remaining at his position as usual until Griffith arrived at the window, where I felt sure he would stop long enough to pay his toll. Irvin was sitting in a bay window with the slide in front of him, through which he could take the toll, and he could also see every person coming and going over the bridge. I hid myself around the angle of the bay window in such a manner that Griffith could not see me as he approached the toll window. And when he neared the window, he presented his toll with his right hand, while he was holding the end of the gunny sack with his left hand. This bag contained the carboy that was hanging over his back. I noiselessly approached him from behind, and seizing the gunny sack containing the carboy, jerked it away from him, while Irvin held on to his collar so firmly that he could not get away or interfere with me until I deposited the case of nitroglycerin on the ground, which of course did not take me very long. Then I grabbed Mr. Griffith, and he, being a husky, stout little fella and full of pluck and whiskey, made the struggle, but I quickly overpowered him and promptly conveyed him to the lockup. Then I returned to where I had deposited the nitroglycerin. I found Mr. Irvin standing on the railroad crossing, which was about 75 or 100 feet from the toll house. I was then obliged to carry the carboy of nitroglycerin on my shoulder to the nearest Roberts magazine, which was located in a ravine known as Sage Run and about 3 miles from the north end of the bridge. The carboy weighed about 40 pounds, and the walking was icy and slippery, and of course my progress was necessarily very slow. It was nearly daylight when I got home, and it is needless to say that I was very tired. We had been informed of the theft of more than a ton of nitroglycerin from a Roberts magazine, which occurred a few days prior to the night in question, and after daylight the following morning I visited the home of Griffith, which was situated in a good residence portion of a town and surrounded by a number of good homes and families. I found in the basement of Griffith's house the remainder of the ton of nitroglycerin, which was hidden under a stairway running from the kitchen of the house into the basement. At the time I entered the house, I found Griffith's children playing and running up and down these steps under which the explosive was standing in the original packages. There was nitroglycerin enough
under those stairs to have blown up the entire city. I was then compelled to procure a team and sleigh and do the driving myself, and to load the stuff into the sleigh and drive it to the magazine and there unload it. I could not induce any person to assist me, as I did not have time, being compelled to move the stuff immediately for the safety of not only Griffith's family but the whole neighborhood, and therefore could not wait to send word to Roberts Co. and have them send their own men who were accustomed to handling it. It was one of the most trying situations I ever found myself placed in. Griffith was tried in the court in due time and was sentenced for 7 years in the state penitentiary at Allegheny on the charge of grand larceny. Colonel Roberts, who at the time lived at Titusville, Pennsylvania, and was president of the Roberts Torpedo Company, sent me a check for $500 which I accepted. Griffith served out his sentence and returned to Oil City, where he was living at my last account of him, and was following his old vocation, that of moonshining, in a more moderate manner than yore. After standing off as sheriff and posse, the notorious bandit is taken single-handed. During the years of 1875-6, I was chief special agent of the Allegheny Valley Railroad. One morning, I was called to Brookville, Pennsylvania, to investigate the burglary of the company's office at that point during the preceding night. When arriving in the little town, I found the office of the company almost a wreck, the safe having been blown to pieces with dynamite or some other explosive, and its contents, including quite a sum of money and a number of Centennial Exposition and railroad tickets, were missing. After some hard work, I obtained a clue which led me to believe that the job had been done by the notorious Watts gang. This outlaw band, which originally consisted of 8 men, had long terrorized the good citizens of Jefferson, Clarion, Forest, and Elk counties, in much the same manner as had the James boys and their gang of cutthroats, the citizens of western Missouri. There was no crime too big or too little for them to commit, but they made a specialty of arson, murder, robbery, and safe-blowing. The organizer and leader was Wes Watts, who, before he adopted outlawry as a profession, had been a gun and locksmith in Brookville, and had the reputation of being a skilled mechanic. He was about 28 years of age, 5 feet 11 inches in height, and weighed in the neighborhood of 190 pounds. There had never been any question of his gameness, and he was known as the crack shot of that portion of Pennsylvania. He often gave exhibitions of his expertise in the handling of firearms. One of his favorite stunts was to shoot an apple from the head of his brother at a distance of 20 paces with either a gun or revolver. In reporting to Mr. David McCargo, the general superintendent of the road, a day or so later, that I was convinced that the Watts gang was responsible for the Brookville job, and venturing in the opinion that this gang will continue to prey upon the railroad at intervals until they were exterminated, whereupon Mr. McCargo said, "You are hereby instructed to bend every effort towards the suppression of this gang, and you will be relieved from all other duties until this has been accomplished." I at once took up the work. By visiting the Western Penitentiary at Allegheny City, where I found a former member of the Watts gang who had been convicted of horse stealing and was at that time serving a 10-year sentence for the same. This man's name was Lafayette Edwards, and he had been connected with the Watts gang for a number of years and was a member at the time of his arrest. He was about 35 years of age. He had a younger brother by the name of Horace Edwards, who had been connected with the gang until about a year previous to the arrest of Lafayette, when he grew tired of the life he had been leading, and as the gang was daily growing bolder in its depredations, he was afraid they would all be brought to justice sooner or later. So he disappeared, no one knowing his whereabouts in Brookville. When approaching Lafayette at the penitentiary, I told him who I was, that I had learned of both his and his brother's connection with the Watts gang, and that I desired to find Horace so that I might get the facts from him as to his knowledge of the crimes perpetrated by the gang while he was a member. Lafayette Edwards said he believed that his brother would tell all he knew, providing he would not be punished for the part he had taken while working with the gang. I explained to him that so long as Horace had severed his connection with the gang, that I had no doubt but that the prosecuting officers would use his testimony against the other members of the gang and nully prosecute all charges against him, which is a custom as a prosecuting attorney in criminal cases has the right, with the permission of the court, to annul proceedings against a criminal where he has been used as a state's witness. I also told him that if he would assist me in locating Horace, that I would do all that I could consistently with the proper officials to have the charges annulled against his brother. Finally, he told me that Horace was engaged as a farmhand at a point near Vermilion, Illinois. He said that Horace had joined the church and was living an honest and conscientious life. I went to Vermilion and located Horace as a farmhand under an alias and found that he had established a good reputation, joined the church, and was respected by all who knew him. In other words, he had made friends with everybody with whom he came in contact during his few-month stay in that neighborhood. This information I verified before approaching Horace. Finally, I called on him and told him who I was, that I was from Pennsylvania, and that I had seen his brother Lafayette, who was in the penitentiary in Allegheny City, who had given his address, and in fact, I told him the line of facts that I knew he would recognize as facts. I then proposed to him that he go back to Pennsylvania with me at my expense, promising that I would keep him quietly in a small town near Brookville, where he would not be known until I had apprehended the balance of the Watts gang, and that I would pay his expense back to Illinois, where he had so many friends and was favorably known, and that the people would not become aware of his identity after his return among them. In this connection, I wish to say that Horace had adopted his mother's maiden name. To this, Horace replied promptly that as he had become a church member, he would render all his assistance in power towards bringing his former companions to justice, and thereby preventing them from committing further depredations. I told the parties by whom he was employed that his presence was required as a witness in an important case in court in Pennsylvania, and that I had come after him and had no doubt but that he would return again in a few weeks. I took him back to Pennsylvania and rounded up the balance of the gang, with the exception of the leader, Wes Watts. I learned that he had last been heard from at Paducah, Kansas. This I learned through the assistance of a sister of Mrs. Watts, who was in correspondence with her. I went to Paducah and found Mrs. Watts. From my investigations, I had become so familiar with the depredations of the gang, the dates and places where they had been committed, that I decided to approach Mrs. Watts by representing myself as a friend of her husband and other members of the gang. At this, she became angry and excited, and told me that if she had a kettle of boiling water convenient, she would scald me, as she had no use for her husband or any of his friends. He had deserted her and her child and had run away with another man's wife. It was then my turn to sympathize with her, which I did to the best of my ability, and of course denounced Wes Watts in plain words for having deserted her wife and child in such a manner. Mrs. Watts, who, by the way, was really a good-natured woman and rather good-looking, of the blonde type, about 25 years of age, finally told me that her husband had taken this other woman and that she had heard a few days prior to my visit that he and Oliver Brooks had opened a gun and locksmith repair shop in Shawneetown, Illinois. She said Watts, this woman, and Oliver Brooks and the Brooks woman were living together, and they had their shingle out for gun and lock repair, but in reality were committing burglaries and thefts almost nightly in the vicinity of Shawneetown. I took a boat at Paducah to Shawneetown, which is on the Ojai River some 15 miles from Paducah. I arrived at Shawneetown, which was then a very small place, about 3 in the morning. The town is very low, the Ojai River being held out of the town by a high levee along its banks. After leaving the boat, I went over the levee to the only street in the town parallel to the river, and had no trouble in locating the gun shop by reason of the sign over the door. Directly opposite this shop was a general merchandise store with a large pile of empty dry goods boxes standing in front of it. I seated myself on one of these boxes. As it was not quite daylight when I found the place, and as I had had some sleep coming up on the boat, I was not sleepy. I could not go to a hotel at that time without arousing some comment, and therefore concluded I would wait in the vicinity of the gun shop and watch for developments.
I had been sitting on the box for perhaps 3/4 of an hour, and day was just beginning to break, when I noticed a little cloud of smoke coming out of the stovepipe which served as a chimney in the shanty in which the gun shop was located. A few minutes later, the door of the gun shop was open, and I could see from my perch on the box across the street that someone was sweeping. I could see the broom, but could not see who was operating it. I watched the broom for a few minutes, and then concluded I will go over to the shop and look in and see who was doing the sweeping. This shop was a 1-story frame shanty about 16 feet wide by perhaps 24 feet long. It was divided in the middle by a partition, making 2 rooms.
The front room, being the gun shop, contained a vice bench to the right of the front door, upon which were a lot of tools, such as fowls, wrenches, 1 or 2 old guns, and a couple of pistols. Diagonally across the shop and to the left was a door opening into the rear room, which was used as a living room. When I peered into the front room or gun shop, there was no one in the room, but the door leading into the rear room was open, and I rapped on the shop door. My knock was answered by a man who came from the rear door and had a broom in his hand. He was clad in blue overalls, a knit undershirt, and wore a pair of rubbers but no socks. I saw at a glance that it was Wes Watts himself. I had a very good description of him and had seen his brother, sister, and mother, and he resembled them very strongly. I noticed that he had nothing in the shape of arms on him except the broom. I decided then and there to arrest him. When he came from the rear room, I saluted him, saying, "Good morning," and he replied in the same. I then said, "Are you the gunsmith?" He said he was. I said, "I have a job for you. I have an old gun here, but I don't know whether you can do anything with it or not." In this connection, I wish to state that before I left my perch on the boxes across the street, I placed my revolver, which was a .41 Colt's, short barrel, double action, in my right-hand coat pocket. I also had a pair of automatic handcuffs, which I placed in my left-hand pocket. I was wearing a sack coat, and when Watts replied that he was the gunsmith, I took the revolver out of my right-hand pocket in an awkward manner, holding it about in the middle. He turned around in a leisurely manner and set the broom in the corner near the door, and while he was doing this, I placed my gun in working position, and as he turned, extending his hand, evidently for the purpose of taking and examining my pistol, I leveled it at his head and told him to throw up his hands. He hesitated for an instant, but I commanded him a second time, telling him to throw them up at once or I would blow his head off. He threw up his hands, and just at the time I commanded him the second time to throw up his hands, a man with a bushy head of red hair peered through the door leading into the rear room, but when he saw what was going on, he ducked back his head, as he was in direct range with my gun. I then commanded Watts to about face and step forward to the door, which he did, keeping his hands up. I was right behind him with my gun at the back of his head and told him to step down and out of the door. He obeyed. I then took my handcuffs out of my left-hand coat pocket and snapped them on his wrist while his hands were still above his head. I then told him he could drop his hands and marched him up the street to the hotel, which was but a few hundred feet from the shop. In the meantime, Watts did not utter a word, but merely complied with my commands. On our arrival at the hotel, I found the night clerk reporter in charge, but asleep in a chair in the office, and as we marched in, he awoke and appeared to be frightened at our intrusion. I told him that I was an officer and that Watts was my prisoner. I told him we were hungry and asked how soon we could get something to eat. He awakened the help, and in about half an hour breakfast was announced. All this time, Watts and I were sitting in the office gazing at each other, not a word having been spoken by either. And when we went into the dining room and sat down to the table, Watts looked at me and then at the handcuffs, as much to say, "Aren't you going to remove these handcuffs?" He did not speak, however. I shook my head, looked at the table and food, and then at Watts, as much to say, "There it is, you can eat it or leave it alone." I sat opposite him at the table, and he helped himself to some ham and managed to eat a pretty good breakfast with the handcuffs on. On arising from the table, it occurred to me for the first time that my prisoner was not very well dressed to make a long journey. I espied a large-sized, old-fashioned linen duster and a big-brimmed straw hat hanging on the wall of the hotel sitting room. After some dickering with the porter, I purchased them for 75 cents and put them on my prisoner. The addition of these garments made Watts look more like the leader of a rube band than the bold, bad man that he really was. At that time, there was a branch of the Wabash Railroad running into Shawneetown, and I had ascertained that there was a train leaving there shortly from McLeansboro and East St. Louis. We boarded the train at 6 o'clock a.m. and started for East St. Louis.
After we were on the train for half an hour or more, Watts, who was sitting in the seat with me and to the left next to the window, turned around facing me and said, "Who are you, and where are you taking me, and what have you arrested me for?" I replied that I was a deputy sheriff from Vermilion and that I had arrested him on suspicion of committing a burglary there a week before. He said, "Why, I was never in Vermilion in my life. You've made a big mistake." "I guess I'm not very mistaken," I replied. "Some of our citizens saw the burglars when they left the bank and have described you accurately. Of course, if they fail to identify you on your arrival at Vermilion, I'll apologize to you and then be obliged to pay your expenses back to Shawneetown." He then said, "Well, you say you're a deputy sheriff. Well, don't deputy sheriffs have to give bond for the careful performance of their duties?" I replied, "Yes, they have to give bond." "Well," he continued, "these people won't identify me, and I'll make your bondsman pay dearly for this outrage." "We'll see about this," I replied. "I can't be mistaken. I've been a deputy sheriff for the past 2 years, and I have arrested 2 house thieves, and they were convicted, so I cannot be mistaken." "Well, you are very badly mistaken now," he answered, and with this he stopped talking and seemed to be at ease, as he knew he could not be identified at Vermilion and felt sure that he would be released. In due time, we arrived in East St. Louis, and I explained to him that I did not care to proceed to Vermilion that night, as I had some little business to attend to in St. Louis, and therefore I proposed to come over to the city, remain overnight, and take the first train out in the morning to Vermilion. He seemed perfectly satisfied.
"Why, he wasn't sick at all. He was just afraid of me," said Watts. "He was afraid to meet me, for he knew if I saw him, I would kill him. I stood off Still and 17 of his men, all armed, in Brookville once. Those fellows are all afraid of me. So you came down here to get me yourself? Well, you haven't any papers for my arrest, have you?" "No," I said, "I haven't any papers. I have nothing but you." "Suppose I object to going any further with you," he remarked. "In that case," I replied, "I would simply have to have you locked up and wait until the papers arrive. They are all made out, therefore you can raise all the objections you like. I am a deputy sheriff, and I could have locked you up in Illinois, but I did not know what that red-headed fellow and your other associates in Shawneetown would do, and not wanting to be bothered with them, I decided to just bring you right along." Watts then said, "You saw that fellow with the red hair, did you?" "Yes," I answered. "Where did you see him?" "At the time I pointed my gun at your head, he peered in at the door leading into the back room, but when he saw the condition of things, he ducked back into the rear room," I told him. "Oh," Watts said, "he's a coward. If I ever get my eyes on him, I'll kill him on sight." Continuing, Watts said, "Did you notice when you told me to throw out my hands that I hesitated for a second?" I said, "Yes, I did." "Do you know what I thought of when I hesitated?" he asked. "No, I don't," I answered. "Why, I thought of just jumping for and taking that gun away from you." I said, "Why didn't you do it?" looking him straight in the eye. He replied with an oath, "I thought you'd shoot." "I guess you were right about that," I answered. He stopped talking for a few minutes and then began to cry. He became almost hysterical. We were riding in the smoking car when this conversation occurred, and his sobbing and crying attracted the attention of the passengers in the car, and it was really pitiful to see a strong, athletic-looking young man like Watt sob and cry like a child. He finally ceased and said, "Well, I am glad you got me. I've never had an hour's peace or rest since that night at Catholicsburg, Kentucky." "Why," he said, "what happened at Catholicsburg?" He answered, "Oliver Beach shot my father, James Watts, in our boat at Catholicsburg, and he and Brooks put the body into the Ohio River. He killed him with my gun. I knew they were going to do it, but it did not take any part in the killing. Now I'm going to tell you all about myself and my companions since I left Brookville." I told him that while I would be interested in hearing what he had to say, it would be used against him at his trial at Brookville, and that I would therefore prefer he would not tell me anything about his crimes until we got back to Brookville, and then if he felt like talking and making a confession, he could do so to the prosecuting attorney and the authorities there.
That my part in the matter would end upon my delivering him to the officers, and I would rather that he deferred talking until we arrived in that city. However, he insisted on telling me about the numerous crimes that he and his associates had committed while going down the Ohio River, about his capture at Paducah, Kentucky, his conviction, his pardon, and the conviction and pardon of 2 members of his gang from the penitentiary. He was especially proud of one piece of work done by the gang while making their home in a houseboat anchored on the Illinois side of the river opposite Paducah. Watts, Beach, and Alston rowed across the river to the Kentucky side in a 4-oared skiff. It was cold and freezing. They were looking for plunder and spied a large egg-shaped coal stove in the office of a coal company on the levee. This stove had been filled with coal and was red hot, and the fire had been banked for the night with ashes, and the gentleman, before named, broke open the door of the coal office, procured a wide, strong plank, run it under the red-hot stove, and took it to their houseboat, where they installed it without permitting the fire to go out, so that they thus succeeded in stealing and getting away with a red-hot stove, which was a verification of the old saying that there was nothing too hot or too heavy for them. In due time, we arrived at Brookville, where he insisted on making a full confession, which he did in the presence of prosecuting attorney Reed, Sheriff W.P. Steele, and myself. This confession, which was voluntarily made and sworn to before the clerk of the court, witnessed and attested to by Mr. Reed, Steele, and myself, is as follows. Confession of J.W. Watts. Left Brookville June 20, 1874 for Parker's Landing. Got a boat there and went down the river. My father, James Watts, traded a gun for the boat. We built a shanty on the boat as we proceeded down the river. The names of the parties on that boat were Charles Beach, Oliver Brooks, James Watts, J.W. Watts, Sarah M. Watts, and Murda Watts. There was no difficulty on the boat until we arrived at a point near Ironton, Ohio. We got a woman by the name of Fanny Rose on board the boat, and from there down to Maysville. There seemed to be some trouble between Oliver Brooks and James Watts, my father, above Fanny Rose, the girl above named. My father had been talking of turning state's evidence, and on Sunday, the 6th of September, 1874, he took an axe and cut a hole in the bottom of the boat. I remonstrated with him, and he was going to strike me with the axe. The water began filling the boat, which necessitated our landing. On the night of the 6th of September, 1874, Oliver Brooks shot James Watt, killing him almost instantly for threatening to turn state's evidence concerning what had been stolen during our trip down the river by the male portion of the gang on the boat. James Watts stole nothing himself. He only lived a few minutes after Brooks shot him. I was on another boat about 60 yards above the one James Watts was on. I knew that Oliver Brooks was going to shoot my father, and it made me very nervous. It made me sick, and I laid down. I got up and started down to tell my father when I heard a gunshot, but having an idea of what had occurred, I was very much frightened and was very weak from fear and did not go into the shanty on the boat where James Watts and Oliver Brooks were. During this Sunday afternoon, Oliver Brooks and James Watts had some difficulty, and Oliver told all of us except James Watts that he would shoot James Watts. Alston told Brooks that he would get my father to play a game of cards by a window in order that Brooks could slip around and shoot him from the bank of the river through the window, and he did shoot him. I'm here to tell the whole truth. I want to keep nothing back. My father stole nothing, but he did help conceal what the rest of us stole. After he was shot, and when I came up, either Brooks and Beach or Brooks and Alston were gathering up stones on the bank of the river and carrying them into the shanty on the boat where my father was, and I suppose they were taking them in to tie around his neck to sink him in the river, from what they said before the deed was committed. After they got everything fixed up, I heard them putting my father into a skiff and rowing out into the river, and I heard them throwing him overboard. They used 60 or 80 feet of half-inch rope to tie the stones to him, judging from the amount that was gone from the boat. Alston told me he had just dealt the cards and turned trump. The old man passed, and he, Alston, turned it down. My father said he would make it hearts, but turned and looked towards the window from where the shot came and then fell. Alston caught him to keep him from falling so hard. This is what Alston told me. After they took my father out into the river and threw him in, Oliver Brooks said he felt just as well as he did before he committed the deed, in better too. After this, there was no more conversation about it in my presence, as I would not listen to them nor permit them to talk to me about it. I did not go into the room where he was killed for 5 or 6 weeks. It was my rifle that he shot him with, and it was the best rifle I ever saw or used. But after Brooks used it to shoot my father, I never shot out of it or looked into the muzzle of it. But what I saw blood, or thought I saw blood in it. Other persons saw blood in the muzzle again after shooting it. I showed it to them without giving them any other information. There was an understanding and mutual agreement between us that we were never to say anything about the killing of James Watts. We pushed the boat off that evening after my father had been killed and thrown into the river, and went on downstream, following our usual avocation of stealing, etc., and we did not stop permanently until we got to Paducah, Kentucky. At Paducah, all the males in our party were arrested on the Illinois side by Marshal Geary of Paducah, Frank Farland, Wood Morrow, and Bill Green on a charge of grand larceny committed at Buddsville, Kentucky. We were tried, convicted, and sent to the penitentiary at Frankfort, Kentucky. I got 3 years, Oliver Brooks got 2 years and 9 months, Pete Alston got 1 year and 6 months, and Charlie Beach got 3 years. Brooks got pardoned through his wife on the 14th of May or June 1875, and I got pardoned on the 7th of July 1875, and M.P. Alston on the 10th of August 1875. Brooks and his wife got Beach pardoned. Brooks's wife, as I understood it, had illicit relations with the son of the governor of Kentucky, and through the influence of the son and his father, Beach was pardoned. My wife got Governor King to write to Governor Leslie, then acting governor of Kentucky, and through his intercession, I was pardoned. After Brooks was pardoned out, he stayed until Beach and I got out. As soon as I got out, I started for or back to Paducah, Kentucky, and left Brooks and Beach in Frankfort. I left there on the 7th day of July 1875 and have never seen any of them since. Alston, a short time after he got out of the penitentiary, went down the Kentucky River, broke into a store, and got shot in the back. He was sent back to the penitentiary for 5 years and is there at the present time. Up to the time I left Brookville, I was in the habit of going out with a gang composed of Dan Miller, Frank Watts, John Johnson, Frank Loader, Oliver Brooks, John Lyons and his father, and Charlie Beach. Frank Watts and myself went through Eshelman's grocery store at Dowlingville and at other places I cannot now remember. I make this confession of my own free will and without the expectation of any reward or thought of fear. I make it because this thing has been lying on my mind like a lead weight, and I concluded I would tell the whole thing just as it occurred. My wife and I had a conversation at one time in regard to the affair, and we thought of going to the officers and telling all about it, but for some reason we did not do it. This was when we were in Paducah. Made, signed, and sworn to in the presence of Thomas Furlong, detective of the Allegheny Valley Railroad Company, William P. Steele, Deputy Sheriff of Jefferson County, Pennsylvania, and John W. Reed, Attorney at Law, August 22, 1876. Watts made the above statement with a view to shielding himself as much as possible. He himself killed his father, and Mrs. Brooks so testified. He said it was not only Wes Watts's gun that killed Old Man Watts, but the gun was in the hands of Wes Watts. I, having been subpoenaed as a witness for the state against Wes Watts, arrived in Brookville on the morning set for his trial. The whole forenoon was consumed in selecting a jury. When the last juror had been selected, it was about 12 o'clock, and the court took a recess until 1 p.m. At that time, His Honor, Judge Sterrett, stated that the prisoner, Wes Watts, should be brought into court, where the testimony for the prosecution would begin. I went to the hotel, ate my dinner, and had returned to the sheriff's office in the courthouse a few minutes before 1 o'clock. While sitting there talking to Sheriff Steele, an old man entered the office, whom the sheriff familiarly greeted, calling him Uncle John in the following manner. "Hello, Uncle John. I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been?" Uncle John replied, "Quite well, but I'm getting old. Mommy wanted to get things in the store, and we drove in this morning from Beechwoods. I've been reading in my paper about Wes Watts, and it says that he is to be put on trial today. You know, Bill, I knew old Bill Watts, Wes's father, before Wes was born. I've been reading all about the boy and his gang, and he surely must be a very bad and desperate man. While I'm here in town, I'd like to get a look at him." To this, Sheriff Steele replied, "Court will convene at 1 o'clock, which will be only a few minutes now,
and I've been ordered by the judge to bring Wes into court at that time. If you will go up and sit in the courtroom, Uncle John, you'll have a good chance to see him when I take him in." Uncle John was a man more than 70 years of age, was a good citizen, and lived in the backwoods of Jefferson County all his life. He knew everybody in the county. His home was on a small farm about 18 miles from Brookville. He was a strong, hale man for his age and had a full, heavy white beard. He was an inveterate tobacco chewer and a typical backwoods farmer. At the close of his conversation with the sheriff, Uncle John walked to the door leading into the hall, but just before reaching the door, he suddenly turned and said, "Bill, I see in the paper that Wes Watts was captured down in Egypt by one man, and that man brought him back here all alone. The paper said that man would be at the trial here today. I'd very much like to see him too." The sheriff, pointing to me, said, "Uncle John, here's the man who captured Wes Watts and brought him back here." Whereupon Uncle John quietly walked across the room to where I was sitting, keeping his eye on me all the time till within a few feet of me when he said, "Young man, I wish you would stand up. I want to look at you." I stood up, and the old man walked about halfway around me, eyeing me from head to foot. Then he turned without saying a word and started for the door. Before leaving, he said, stroking his long beard with his left hand and pointing his right at me, "No, by Jove, it didn't take much of a man either." Then he left the room. Court convened at 1 o'clock, and everything appeared to be ready for the beginning of the trial.
The courtroom was packed with spectators as a Watts trial had aroused a great deal of interest, and people were attracted from local and neighboring counties to see the prisoner and witness his trial. The sheriff did not appear with his prisoner, however, and the judge sent an officer to notify him that the court was waiting. In a few minutes, the sheriff appeared, with his officer, but without the prisoner. He approached the judge's stand and informed him that he had been unable to induce the prisoner to leave his cell, and Watson said he would kill any person who attempted to take him into court. The jail was an old-fashioned stone jail, and the doors leading into the cells were only about 2½ feet wide and 4 feet high. Therefore, a person above 4 feet in height was obliged to stoop on entering and leaving the cell. They had old-fashioned wooden bedsteads in each cell, and Watts had torn his bedstead to pieces that morning and had taken off one of its legs, which was about 3 feet long and 4 inches square and of heavy hardwood. He was a powerfully strong man and had declared his intention of massacring any person attempting to enter his cell. He defied the sheriff or any of his officers to enter. After Judge Stemmard had listened to the sheriff's report, he summoned me to his chair and said, "Mr. Furlong, you arrested this man in Illinois and brought him back to Brookville. Now I deputize you to go to the jail and bring Wes Watts, the prisoner, to this bar as soon as possible." I left the court with the sheriff and went to the jail in the rear of the courthouse and directed the door of Watts's cell, where I found him standing in the center of his cell armed with the big club. I tried to persuade him to leave his cell and accompany me to the courthouse, but in vain. He was obstinate and declared he would kill me or anyone else who tried to enter that cell. I found the persuasion was unavailing and called the sheriff to one side, out of earshot, and said, "How long will it take you to heat a few gallons of water to a boil?" The sheriff said he thought there was a lot of boiling water in the jail kitchen as it was just about dinner. We went to the jail kitchen where we found a large amount of hot water on hand. We secured a tin wash boiler and put about 5 gallons of boiling water into it. I also obtained a large tin dipper with a long handle. We carried the boiler of water to the door of Watts's cell. I also armed a big burly deputy sheriff named Clover Smith with an axe handle, and as Smith was left-handed, I placed him at the right side of the cell door, while I placed the boiler of hot water on the left side. I then dipped up a dipper full of boiling water, about 2 quarts, and with a long handle I could reach any part of the cell with the hot water. I threw the first dipper full in Watts, which struck his breast and upper part of his body. As he was lightly clad and the water struck him squarely, he yelled like a mad lion. I threw 2 more dippers of scalding water at him in quick succession, each time the water striking him fairly, and after I had thrown the 3rd dipper, he made a lightning-like spring for the open door. As he was obliged to stoop so low that his head almost touched his knees, Smith, whom I had instructed, struck him with the axe handle on the head, felling him to the floor unconscious. Thereupon the sheriff, Smith, and myself picked him up and carried him into the courtroom and laid him on a table before the judge's stand.
There were a number of doctors present who applied restoratives and brought him to his senses in a few minutes. He was scalded slightly in spots on his neck and body, but otherwise uninjured except a good-sized lump on the back of his head where Smith had struck him. He showed no further signs of obstinacy and was perfectly easy to control and handle thereafter, until he was landed safely in the state prison at Allegheny. He pled guilty of having made a criminal assault on a schoolgirl of about 16 years of age. She was returning to her home from school between 4 and 5 o'clock in the evening, her home being on a mountain on the outskirts of Brookville. Watts met her in a lonely spot on the road and committed a violent and criminal assault. The girl knew him by sight. He left her by the wayside in an unconscious condition from which she partly recovered and managed to reach her home a few hours later. She told her parents what had happened and that Wes Watts was her assailant, whereupon the father immediately saddled a horse and rode rapidly to the sheriff's office and informed that officer of the crime. William P. Steele was sheriff at the time and immediately summoned a posse of 17 men. These men hastily armed themselves with rifles, shotguns, and pistols, and, headed by the sheriff, went to the home of the Wattses and surrounded the house, which stood on a country road in the outskirts of Brookville. After the house had been surrounded, the sheriff and one of his men went to the front door, where they rapped for admission. The door was opened by Wes's mother. The sheriff addressed her as follows: "Mrs. Watts, I have a warrant for Wes's arrest. I am satisfied that he is here and your house is surrounded. He had better give himself up peaceably at once." Mrs. Watts was about to reply, but before she had time to do so, the large bony hand of her son Wes was ruthlessly placed upon her shoulder and she was pulled back into the house, he taking her place in the doorway. He had a belt about his waist in which could be seen 2 Colt's Navy revolvers. He also had a Colt's Navy in each hand, and as he stepped into the doorway, he said, "Mother, you need not lie to shield me. I will take care of myself." And turning around, he addressed the sheriff thus: "Bill, I counted your men as they surrounded the house. There are 18 of you, and I want to say to you that I've got 24 shots right here," referring to the 4 6-shooters he was carrying. "I know all of you fellows, and Bill, you know as well as your men know that I never miss a mark that I shoot at. Now I'm going to leave this place at once, and I will not bother Brookville again unless you or any of your men attempt to stop me." Whereupon he extended his hands in front of him so as to brush Sheriff Steele and his assistant to one side, and suddenly sprang forward, ran to the gate in front of the house, and then across the road to where there was a high rail fence. He placed one hand on the top rail, vaulted over the fence, and disappeared into a patch of laurel brush and timber. In the meantime, the sheriff and his posse, or at least a portion of them who were inside of Watts, quietly stood and watched the proceedings without raising a gun or attempting to do so. It was after this escape that Weston and his father Brooks and the others made their notorious voyage down the Ohio River to Paducah. In conclusion, I will add that on the morning that I arrested Watts in Shawneetown, I had the remotest idea of either arresting or attempting to arrest him, as I was alone and in a strange state and had no papers authorizing me to make the arrest, as Sheriff Steele had retained the papers when he became ill at St. Louis. I knew that Watts had never seen me, therefore he could possibly know me or my business. But then the terrible reputation he bore in Pennsylvania would preclude the possibility of almost any sane man attempting to arrest him without what might be considered proper assistance. Knowing that he didn't know me, and having an irresistible desire to see this terrible criminal, as I had heard him called, I ventured into his shop merely to get a look at him, believing that I could give him a plausible excuse for my early visit. But when I saw him and that he was entirely unarmed, and that he really did not look to be as desperate or even as powerful a man as he had been described to be to me, I, being armed, instantly concluded I could never expect a more favorable opportunity to arrest him than right then and there. And as a matter of fact, I found myself carrying out this resolution really before the resolution had been fully formed in my mind. I saw before me the man who was much wanted by the Pennsylvania authorities and believed I could get him then and there, which I did.
A very slender clue fastens a robbery upon a bosom friend of the victim. The loot recovered. Early in 1872, while I was chief of police of Oil City, Pennsylvania, I was sitting in my office in the City Hall one morning talking to Colonel E.A. Kelly, who was at that time city controller. His office adjoined mine. The colonel was a jolly, good-natured gentleman, middle-aged, very portly, scholarly, and of military bearing. He had graduated of Annapolis Naval Academy and had spent a portion of his early life in the United States Navy. He had traveled a great deal and was generally well informed. He had formed a great liking to me and took an interest in the police department, and especially in the detection of criminals and the capture of them, and loved to talk with me during our leisure moments relative to that portion of my duties as chief of the department. We were thus engaged in a pleasant conversation when two young men, who were probably from 25 to 20 years of age, entered the office and inquired of the colonel for the chief of police. Colonel Kelly pointed to me, saying, "There is the chief," and arose to leave the office. I knew that there was no cause for his leaving at the moment, so asked him to remain, feeling that he would be interested in the young men's business with me. The spokesman of the two said me that his name was William Brewer, and that he was the superintendent of an oil company which was operating a large number of oil wells on the Blood Farm, which was located on Oil Creek, Venango County, Pennsylvania, and about 6 miles north of Oil City. He stated that his home was in the state of Ohio, near Cleveland, where he had bought a small farm for a home for his parents, who were getting old and who were now living on this farm. He said that she was earning a fairly good salary and that he had been saving his money so as to make the annual payment on the farm, as he had made the purchase on the installment plan. His next annual payment of $700, including the interest, would be due in about a week from that date. He had been laying his money away in a trunk, which he kept in his room in the boarding house. He stated that he had $900 in banknotes, which he kept in a large leather wallet, and which he placed in this trunk. He said that he kept the trunk locked, and on that morning he had occasion to unlock his trunk to take out some clothing, and to his dismay, discovered that the wallet and its contents were missing. In answer to my question, he stated that he had found the trunk locked and apparently intact. I believe I only asked him the one question. He did all the talking clearly and distinctly, had a good face, and his general manner impressed me very much. His companion, who looked near enough like him to be a brother, which in fact I had first judged him to be, had nothing to say. After listening attentively to his story, I was silent for a few moments, and finally asked him how long it would take him to go to his boarding house and bring his trunk to my office in exactly the same condition in which he had found it. He replied that as the roads were quite bad, he thought he could have the trunk in my office in about 4 hours. I then explained to him that as his boarding house was outside of my jurisdiction as chief of police, that I really would have no right to go there, but that I would be glad to aid him to the best of my ability, to which he replied that he would bring the trunk to my office as requested, and thanked me for my trouble. The boys then left the office, and I noticed that they had a horse and buggy in which they departed. While this conversation was going on between myself and Brewer, Colonel Kelly was sitting with his arms folded, intently interested, but silent. When they had gone, I returned to my office and sat down where the colonel was waiting for me. After I had seated myself and lighted a cigar, the colonel said to me, "Tom, why did you ask those boys to bring that trunk here to your office?" I unhesitatingly replied, "Colonel, I don't know." Right here, I want to assure the reader that my reply was absolutely the truth. I really had no idea at the time that I asked the young fellow to bring his trunk to my office why I did so. Other than that, I had seen, while in the company of other chiefs of police and detectives, that they, as a rule, invariably cast as much mystery as possible about their work when dealing with people outside of their departments. Neither did I feel at liberty to admit to these young men that I felt incapable of solving the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the money, all of which I explained to the colonel. He laughingly shook his head and said, "Tom, you are a detective, sure enough. You are not candid in this explanation that you have given to me, but I beg your pardon, as it is really presumptuous on my part to ask you such questions. However, I will just wait and watch the outcome, which I believe will be all right." I tried to answer the colonel that I had been candid with him, but it was in vain. In due time, during the afternoon of the same day, the boys returned to my office, carrying the trunk between them. Colonel Kelly was on hand, as he had evidently been watching for them and had seen them as they entered my office. I asked him to be seated and said to Brewer, "I wish that you would place this trunk in this room in as near the same position as it was in your room at the boarding house." Brewer said, "Our room is square and nearly the shape of this office, but not so large. There are 2 windows in the west side of our room. They are about 5 feet apart.
and he placed the trunk against the wall of the office between two windows, which were further apart than the windows in his room. After he had placed the trunk, I said to him, "Now, I want you to approach the trunk just as you did this morning when you missed your money. Unlock the trunk and go through the same actions that you did until you discovered the loss." He approached the trunk, got down on his right knee, and strapped the trunk, produced the key, unlocked it, turned the lid back against the wall, then removed the tray which covered the portion of the trunk below the lid. This trunk was a cheap one, covered with an imitation of leather, and was comparatively new. The trunk and tray were lined with a delicate blue paper. The tint was of such a color that it would easily soil. The tray had sides and ends which were perhaps 2 inches deep and slid down into the lower half of the trunk from the lid, where it rested upon 2 cleats at either end. It fitted the trunk snugly. There were 2 straps of light-colored tape, which were about 1 inch wide and were fastened with carpet tacks to the center of each end of the tray. These tapes acted as handles by which the tray could be lifted from the trunk. Brewer had to work for some time to get the tray up out of the trunk, for the reason that one of the tape straps had evidently been recently jerked from its fastenings. As stated before, these tapes had been fastened to the tray by means of 4 large-sized carpet tacks. When the one strap had been jerked off, the tack remained firm in the tray, but the heads of the tacks had been pulled off. This left a sharp point on one of the tacks, which protruded from the wood about 1/16 of an inch and like a needle point. While Brewer was trying to remove the tray, I was kneeling down at one end of the trunk and noticed the sharp point on the tack. I also noticed the mark of a thumb, which had been greasy and dirty, and which had been pressed over the tack as the light paper plainly showed. Meanwhile, the young man, who I suppose was the brother, was standing at the other end of the trunk opposite me. When I happened to look up just as he turned around towards me, with his hands by his side, I noticed that the thumb on his right hand, which was calloused and dirty, had been cut diagonally across, leaving the cut about 3/4 of an inch long and about 1/32 of an inch deep. The cut was fresh and was beginning to gape open, although not deep enough to bring blood. The hands of all men employed around oil wells become more or less saturated with oil and are rough and calloused. Generally, they present a dirty and greasy appearance. As the fellow turned and I got a glimpse of the cut in the thumb, I rose from beside the trunk, faced him, and instantly seized his right hand. I carefully examined the cut, then looked at the imprint on the end of the tray, and pointing to the stain said to him in a sharp, commanding tone, "Where is this man's money?" He began to cry and said, "If you will let me go, I will get the money." I asked him where the money was, and he said, "I hid it yesterday under the carpet in the hall at the boarding house." Meanwhile, Brewer had turned ashy pale and burst into tears, exclaiming, "My God, Chief, I am sorry to learn that he, above all other men, has taken my money. He knew all about it. He was the only person who knew that I kept the money where I did. We have been raised together. He was my schoolmate and is now my roommate. His father and mother live in Ohio and are our nearest neighbors. It would kill them to know that Jim would do a thing like this. His name is Jim Davis." I said to Davis, "Will you go with Brewer and get that money and turn it over to him intact?" He promised that he would do so, but he said, "Chief, I cannot get the money from its hiding place unobserved until after the people in the house have gone to bed tonight." "That will be all right," said Brewer. "I know Jim will do as he promises. Now, Chief, if you will not arrest him, I will gladly pay you anything that you may charge me, but please do not arrest him. I could not appear against him in court, for if I did so, it would kill his mother, and probably my mother too." I replied that I would make no charges for my services, and if he was satisfied, it did not matter to me. I said, "You may take charge of him, and if he does not turn the money over to you at once, I will take the matter up and have him punished according to all." The boys left with the trunk, and the next day Brewer called upon me and told me that Davies had turned all the money over to him and had then attempted to commit suicide. He had gone to a nearby drugstore and purchased a quantity of poison with suicidal intent. Suspecting that Davies had contemplated ending his life, Brewer had detailed a trusted and mutual friend to watch him, unbeknownst to Davies, who seized him and took the poison away from him before he could use it. Davies and Brewer were friends afterwards and became inseparable as they had been before that time. If the parents of either of them ever heard of the occurrence, I am not aware of it. After the boys had left, Colonel Kelly, who had taken in the entire proceedings in silence, came to me with moisture in his eyes and said, "Chief, you are a brick."
Glencoe is a small station on the Missouri Pacific Railway, 29 miles west of the city of St. Louis. An eastbound train, which carried both mail and passengers, was boarded on the night of February 21, 1910, by 2 men who climbed on the front end of what is known by railroad men as the blind baggage next to the tender of the engine.
These men were unobserved until the train had passed Glencoe station, when they climbed over the top of the tank to the engine and covered the engineer and fireman with drawn revolvers. They were both masked with handkerchiefs tied over the lower portion of their faces, which entirely concealed their features below the eyes. They wore slouch hats and were described by the engineer and fireman and other members of the train crew who saw them, one as a short, stout-built man with very black hair, the other as a tall, square-shouldered fellow with light brown hair, and apparently younger than his stout partner. The stout man was described as having handled and carried his revolver in his left hand, while his right hand was bandaged and appeared to have been injured. He also was reported as having acted as chief, and to have given all orders, and to have handled the locomotive as though he was as perfectly familiar with the work as an experienced locomotive engineer. These men compelled the engineer to bring the train to a full stop. They then made the engineer and fireman accompany them back to the rear end of the last mail car, when the engineer was forced to disconnect the two mail cars from the rest of the train. Then the engineer and fireman were marched back to the engine, and after all four men had again entered the cab, the short man took charge of the engine and pulled the express and two mail cars to a point about 3 miles east of where the rest of the train had been left with the crew. They stopped at this point on the main track and began rifling the sealed mail pouches on one of the mail cars, continuing this for several minutes, cutting open the sealed pouches and taking therefrom all the registered mail. They finally concluded that they were consuming too much time, as trains were liable to approach from the east. They therefore seized a number of large mail pouches filled with registered mail, and after instructing the engineer and fireman to back the engine to Glencoe and take up the rest of the train again, the men left the railroad on foot, each of them being loaded down with the registered mail pouches which they had taken from the car. They hid these mail bags in a stack of corn shucks in a cornfield near the bank of the Merrimack River. They had previously stolen a skiff or rowboat, which they had hidden in a clump of bushes on the bank of the river near the cornfield. They took this rowboat and made their way down to the Merrimack River a few miles, where they left the boat and made their way overland back to St. Louis. On the morning of February 22nd, I happened to be in New York City, and upon picking up a morning paper, I read the account of the train robbery and the description that had been given by the train crew of the robbers. I immediately telegraphed to the manager of my office in St. Louis to go and tell Mr. Dixon of St. Louis, post office inspector in charge of the District of Missouri, that I knew who the train robbers were and where they could be found. On my return the following Saturday, I found Mr. Dixon awaiting me. I told him that I was satisfied from the description of the robbers that Billy Lowe was the leader in the Glencoe train robbery. I told about having arrested Lowe 11 years before, having taken part with others in the Leeds Junction train robbery which had occurred on the Missouri Pacific Railway just east and south of Kansas City. He, with the others, had held up the train and had blown the express car to pieces with dynamite. I also told him that I had finally succeeded in obtaining from Lowe a complete confession as to the part he had taken in the Leeds robbery, and also the names of his associates in the crime. Lowe, having taken the witness stand and having promised that he would thereafter lead an honest life, the prosecuting attorney annulled the proceedings against him. But I knew he was a thorough railroad man. I knew that both Lowe and Epperling were in St. Louis prior to the Glencoe train robbery, and I immediately had placed a shadow on their movements. I at once became satisfied that Lowe was the man who handled the engine. He had visited my office the day preceding the Glencoe affair, and his right hand was bandaged by reason of boils that he had on his wrist just above the hand. A day or so after the robbery, a country merchant furnished the post office inspector with a clue which afterwards proved that I was right in suspecting Lowe and Epperling of that crime. This merchant had remitted a bill in the neighborhood of $100, keeping a memorandum of the size, series, and numbers of the bills. Within 24 hours of the distribution of these circulars, one of the bills, a $10 gold certificate, was presented at a Hot Springs National Bank by one of its lady depositors. One of her roomers, Mr. George Epperlink, had given it to her in exchange for a week's room rent. The following morning, accompanied by city officers and inspectors, I went to Lowe's office in the Granite Building. I pointed Lowe out to the city officers, who arrested him promptly. Epperling was arrested at Hot Springs and made a full confession as to how he and Lowe had robbed the train at Glencoe. Epperling and Lowe were tried in the April term of the federal court in St. Louis and were convicted, Lowe being sentenced to 43 years at Leavenworth, United States Penitentiary, and a fine of $3,000. Epperling was sentenced to 18 years. After arriving at the penitentiary, Epperling made a further confession in which he stated that he and W. Lowe had held up and robbed 11 trains at different points in the vicinity of Spokane in 1908 and 1909, proving conclusively that I was right when I wrote the officers of the roads named that I believed I knew who the parties were. The Great Northern and the Northern Pacific had offered rewards which aggregate, I understand, $20,000, but as I have always strictly adhered to a rule that I formed early in my career, never to work for or receive rewards, I did not claim the rewards offered by the two railroads. My reason for not accepting their rewards is fully explained in another portion of this book.
In this episode, Running Down the Revolutionists, a difficult piece of detective work performed for the Mexican government, sensational scenes attending the arrest of the leaders. Early in the 20th century, a movement which had for its object the overthrow of the Diaz government in Mexico crystallized. The revolutionists went about this work very quietly at the beginning, but later became more bold, and finally, the majority of the leaders in the movement were driven from that country. Headquarters were first established at Laredo, across the border, but afterwards at El Paso and at Tombstone, Arizona. As this was a violation of the neutrality laws at the instance of the Mexican government, the El Paso and Tombstone junta were broken up and its officers disappeared. When in a few months the Mexican government learned that the revolutionists had again gotten together and were once more flooding that country with inflammable literature, I was employed in 1907 by Enrique C. Criol, at that time governor of Chihuahua, to locate the new headquarters of the junta and find out what was going on. I soon went to work on the case and found that the new headquarters of the revolutionists had been established in St. Louis in the 900 block on North Channing Avenue. Ricardo Flores Magón was a president, Antonio I. Villarreal, vice president, and Labrado Rivera, secretary of the junta. I also learned that Ricardo Flores Magón was editing and publishing a scurrilous and inflammatory paper in St. Louis under a fictitious name. The paper was supposed to be published monthly and was called the Mexican Regeneration. Magón's staff consisted of his brother, Enrique Flores Magón, Antonio I. Villarreal, Labrado Rivera, and a number of lesser lights, among them Manuel Lopez, Manuel Sarabria, Tomaso Sarabria, and a number of women, two of whom were sisters of Villarreal. Villarreal's father, who was a very old man, sold newspapers on the streets of St. Louis for a living. Villarreal's sisters were named Andrea, the elder, and Teresa, the younger. Antonio de P. Arroyo used the following aliases: German Riesco, Alberto M. Ricarte, Joaquin P. Calvo, Louis F. Carlo, and A. G. Hernandez. Tomaso Sarabria was a protege, a sort of a man Friday for Antonio de P. Arroyo. Arroyo made his headquarters at Austin, Texas for quite a while, but finally established his permanent abode at McAllister, Oklahoma, and was a live wire. Villarreal's sisters lived in a basement with their old father for a while. Their place of residence was East Convent Street, St. Louis. It was a basement of a rickety old tenement house, and besides themselves and their father, there was a woman who represented herself to be the aunt of Ricardo Flores Magón and gave her name as Lopez. I never heard of her claiming any relationship with Enrique Flores Magón, who was Ricardo Flores Magón's brother. The old mother of Juan Sarabria and the wife and 2 children of Labrada Rivera also lived in the same place. Juan Sarabria was a cousin of Manuel and Tomaso Sarabria, who were brothers. The entire furnishings of this hovel could have been moved in 2 good wheelbarrow loads. The whole outfit was very poor and lived in what appeared to be abject poverty and filth. None of the members of the junta were in any way connected with the first families of Mexico. To write at the characteristics, ideas, habits, and practices of the members of the St. Louis junta, I have material enough to cover reams of foolscap, much of which would be uninteresting to the American people. I will therefore confine myself to the final locating of Magón, Villarreal, and Labrado Rivera, the originators and the ringleaders of the conspiracy, their arrest in Los Angeles, and their extradition to Tombstone, Arizona, after they had been in jail for nearly 2 years, during which time they exhausted all legal resources in attempting to avoid extradition to Arizona, where they stood charged with having violated the U.S. neutrality laws. A large sum of money was raised and contributed by sympathizing Mexicans who resided in and about Los Angeles, as well as by the different labor organizations to assist them in their defense. The laboring classes in California and throughout the United States sympathized with these so-called revolutionists, Magón and his party, as much as though they had been respectable, honors working people. If the Magóns or any of his followers mentioned heretofore ever did a noble or patriotic act in their lives, either in the United States or Mexico, I have never succeeded in learning of the fact, and from the information I obtained, I am satisfied that none of them ever attempted to earn a living by honest labor. I succeeded in locating Magón, Villarreal, and Labrado Rivera in a cabin in the western part of Los Angeles, where they were entire strangers, and their real identity was known to but 2 people in the city. Magón had made it a rule to never trust his fellow countrymen or anyone else. Many Mexicans in or near the city knew Magón was in or near the city and knew him as the leader of the Mexican rebellion, but did not know him personally, nor would he permit them to know him. There was a man there by the name of Modesto Diaz who knew Magón and his party was in the city and invited him in his sanctum always between midnight and daylight. Magón used this man's name, Modesto Diaz, as the editor of his paper in Los Angeles. There was also a married woman, Mexican, fairly good-looking, 38 or 40 years old, light-complexioned, and an admirer of Ricardo Flores Magón, and this admiration was reciprocated. She visited him occasionally, always at late hours. She and the man Diaz were the only persons in Los Angeles who knew Magón personally. They were also the only people in Los Angeles who knew him personally. After I had succeeded in locating the cabin where these men were living, I was fortunate in securing rooms just across the street, and from my window I was able to watch everything that went on in the retreat of the Magón party. I kept them under surveillance day and night for a month before making the arrests. They left in the daytime and did all the work at night, beginning as soon as it got dark and keeping up their work until daylight. I soon discovered that Villarreal was absent. He had been arrested by the U.S. authorities the year before at El Paso, Texas, and placed in jail where he remained for months and finally was put in charge of a deputy U.S. Marshal who started to escort him across the line as an undesirable citizen. But en route, he obtained permission from his guard to enter a telegraph office at El Paso, claiming that he wished to notify his sisters by telegraph that he was being deported. He left the officer standing at the front door of the telegraph place and passed through the place and escaped by the rear door, and thereby established a great reputation for himself among the lower classes of his fellow countrymen. The newspapers made a great sensation of the affair and referred to it as a hairbreadth and miraculous escape from the U.S. authorities. The facts are that his escape was from one deputy U.S. Marshal, a half-breed Mexican, who was almost immediately after Villarreal's escape dismissed from the service.
It was afterwards rumored around El Paso that the deputy had been bribed. For this reason, I decided not to arrest the others until Villarreal appeared on the scene. I felt sure that it would be a question of time when he would join his master Magone in Los Angeles, as it would be necessary for him to make his report to Magone on the mission that had been assigned to him in Arizona. Finally, on August 22nd, about midnight, Villarreal was seen to enter the cabin. As I satisfied myself as to his identity, I decided to make the arrest on the following day, August 23rd. We had discovered that the inmates of the cabin used large coal oil lamps, and as I expected, Magone and his companions would resist arrest. There was a chance that the lamps might be upset and explode. This would set fire to the place and thereby destroy papers and documentary proofs, and for this reason, I decided to make the arrest in daylight. On August 23rd, at 5 o'clock in the evening, we surrounded the cabin. I had with me 2 Los Angeles police officers and 2 of my own men. We found Villarreal and Magone asleep, and Rivera sitting in a chair, also in slumberland, although he was supposed to be on guard at the back door. Our appearance had been so quietly arranged that the parties were completely taken by surprise, and they didn't have time to reach their arms. They fought hard, however, and continued to struggle all the way from the cabin to the jail, a distance of at least 3 miles. A wagon happened to pass the place at the time, and I pressed it into service, and it kept us busy to keep the prisoners in the wagon as they struggled and fought the entire distance and kept up a continual quacking which reminded one of a flock of wild geese. By reason of the continual uproar created by the prisoners, it proved to be the most sensational arrest that had ever been made in Los Angeles up to that time.
A Dallas murder avenged. Prompt arrests and conviction of the murderer, and suicide of the instigator of the crime while awaiting trial. Early in the 1890s, I received a telegram from James Arnold, Chief of Police of Dallas, Texas, and Ben Cable, County Sheriff of Dallas, Texas, requesting me to come to Dallas immediately for consultation in a murder case. Knowing both gentlemen well, having done business with them before, I answered that I would start for Dallas the following day, which I did. I arrived in Dallas late on Wednesday evening. I found Chief Arnold and Sheriff Cable waiting for me at the depot. We went to my hotel immediately, where we could have a quiet conference. For obvious reasons, I will not give the true names of the principals connected with this dastardly crime, but will state the actual facts which led to the arrest and conviction of the murderer and to the suicide of the real principal. The chief and sheriff told me the nature of the case. They said that on Sunday night preceding, a prominent citizen of Dallas, whom I will call Temple, had boarded a heavily loaded electric car downtown in front of one of the principal churches for his home. The car had at least 40 or 50 passengers, most of whom were returning home from the evening services which Temple had attended. Temple lived on the outer edge of the city, in the better residence portion. When the car reached his home, he got off and started towards his front gate. There were a number of shade trees in front of his home. The street at this point was well lit by arc lights, one of which was suspended above the point where he had left the car. As he stepped from the street to the edge of the sidewalk, a colored man, who had been concealed behind a shade tree, sprang out and was seen by a number of passengers to strike Temple a powerful blow on the head with something like a baseball bat. After striking the blow, the Negro dropped his weapon and his hat and fled into an alley, disappearing in the darkness. The people who had witnessed the assault hastened to Temple, who lay unconscious on the sidewalk, picked him up, and carried him into his house. Doctors were summoned and found that Temple's head had been split from the crown to the level of his eyes. He was still breathing, but only lived a few moments, never regaining consciousness. The chief and the sheriff found that the weapon was a piece of 1.5-inch gas pipe, near 4 feet long. The blow was so powerful that it bent the pipe midway to almost an L shape. They also found the hat, a new, cheap, broad-brimmed black hat, and was unusually large size. It was too large for any ordinary-sized head, and indicated to me that it was probably too large for the wearer, and for that reason had fallen off with the first violent move the wearer had made. The witnesses described him as a young Negro, very black, about 5 feet 8 inches tall, well-built, and apparently well-dressed. They all agreed that he had the features of a white man, thin lips, straight nose, and regular features. In fact, a number believed him to be a white man who had blackened his face. I learned that Temple had a brother, a prominent physician who lived in Springfield, Illinois. The doctor was anxious to have his brother's assassin brought to justice. After making an appointment with Sheriff Cable, I retired. Next morning, we went over the ground. I noticed that this pipe was new and had been cut from the end of a long joint. It was evident to me that it had been cut to the proper length so that he, the assassin, could conceal it in carrying it to the place of the murder. I began my investigation. I found that Mr. Temple had been superintendent of a Sunday school. He was also in the wholesale lumber business, associated with 2 parties. One of them I will call Smith, and the other Perry. When the partnership had been formed, they agreed to take out a $10,000 life insurance policy on each other's life and to carry these policies on the company funds. At noon, on the second day after my arrival, it was raining. There was a fine-looking young woman coming across the street. I noticed that she was a colored girl, but about as white as myself. Her hair was kinky and of deep reddish color. She was tall, well-dressed, but had large brown freckles. Dr. Temple laid a hand on my shoulder. He said in an undertone, "What do you think of her?" I said, "She's a freak of nature." He answered, "Yes, she is a freak of nature. I noticed her yesterday in that building where my brother had his office. She appeared to be having an earnest conversation with the janitor." I decided that I would find out who she was. The sheriff said, "That girl is known as Liza Johnson. She's a good girl." I called on Miss Emma Johnson. I said, "I want to know something about your maid, Liza. I understand that she has been seen in an office building over on Commerce Street." Emma replied, "About a month ago, the Negroes here in Dallas had a picnic. She met a young Negro there. He was black as ink, though, but had good features like those of a white man. He had thin lips, small mouth, and straight nose." This was an exact description of the slayer of Mr. Temple. She continued, "He's acting as sort of a body servant to his master, who has an office in that building on Commerce Street." I asked, "What is his name? Was Mr. Perry's name?" "Yes," she answered, "that's it, John Perry. But John is not in town now. He left town last Monday. He told Liza he was going to San Antonio to attend the races. He writes her every day, though, and she got a letter from him this morning." I located a plumbing shop. The brother of the proprietor recognized the piece of pipe. He said he had cut it from a large joint for a Negro the Friday before the murder. I arranged for the boy to accompany me to San Antonio. We left Dallas that night. Arriving in San Antonio, the hotel clerk brought me a telegram from Sheriff Cable. It read, "Go to San Angelo, Texas at once." I took the first train. I learned that the Negro, John Perry, had left San Angelo with a ticket to Lampasas. We arrived in Lampasas about 8 a.m. Monday morning. It was court week. As we neared the post office, the boy from Dallas called my attention to a colored man wearing a light fedora hat with a blue serge suit. The boy pointed to him and said, "That's the nigger that I sold that piece of pipe to." John reached the window and received a letter. He walked round the corner,
took from it a couple of banknotes, and proceeded to read the letter. I suddenly threw a .41 caliber Colt revolver in his face, commanding him to throw up his hands. To my surprise, he suddenly plunged his hands inside the waist of his trousers and attempted to draw a 9-inch barrel .45 caliber Colt concealed under his vest. Before he could draw it, I seized his hand and his revolver. A man who was standing very close yelled, "Hey, hey, I'm the sheriff of this county, and I command peace." I replied, "Mr. Sheriff, take hold of this Negro. I am an officer from Dallas, and I have arrested him for murdering a white man there." I took from him the letter he had just received. It was from the white John Perry in Dallas. It said, "I enclose you $100, on receipt of which you must go quietly and at once to the city of Mexico. Detectives are on to us, and you must not let them catch you. It would be fatal." I instructed the sheriff to feed the prisoner, but not to allow him a knife. I had just gone into the dining room when a deputy sheriff rushed in. He said excitedly, "Come to the jail at once. That nigger of yours has cut his damn head nearly off." I found the prisoner lying on the iron floor with his throat cut almost from ear to ear. The old jailer evidently forgotten my instructions and gave the prisoner his pocket knife to remove a sliver from his finger. Perry began to feel better, and he told me that his young master, the white John Perry, had induced him to come to Dallas for the purpose of killing his partner, Mr. Temple. He said his master threatened to kill him unless he did so. I wrote a telegram to Sheriff Cable. It read, "Negro has cut his throat and is dying. Give this message to the newspapers and have them get out an extra at once." I wanted the white John Perry to think his accomplice was dead. The white John Perry read the account and at once left his office. On his way home, he stopped at every saloon en route. They numbered 13 in all, and he took a large drink at each place. 2 hours later, I sent a second message, "Negro doing well. Arrest John Perry on charge of complicity in Temple murder." The master, John Perry, was a prisoner in the jail when we arrived. He immediately attempted to kill himself by butting his head against the steel bars of his cell. He was innocent, he declared. About 5 days later, a young society woman sent him a luncheon.
Perry suddenly struck the cut glass plate on the steel floor. He picked up a large triangular-shaped piece of glass and plunged it into his throat. He twisted the glass, severing the jugular vein, causing his death in a few minutes. Thus ended the existence of the white John Perry. The colored man pleaded guilty and was sentenced to the state prison for life. I believe this to be the quickest time ever made in working up a case and capturing the guilty parties in a crime of this magnitude. I have never doubted that it was a case of remorse that caused the white John Perry to commit suicide, not humiliation. The toughest of tough towns, East St. Louis in the early 80s. How I helped to reform the municipality. A spectacular raid on Sure Thing Games and Big Mitt joints. Dodge City, Canvas, and Corinne, Utah have places in history for being tough towns in their infancy. But take it from me, Mr. Reader, that neither of these much-advertised burgs in their polliest days were in the running for toughness with East St. Louis during the early 80s. The average St. Louisian in those days was entirely different in his makeup from the denizens of the cities further west, especially if he was in politics, his nature being more bloodthirsty than the bandit, or tough cowboy, or buffalo skinner who made the first-named towns famous. It was a different sort of crookedness in East St. Louis. The little municipality was in the hands of crooks of the lowest degree. There was no crime to which they would not resort to gain a point of advantage over a rival. In other words, any crime was regarded as conventional, just so the man who committed it got the mazuma. The principal city offices were held by gamblers and sure-thing men. The city councilmen were nearly all saloon or dive keepers, while the police department was recognized as the grandest collection of thugs, crooks, and strong-armers that had ever been assembled together within the borders of one town. The fact that these alleged minions of the law were recognized as suspicious characters by the officers of other cities and were shadowed whenever found out of their own bailiwick seemed to be regarded as a good point in their favor by those responsible for their being, the mayor and board of aldermen. Any crook, big or little, if he had the price for protection, could ply his chosen profession on the main streets of the town, without molestation on the part of those sworn to enforce the law. A peterman, safe-blower, was held in higher esteem over there in those days than a priest, a porch climber regarded as an artist, and the Monty and confidence men placed in the same class as our college professors and clergymen in other cities, while the men who received the bribes were all looked upon as good fellows and smart, wide-awake businessmen. Neither were the merchants and tradesmen all straight in those days. It has been said of some of them that they would refuse to take money in exchange for their wares when there was any suspicion in their minds that the money had been earned honestly. Crooks of all classes congregated there because they knew they were safe from arrest. If they were broke on their arrival, after being chased out of another town, they knew there would be no trouble in getting some dive keeper or proprietor of a fence to go to the front for them at police headquarters and square things so they could go to work. It was everyday talk that aldermen had big mitt men and strong armors out working on percentage. As in all such places, gambling flourished, that is, gambling of the crooked kind. The whir of the roulette ball and the rattle of the dice in the bird cage could be heard on the street, when not drowned out by the voices of the cappers for the old army game, chuck-a-luck, or the paddle wheels or sweat-board. Nobody had a chance to win, however, except the operators of the games, as they were all crooked. Many of the merchants openly displayed in their shop windows the tools and devices used by the various professions. The bully could buy brass knucks with which to knock the block off of his adversary, the hood-up man a sandbag to stun his victim while he helped himself to his valuables. The card sharper could buy his strippers, bug, or harness, while the safe-blower could find any sort of jimmy or any quantity of soup he desired, or had the money to pay for. Then there were fences where a thief might dispose of anything of value he found on his excursions to the neighboring towns, which were not infrequent. The return of one of these marauding parties from a tour was always followed by an orgy at which wine flowed freely and the ill-gotten money tossed about with a lavish hand. East St. Louis was then a wide-open town, with the accent on the words wide and open. Finally, the good people of the town awoke to their responsibilities, as they always do in cases of this kind. Headed by an ex-mayor, John B. Bowman, editor of a newspaper, a fight was begun on the crooked officials. And it was a fight, a bitter one. A number of aldermen who had been under suspicion of being partially responsible for the bad state of affairs were beaten for re-election, and an attempt was made to get possession of the city funds in the city treasury, which was in the hands of Thomas J. Canty, gang city clerk, who had usurped the office of treasurer. After much delay, he having resorted to the courts to prevent him being ousted, he was finally ordered to turn over the funds to the treasurer on the morning of May 21st, 1884. The night before the date set for the transfer, the vault in the city hall in which Canty claimed to have kept the funds was robbed, an entrance having been made by digging a hole through the brick wall that enclosed the safe. A few months before the robbery, Mike Coleman, alias Charlie Clark, a noted peterman of that city, had come down to St. Louis from Jefferson City, where he had been doing time for a safe-blowing job in Monroe County, Missouri. I had known Coleman years and had been instrumental in settling him on more than one occasion. He called upon me at my office, which at that time was in the Allen Building, Broadway and Market Streets. "I'm through with crime, Mr. Furlong," he said, "and I have secured a good job with the Hamilton Brown Shoe Company as a cutter at a salary which will permit me to take care of my wife and child. And I want to know if you will allow me to live in St. Louis, that is, not tip me off to the St. Louis police, none of whom know me." I told him I was truly glad to hear of his reformation, and that I would not tell anyone of his presence here as long as he continued to work and behave himself. He seemed pleased to hear this, and told me he would not only live straight in the future, but would put me next to anyone he knew to be crooked should they attempt to do any work in St. Louis. He further voluntarily promised that he would report to me at my office every Saturday afternoon. I then introduced him to my chief clerk, Edward Dawson, and told him to report to Mr. Dawson in case I didn't happen to be in the office when he called. We shook hands, and he took his departure. He reported to the office every Saturday promptly for about 3 months, at which time I was called south on a train robbery case and was absent from St. Louis for several weeks. During my absence from the city, I was able to get the St. Louis papers once in a while. These papers were full of the accounts of the robberies. From the description in the papers of the way the work had been done, I was satisfied that Coleman was either doing the work or directing it. Nearly all of the places robbed had been entered from above. I knew this skylight stunt was Coleman's specialty. He never broke a door or forced a window to get to a box. His method was to reach a fire escape and make his way to the roof of a building. Then he would descend to the floor on which the safe was located, and after detecting and fixing a side or back door through which the getaway was to be made in case of an interruption on the part of a watchman or officer of the beat, would go to work.
I returned to St. Louis one night, and in discussing the robberies with Mr. Dawson, I learned that Coleman had not reported at the office during my absence. The next morning, I called on the foreman of the Hamilton Brown Shoe Company, by whom Coleman had been employed, and who was the only man in St. Louis besides Dawson and myself who knew the ex-convict's record. The foreman told me that Mike had left his position about a month before without making any explanation. He had simply drawn his week's wages and had failed to show up again. On learning these facts, I was more than ever convinced that Coleman had gone wrong again. I was very busy in my office that day looking after matters that had accumulated during my absence and did not leave for home until after 5:30 p.m. On my way to the car, I passed a doorway in which was standing a man whom I recognized as Pat Lawler, the best detective on the city force, and with whom I was on very friendly terms. On approaching Lawler, I found him to be asleep. After I had awakened him, he told me he and his partner and several other men in the department had been on continuous duty for over 36 hours, trying to get a line on the men who were blowing up the town, as he expressed it. He then told me that the men in the department were still at sea, having no clue as to who was doing the work. "I am going to bed and get some rest at any rate," said Lawler, "and I do not care what the Big Finger, Chief of Police, says about it." I then told Lawler I believed I knew who was doing the work, or at least directing it, and told him that if he and his partner would meet me at 12th and Olive Streets at 5:30 the next morning, I would help them find the man I suspected. After telling me that he and his partner would be at the rendezvous at the appointed time, Lawler and I parted company. Coleman, under the alias of Charlie Clark, was living at that time on the second floor of a house fronting on Biddle Street between 9th and 10th Street. I knew Coleman's wife, or the woman he claimed to be his wife. She had formerly been the wife of Tom Goslin, a noted crook who was at that time in the Missouri Penitentiary doing a 10-year stretch. Her first name was Annie,
and she had a son of about 6 or 7 years of age. Lawler and his partner were at the corner of 12th and Olive Streets promptly at 5:30 the next morning, according to appointment. I then told them all about Coleman, and we proceeded to the latter's flat. On reaching the head of the stairway, I knocked on the door. Mrs. Coleman, garbed only in a night-robe, came to the door and opened it a few inches. I stuck my foot in the door to keep her from closing it. "I want to see Charlie," I explained to her, after recognizing me, and permitting us to enter. "He's not here, Mr. Furlong," she replied, after recognizing me, and permitting us to enter. "I do not know where he is," she continued. Then she told me that Charlie had gone to drinking and quit his job about a week before, and she didn't know where he was or what he was doing. I knew she was not telling me the truth, as Charlie had quit his job at least a month previous, and never had been known to drink at all. In fact, he never had been known to drink to excess. While we were talking, I noticed a large-sized picture of Coleman hanging on the wall. This I told the officers to take and commanded her to dress. "What are you going to do, Mr. Furlong?" she asked. "I'm going to take you down to police headquarters for lying to me," I replied. Both she and her boy began to cry and make a scene, but she finally began dressing. While this was going on, I heard a slight noise in the front room. "Who is in there?" I asked, jumping to the door. "A couple of friends of Charlie's from Hanville," she replied. Lawler and I entered this room and found a couple of men in bed. After placing them under arrest, we recognized them as a couple of crooks, both of whom were heavily armed. Under the bed was a gunny sack, which, on investigation, we found to contain a safe-blowing outfit, including a sectional jimmy, a pair of come-alongs, tool used to pull the knob or ears of a safe, a new hammer, and other tools. These men evidently had returned to the room late, and being tired, threw the sack under the bed and went to sleep. Just as we were about to take our departure from the room with the prisoners, a mail carrier arrived with a letter for Mrs. Clark. I took charge of the letter and saw it had been mailed from Springfield, Missouri. I handed it to Clark, and she opened it and read its contents. The letter was from her husband, and stated he was in Springfield, and for her to answer it at once, as he was only going to remain in Springfield a couple of days, and he wanted to hear from her before leaving there. We then took our prisoners, including Mrs. Clark, to the 4 courts. Some small pictures of Clark were taken from the large one we had found in his home, and Chief of Detectives Burke, armed with one of the pictures, left at once to Springfield to try and effect his capture. In this, Burke was successful, as Clark appeared at the post office to get his mail and was recognized and placed under arrest. Clark was brought back to St. Louis. He would not talk to the St. Louis officers, although the latter used every art known to them to make the prisoner cough up. Clark told Chief of Police Harrigan he knew nothing that would do them good, but that he had some information that was very valuable for me, and asked that I be called. At that time the relations between the chief and myself were somewhat strained, to express it mildly, but the chief finally sent for me. "This thief has some information for you," said Harrigan to me on my arrival at his office. "I do not believe he's much of a thief either, as I know all the good ones," continued the chief. After shaking hands with Clark, he told me the city officers could not connect him with any of the jobs pulled off here, as he had nothing to do with them, but declined to talk further in the presence of the chief, we being in the chief's office at the time. As the chief did not seem inclined to let me interview Clark privately, I left and returned to my office. Later in the day, Clark employed a lawyer and sent him to me to tell me that if I would get him across the river, he would tell me all about that job, meaning the looting of the City Hall vault. I referred Clark's lawyer to prosecuting attorney Holder of St. Clair County, Illinois, and later the latter made a demand on the St. Louis police for the possession of Clark.
The St. Louis police, thinking that they might secure at least a part of the reward that had been offered for the apprehension of the men who committed the East St. Louis crime, took Clark over the river, where he was locked up. I then called on him, and he told me all about the vault reverie. According to his story, which was later verified by his 2 assistants, Clark was employed to do the job by Thomas A. Canty, acting city treasurer, to hide an alleged shortage in his account. The latter was, it was claimed, $60,000 short, having lost the money at poker. The money had to be turned over the next day, and Canty couldn't do it because he couldn't raise that amount. Clark was employed to do the job by Patrick Egan, who was at that time running a saloon in East St. Louis and was one of the city's aldermen. Egan was regarded as a friend of crooks of the higher class, such as con men, safe-blowers, and big mit men. Coleman claimed he was told by Canty that $10,000 would be left on the top of the safe, which was the amount he was to receive for doing the work. Coleman was also introduced to Lieutenant Duffy, acting night chief of police of the East St. Louis Department, who was to act as lookout while the work was being done. A box in which was supposed to be $10,000 was found on top of the safe, as had been promised by Canty. This box was taken by the 3 men to Duffy's home, and its contents poured out on the kitchen table. But instead of $10,000, there was only $3,000.
This money was divided equally among the 3 men, after which all went downtown again. It was then about 2:30 a.m. Duffy, not wishing to carry so much money around with him, placed his part in the safe of a saloon-keeper friend who was also an alderman. The lieutenant, in his testimony at the trial of the Cantys 2 years afterwards, declared that his $1,000 decreased to $700 during the night. In other words, someone had touched the roll for $300. I told prosecuting attorney Holder and the Citizens Committee about Coleman's confession and was employed to secure corroborating evidence, which was done. Egan and Duffy were arrested, convicted, and sentenced to 5 years each in the penitentiary. They appealed the case, but at the next term of court withdrew their appeals after a conference with prosecuting attorney Holder and entered pleas of guilty and received 2 years each. The Canty brothers were arrested, but notwithstanding the fact that Coleman, Duffy, and Egan testified for the state, and there was much corroborating evidence, the jury failed to agree, standing 7 for conviction to 5 for acquittal. At the time, it was alleged that money had been expended very freely to clear the brothers. Coleman was not prosecuted. He left the city for the West, and the next I heard of him, he was conducting a saloon on Geary Street, San Francisco. Later, he and Henry Schultz, another noted Peterman, formed an alliance and opened a half-dozen boxes in the country surrounding the Golden Gate metropolis. They were finally settled, for one of their jobs, by Captain Loss of Frisco. Later, Coleman was released, but was soon afterwards killed in Houston, Texas, while attempting to rob a bank. He was acting as lookout while his pals were at work on the vault. The first explosion attracted the attention of the police, who opened fire on Coleman, and his death was instantaneous. Thus, his long career of crime ended. Chief of Detectives Burke of the St. Louis Police Department afterwards claimed the reward for capturing the vault robbers, and I believe secured a part of the money, but he was really not entitled to it, as he had done none of the real work on the case. The next sensation in East St. Louis was the assassination of ex-mayor John B. Bowman, which occurred about 6:30 o'clock on the evening of November 20th, 1885. The assassin did his work well. It can be described in a sentence. A shot was fired, and the corpse of the leader of the reformers was found lying near the gate leading to his residence, alone with the secret. I was employed by the son of the dead man to try and unravel the mystery, being given complete charge of the case. I had known Bowman for years and was acquainted with his past life, which had been a very turbulent one. He had always been a fighter, one of the kind who never knew when they were whipped. He settled in East St. Louis in the latter part of the 60s and acquired a large amount of property. He was one of the few men who recognized the fact that East St. Louis would later become a great industrial center. Because of his large interests, he took an active part in municipal affairs, which of course brought him in contact with the politicians. Bowman knew all about politics, even what is called the practical side of the game, but he was a poor diplomat, one of the kind of men who always called a spade a spade. Consequently, he was often in trouble with those who opposed him or his plans. He was often deserted by men whom he had practically made politically because of his radical views on some question at issue. This was the beginning of a bitter war on the person so offending by Bowman. He never forgave a man who had deserted him or his cause. On taking charge of the case the day after the diabolical crime had been committed, I was not surprised to learn that several of the dead man's enemies were busy preparing alibis. Another thing that impressed me as a little peculiar was that the police department was making no effort to find the perpetrator of the crime. After considerable hard work by both myself and my men, I succeeded in finding a couple of parties who claimed that they had seen the fatal shot fired. They were Christian A. Schmidt and William Banks. These men were returning from the country, where they had been to secure some tobacco, which had been stolen from a freight car and hidden in a haystack. As they neared the Bowman home, they saw a flash from across the street and saw Bowman fall. They recognized George W. Voice, a member of the police force, as the man who did the shooting. Later, some more evidence was obtained which it was thought would corroborate the statements of Schmidt and Banks. This corroborating evidence implicated another police officer named Patrick O'Neill. Voice was arrested at once and taken to Belleville and locked up. Later, O'Neill called on Voice at the jail, and he too was placed behind the bars, he having been indicted as an accessory that day. These arrests caused a great sensation not only in St. Clair County, but on the other side of the river as well. At the preliminary hearing of Voice, Schmidt and Banks went on the stand and told their story in a straightforward manner, and the defendant was returned to jail without bail. The friends of the prisoners began harassing the state's witnesses. The cases against the men were continued from time to time until April 3, 1887, when the prosecuting attorney dismissed the charges against the accused because he could not obtain service upon the state's witnesses, they having left the county because of the threats made against them. The outcome of the case caused great rejoicing among the crooks and plump uglies in East St. Louis, and they began again to show their hands. The Wabash Railroad, at that time one of the Missouri Pacific properties, had rather large interests over on the east side of the river. It was a nightly occurrence for our cars to be broken open and looted. It was no trouble for us to locate the thief or thieves who did the work, but it was another thing to have them arrested by the officers who were receiving pay for protecting them. My activity in trying to cause the arrest and conviction of these car robbers, and in the other cases mentioned, earned me the ill will of the police department. While they never attempted to harm me, the police would pick up my men and lock them up on trumped-up charges, convict them in the police court, which was of the kangaroo type, and put them to work on the streets with a ball and chain attached to prevent them from running away. After the police over there had turned a few tricks of this kind, I decided to put a stop to it by reforming the police department. To do this, I had to shut off the source of revenue from which the officials were being corrupted, for I knew, even at that date in life, that it took bribe money to create such a condition of affairs.
The men higher up, in this case, were the proprietors of the gambling houses. They were paying $1,000 per week for protection.
This was a nice little bit to be split up by a few aldermen and city officials and the heads of the police department. I called on prosecuting attorney Holder at Belleville and asked his cooperation in bringing about a change in the state of affairs. I was not very well acquainted with Mr. Holder at that time, but I knew he was honest and a man who would do his duty. After I had entered his office and introduced myself, a dialogue, something like this, as I remember it, took place. "Do you know that the gamblers of East St. Louis are putting up $1,000 per week for protection?" I asked. "I have heard they were putting up money," he replied, "but I have no real evidence as to how much." "Are you and the sheriff getting your part of it?" I continued. The question had hardly left my lips before I saw the prosecuting attorney was beginning to make arrangements to throw me out of his office. Before he had time to begin the work, however, I explained that I was joking, and we both had a good laugh. Getting down to business again, Mr. Holder told me that he would go after the gamblers with hammer and tongs if he had the evidence. "I will get you that evidence and pay the expenses out of my own pocket," I replied. The prosecuting attorney then assured me that the sheriff could be relied upon to do his part. I already knew this, for I had investigated both men's character before I had decided to make the move that I had. The sheriff was called upon, and he too promised to aid me in every manner possible. After asking both officials to keep the matter a secret until I had worked out the plans fully, I returned to St. Louis. I sent a number of my men across the river, and it did not take long to get all the evidence needed. After arranging this evidence, I took it to prosecuting attorney Holder and secured the necessary warrants. Sheriff Ropiquet was called over to St. Louis, and plans for raiding the houses simultaneously were made. I secured and paid for, out of my own pocket, an engine and 2 coaches from the Cairo Short Line Railway, and had them in readiness to take my men and the people we were to arrest from East St. Louis to the county seat at Belleville after the raid. While there were over 30 open gambling establishments in East St. Louis, I knew I could not raid all of them at one time, so I decided to raid the 4 largest, the ones whose owners were the most active in bringing about the crooked state of affairs. In the afternoon preceding the raid, I sent 4 trusted men, all armed, over the big bridge with instructions to separate on the other side, one going to each of the 4 houses to be raided. These men were instructed to stay in the houses until the raids were made to prevent the gamblers from locking their vaults and thus hiding their tools and other evidence. Then I hired a big moving van in which I placed 18 of my men. Sheriff Ropiquet and I occupied the seat, I doing the driving. We had a number of fishing poles in the wagon to give the outfit the appearance of a fishing party. On reaching the other side, I divided the men into 4 squads, placing a captain in charge of each. The squad I was to lead stayed in the wagon. After giving the other squads time to reach their houses, I drove the van to Colonel Claude Cave's famous resort. I handed the lines to the sheriff and ran up the stairs, followed by my men. We gained an entrance without any trouble and found the games running in full blast. The gamblers were taken completely by surprise, but submitted quietly to arrest. The spectators and players were not molested, but many of them became panic-stricken when it dawned on them that a raid was being made and sought to make their escape by jumping from the windows to the alley in the rear of the building, many of them actually making their escape in that manner. The gambling paraphernalia was taken down to the wagon, while the gamblers and their employees were marched to the waiting train. The wagon was then driven to the other houses, which had been raided at the same time by the other squads of my men, and the gambling tools found there hauled to the train. In making the raid, every kind of gambling device known to the profession was captured, including faro boxes and layouts, dice, roulette wheels, sweat boards,
keynote balls and cards, and something like 4 bushels of poker and faro chips. All this stuff was burned on the public square in Belleville after the conviction of the gamblers. Most of the men arrested pled guilty, and those who did not were convicted, and the county was made some $22,000 richer by the fines. The raid created a sensation in East St. Louis. It was the biggest stunt of the kind that had ever been pulled off over there, and I received much praise from the law-loving people of the city for doing the job. As I had anticipated, it ended open bribery in East St. Louis, and later to the ousting of the crooked officials, for at the next election the good people triumphed and succeeded in electing men who would do their duty. The new mayor was Colonel M.M. Stevens, and as he had the cooperation of an honest board of aldermen, it didn't take him long to finish the cleaning of the police department I had begun. My men then were enabled to go about their work of arresting car thieves without being interfered with by the police. If my memory serves me right, Mayor Stevens served 6 or 7 terms and did much to make East St. Louis the city it is today. But this work was not accomplished without much hard labor on his part and on the part of those who assisted him, for the gamblers and crooks did not give up without a struggle. Mayor Stevens, however, made it as law-abiding a place during his administration as any other city in the country of its size. No man deserves more credit for the ending of gang rule in East St. Louis at that time than does J.W. Kirk, editor of the Signal. This paper fearlessly exposed all of the gang's methods, and to this fact was really due to the awakening of the public conscience over there.
The Rohan Express robbery. The thieves are taken after a 4 months chase, and all plead guilty. The messenger duped. The Rohan Pacific Express robbery occurred near Rohan, Indiana, on what was then a part of the Wabash Railroad. The Pacific Express Company had one of their cars attached to the Wabash train, which was running between Detroit, Michigan, and Indianapolis, Indiana. They left Detroit in the evening and should have arrived at Indianapolis at about 2 o'clock the following morning. One night in October 1883, the train stopped at Rohan, a small local station, and the train was boarded by 2 men. They entered from the front door of the express car and overpowered Bert Loomis, the express messenger, stuffing a large roll consisting of 2 handkerchiefs into his mouth. After tying another handkerchief around his face and then tying his hands behind his back, he was leashed with a rope to the express company's safe. They took the keys to the safe from the messenger after overpowering him and looted the safe of its contents. There were, besides much jewelry and other valuables, about $4,100 in the safe. They left the car at a point between Rohan and Peru, Indiana. When the train halted at Peru Station, the expressman rapped on the car door, and, receiving no reply, he and others forced entrance into the car door, where they found Loomis lying on his back, with his arms and shoulders tied to the safe, unconscious. They discovered indications of a struggle. There were 3 or 4 bullet holes in the side and roof of the car, the shots evidently having been fired from within. They discovered the safe open and the contents gone. Medical aid was summoned, and the doctor, after considerable trouble, succeeded in restoring Loomis to consciousness. He bore no marks of violence other than what he had suffered from the gag that had been forced into his mouth. This gag had almost cost him his life, as the ball was so large that it had prevented him from breathing hardly at all. When restored to consciousness, he stated that as the train was leaving Rohan, he was busy writing out his report, and while thusly engaged, he was pounced upon by 2 powerful men who were wearing masks. They felled him to the floor, gagged him, and bound him as he had been found, and took his keys and robbed the safe.
While they were doing this, he became unconscious from the effect of the gag. He said that they had taken his pistol, which was lying on a table in front of him, and fired 2 or more shots at him, but none of the shots took effect. I was Chief Special Agent for the Wabash Railroad, which was part of the Gould system. The case was reported to me by wire the following morning. I went to Rohan at once and was unable to obtain any information. It seemed that the robbers had not been seen by anyone in or near Rohan. They had probably been hiding and boarded the train unobserved just as it was leaving the station. I then went to Detroit, where I saw and interviewed Loomis, the express messenger. Loomis was a young man, about 26 years of age, fine-looking, about 6 feet tall, and weighed about 180 pounds. He was born and raised in Vermont. He had an older brother who was a passenger conductor on the main line of the Wabash Railroad. They had a widowed mother who was headed in Vermont. Bert, the messenger, had always lived with his mother until he took service with the Pacific Express. His standing with that company was first class. While I was making my investigations at Detroit, I met Mr. Brzee, superintendent for the Pacific Express Company. Mr. Brzee told me of Loomis's good standing with the company and spoke of him in the highest terms. I told Mr. Brzee that I was inclined to believe that Loomis might have been connected with the robbery. He vigorously discredited the idea. Loomis, you should remember, was almost dead when he was found in his car. The robbers doubtless tried to kill him, and if he had been connected with the robbery in any way, the robbers would not have tried to kill him. I knew Mr. Brzee personally, and I knew him to be a kind-hearted man and a thorough gentleman. I interviewed Mr. Fuller, the general superintendent, and all the other officers. They all spoke of him in the highest terms. I did not deem it advisable for me to inform the express authorities that I believed the express messenger was implicated, so I decided to put a shadow on Loomis's movements on each end of his route. I placed 2 of my operatives on the work, one at Indianapolis and one at Detroit. The operative at Detroit was told to take up Loomis when he left his train and not to lose sight of him. The operative in Indianapolis was likewise instructed. This was kept up continually for about 4 months. My operative at Detroit had discovered that Loomis was drinking heavily and that he was a habitual frequenter of saloons and places of ill repute. Our operative at Indianapolis reported that Loomis, while there, would leave his train and go direct to his rooming house, retire almost immediately, and remain there. I explained this to myself in this way. He needed the sleep and rest after his carousing in Detroit. My operative secured a room adjoining the room occupied by Loomis in Indianapolis, and the other one in Detroit was just as fortunate. In a short time, my Detroit man made the acquaintance of Loomis, became his chum, and was with him almost continuously. At this time, there was a private detective in Detroit whose name was Pat O'Neill. O'Neill was a widower and lived with a widow's sister who kept a rooming house, and Loomis and my operative both roomed with this widow. There was also a noted thief known as Jim O'Neill. One night, while my man in company with Loomis was sitting at a table in a beer garden in Detroit, they were approached by a man of medium size and plainly dressed. He appeared to be about 40 years old. He sat down at their table, and after they had several drinks, they engaged in a conversation in an undertone. The stranger was trying to convince Loomis that everything would be all right. Loomis was heard to say, "I have not been treated right, and this is why I have been drinking so much of late." The other man was heard to caution him about drinking so much, telling him that everything would be all right later on. My operative located the intruder and found that his name was Denny Downer, a barkeeper at a prominent saloon on Griswold Street, Detroit. I once decided that Denny Downer, whom I had known for years as a thief, was undoubtedly one of the parties who had participated in the Rohan robbery. I had known Downer in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In fact, I was in criminal court when Downer was convicted of burglary and received a sentence of 5 years. I knew his criminal record. I decided to go to Indianapolis and take with me all the daily reports received from my 2 operatives. I requested Mr. Brzee to accompany me. We secured adjoining rooms at the Spencer House. Loomis's train was to arrive at 2 o'clock the next morning. I instructed my operative to bring him over to my room just as soon as he arrived. Loomis is at the door, and the truth is on the table. Before we step into that room for the final confrontation, take a moment to join our ranks, subscribe to Micropulse, and help our community of history sleuths grow so we can keep diving into these archives together. I'm curious, where are you tuning in from to witness this final reveal? Let us know in the comments.
I prepared my room for his reception. I set a table in the middle of the room and spread the daily reports of my 2 operatives over the top of this table. They filled it completely. Mr. Brzee was occupying a room next to mine, and I arranged to leave the door partly open so he could hear everything said. He firmly believed in Loomis's innocence. The train arrived, and the operative got Loomis, who grumbled a little, but nevertheless he came over. The operative rapped at my door, and I bade him enter. I was sitting at the table containing the reports when he opened the door and came in, accompanied by Loomis. I began by saying, "Loomis, I want to call your attention to these reports that are spread out on this table. They are the daily reports of my operatives who have shadowed you for the past 4 months. These reports set forth everything you have done and everyone you have associated with. I can tell you how many cigars you have smoked, how many drinks you have taken, whom you have talked with, and what you talked about. I find that your mother is a fine old lady. I know all about your brother, and that your character heretofore has been good. For these reasons, I have taken it upon myself to give you the opportunity of telling the whole truth about this express robbery. But I want you to understand distinctly that if you do not tell the truth, I shall stop you and turn you over to the officers of the law. Now, sir, I want you to tell me how much money you received from the proceeds of that robbery." He said unhesitatingly, "Mr. Furlong, I only received $10. I could see the moisture in Loomis's eyes, and he finally began to cry. I went to the door and asked Mr. Brzee to come into my room. As he entered, I also noticed moisture in his eyes. I asked Mr. Brzee to write down what Loomis said. Loomis replied that the 2 men were Denny Downer and a friend of his who he called Little Al. Downer had induced him to let him know when he would be carrying a big run. Downer had explained that he would board his car at an out-of-the-way station and bind him without injuring him and shoot a few bullets through the side of the car so as to make it appear that he had made a fight. He finally agreed to enter the plot and learned that there was to be nearly $4,100 on that train. After the robbery, Downer sent him a letter containing $10 with the understanding that he would give him more later on, but that he had never received any more. He was now positive that they had tried to kill him by strangling him with the gag. I turned Loomis over to my operative and took the first train to Detroit, where I arrested Denny Downer. Downer acknowledged his connection and told me that Little Al was Al Perry of Boston, a noted porch climber and thief. They were both put on trial, pleaded guilty, and were sentenced to 6 years in the penitentiary. Loomis also pleaded guilty, and because he was inexperienced in crime and was persuaded by them, sentence on him was suspended. After the robbery, Pat O'Neill, the private detective, filed a claim against the express company to recover the reward. He had nothing whatever to do with obtaining the information, and therefore his claim was nothing more than an attempt to obtain money under false pretense.
Arrest of Lawrence Poyneer. A crooked yardmaster's crime. Bold attempt to throw his captor overboard from a steamer. His conviction, sentence, and a later escapade. Lawrence Poyneer was a young man, about 28 years of age in 1881. He was a railroad man and was employed as the yardmaster by the Texas and Pacific Railroad Company at New Orleans, Louisiana, where he had performed the duties of his position in a satisfactory manner for about 2 years. He finally went crooked and formed a conspiracy with the proprietor of a cotton pickery in New Orleans to defraud his employers. There were a large number of cotton pickeries in that city. Their business is to buy up damaged cotton, such as has been through a fire and has been water-soaked or otherwise damaged. They pick this cotton over very carefully, eliminating the parts that have been damaged by fire or some like cause, and sell the salvage for a good price. In other words, these cotton pickeries conduct a business similar to that of junk dealers in other cities. Poyneer ran a carload of cotton into one of these pickeries and sold it much below its market value. It was promptly unloaded by the pickery men, who destroyed the marks on the bales. The empty car was located after some time and trouble by me, but it took a long time to locate the cotton. After I had ascertained what had become of the cotton and who had bought it, I set about to find Poyneer, who had stolen it. I learned that he had left the service of the company of his own accord, about 3 weeks after the cotton in question was missed. I tracked him from New Orleans to Palmyra, New York, where his parents resided. In Palmyra, I succeeded in obtaining a good photograph and a good description of him. He was almost a giant in stature, being nearly 6 feet 6 inches in height, splendidly built, weighed 225 pounds, and wore a number 8 shoe. He was a fine-looking fella and an expert railroad train service man. From Palmyra, I traced him to Buffalo, New York, from there to St. Paul, Minnesota. From St. Paul, I traced him to Portland, Oregon, and from Portland to Walla Walla, Washington. From Walla Walla back to Ladales, Washington, which is about midway between Portland and Walla Walla and on the Columbia River. Here I found him in the service of the Northern Pacific Railroad Company, engaged in painting boxcars. I obtained the necessary requisition papers from the governors of Louisiana and Oregon and arrested him at Ladales. Furlong has captured a giant, but now he has to transport 225 pounds of muscle across the Pacific Ocean. If you're captivated by these true accounts from the 35 years detective files, hit that subscribe button. It helps us keep the history alive. Now I have to ask, if you were alone on a ship with a man that size, would you ever turn your back on him? Let me know in the comments. I took him to Portland, the head of navigation on the Willamette River, where I took passage for myself and prisoner on the steamship Columbia for San Francisco. There was no one on the steamer, not even the officers who knew that Poyneer was a prisoner. He had promised me that he would go with me quietly, and I did not place him in irons. I could not have handcuffed him with any ordinary handcuffs for the reason of the enormous size of his wrists. After we had left Astoria and were out several miles on the Pacific, we were taking a walk for exercise on the upper deck, and when we were nearing the stern end of the vessel and there were no other passengers or even any sailors, Poyneer suddenly seized me by the neck and body and attempted to throw me over the rail into the sea. I grabbed him tightly around his neck and under one of his arms so tightly that he could not shake me off. I lustily called for help,
and one of the cabin boys heard me, gave the alarm, and the captain and officer on the lookout in front of the vessel came rushing to my assistance. When he heard them coming, he let go and tried in vain to make it appear that he had been joking. I explained the situation to the captain, who promptly placed Poyneer in irons and placed him below in what is called the brig in a ship, where he remained until we arrived in San Francisco. There I had him taken to the city jail, where I kept him for 2 or 3 days until I had gotten thoroughly rested. I borrowed a set of irons from Chief of Police Crawley, placed his irons on Poyneer, and took him on board a Southern Pacific Railroad train, and in due time lodged him safely in the old parish prison in New Orleans. He was tried, convicted, and sentenced to 4 years in prison in Baton Rouge, where he served his term out. After this, I lost track of him just before the Olive Street cable line was changed to an electric streetcar line in St. Louis. I boarded a grip car on Olive Street one morning, and to my surprise, I recognized Lawrence Poyneer, acting as the grip man on the car I had boarded. Poyneer recognized me on sight, but he did not speak and seemed to be very confused. I left the car near the turning point. Later, I was informed that Jones had left his grip car at the foot of Olive Street that morning. Jones was the name that Poyneer had given when he had secured the position from the company as a grip man about 3 weeks prior to my having recognized him. He left St. Louis and has not been heard from since, to my knowledge.
The discovery of the forgeries. Ticket forgers run down. Arrest of Louis Rice and Thomas Lands after a long chase. The forgers acquired almost a fortune. During the early 80s, the officials of the passenger department of several Western trunk lines made the discovery that they had been defrauded out of thousands of dollars by the means of forged railroad tickets. These tickets had been distributed or put on the market by ticket scalpers, who then thrived in all the large cities. These tickets were gotten up on what appeared to be regular paper and in regular form, with the exception of the serial and form numbers, which were necessarily duplicated. The tickets read from New York, Boston, Chicago, Philadelphia, and other prominent points on the east to the principal points on the Pacific coast in the west. The forms were pronounced perfect, and the signatures of the various railroad officials were imitated admirably on them. The discovery of the forgeries was first made by one of the assistants of C.G. Warner, General Auditor of the Missouri Pacific Railroad at St. Louis. The assistant auditor discovered the forgeries, he having noticed that the numbers on the tickets were irregular. At this time, I was Chief Special Agent for the Missouri Pacific, and the case was placed in my hands for investigation by General Auditor Warner. Chapter 2. Rice and Lands, the men behind the scheme. After a lot of tedious work, the details of which would not interest the reader, I, with the help of some of my assistants, learned that Rice and Lands were railroad ticket scalpers with head offices in several cities in the Middle West, from which they had supplied other scalpers with large quantities of these forged tickets. I also learned that Rice and Lands had established a private printing office in a small town in western Illinois, in which the counterfeit tickets were printed. The forms had been arranged by Rice, who had been a chief clerk for a number of years for a general passenger and ticket agent of one of the large railroad systems of the West, and was therefore thoroughly conversant with the details of all of the ticket business. Lands was a crooked lawyer who had married into an eminently respectable family in the state of Indiana. Rice was a single man, but was engaged to a young lady whose family was of considerable prominence. He was also of a good family and had always borne an excellent reputation and was considered a bright, affable young businessman. Chapter 3. The Hunt Begins.
After learning all of these facts and reporting them to the proper officials of the Missouri Pacific System, I was instructed to locate and arrest Rice and Lands, charging them with having made and issued the counterfeit railroad tickets. I had but little trouble in locating Lands, but as I considered Rice the principal, knowing that he was the man who had gotten up the forms of the counterfeit tickets, I decided to quietly place Lands under surveillance by one of my operatives, and then took up the search for Rice, as I desired to arrest him first, being very sure that I could apprehend Lands any time I wanted to do so. I traced Rice from Kansas City to Denver, Salt Lake City, San Francisco, to Portland, Oregon, but lost trace of him there. And after consuming several days with no results, I decided to return to St. Louis and to visit the town in Iowa where Rice's betrothed resided with her parents, which I did. After spending several days near the home of this young lady, I was finally rewarded by learning the alias that Rice had assumed and his whereabouts at that time. And I immediately, as the traveling men say, doubled back to the Pacific coast, boarding a steamship at San Francisco for Victoria, British Columbia. And from there, I went overland to a camp in the Cassiar Mountains, British Columbia, which is about 357 miles from Victoria. On arriving there, I learned that Rice had left but a few days before my arrival, and that he had undoubtedly passed me on the way to Cassiar. He had left word with friends there that he was going back to Portland, Oregon. He had been prospecting in the mountains for gold and had been unsuccessful and had exhausted his funds, so he had concluded to go back to Portland and seek employment there. I, therefore, returned to Victoria and boarded a vessel for Seattle, and from there I went to Portland, where I succeeded in locating Rice. He was working as a day laborer in a bed spring factory. He was clad in a suit of greasy overalls when I found him, needed a haircut and a shave, and did not in any way resemble the dapper and stylishly dressed Louis Rice whose photograph I had in my possession. I brought Rice back to St. Louis, and while en route, he made a full confession to me as to his and Lands's connection with the counterfeit tickets. He told me about the printing office and gave me the names of various scalpers throughout the country who were engaged with them in handling bogus tickets. On arriving in St. Louis, I secured a lodging house for Rice in the suburbs of the city and placed him there, by his consent, in charge of one of my operatives. I did this so the scalpers who were in collusion with the fraudulent scheme would not become aware of his capture until I would have time to arrange for indictments and arrest all the parties connected with the fraud. Chapter 6. The Arrest of Lands. I also wanted to arrest and bring Lands to St. Louis before he had learned his partner was in custody, and proceeded to Indiana and took him in charge. His relatives, who were well-known and influential, immediately applied for a writ of habeas corpus, which prevented me from removing Lands from the state until permitted to do so by due process of law. The judge before whom this writ of habeas corpus was returnable was a lifelong personal friend of the family of Lands's wife, and the judge therefore released Lands from custody on the grounds that forged railroad tickets had no intrinsic value. This was the first and only prisoner that I have ever had released by such a procedure. Chapter 7. Justice Denied. In due time, Rice's trial was called in St. Louis, and the judge before whom the case was tried decided the same in this case as had the judge in Indiana on the Lands case, and therefore the ticket scalpers went unpunished. The state laws in nearly every state of the Union have since been revised to make the forgery of railroad tickets a felony, with the same penalty attached to that of forging any other document or valuable paper. The farcical termination of the case also caused the passage of laws which have put the ticket scalpers out of business in almost every county. Prior to that time, every city of any size was infested with numerous ticket scalping offices. The men engaged in the business were usually of the unscrupulous kind, and their crookedness caused the railroads no little amount of trouble. Chapter 8. The Reckoning. In working up this case and apprehending lands and rice, I personally traveled in all about 18,400 miles and consumed nearly 6 months' time, did a lot of hard work, and incurred considerable expense. I will say here that the attorneys of the legal department for the Missouri Pacific Railroad Company were fully advised as to all the facts connected with this case, and they advised that the parties be located and apprehended, and the work involved in the location and arrest of rice and lands was as good as any work done by anyone in a similar case. Under the laws then existing, the cases of rice and lands could not be reached. Chapter 9. Epilogue. After Rice's final release, he went to the state of Iowa, where he engaged in insurance business. He was successful and finally married the young lady he was engaged to, and when last heard of by the writer, was a prosperous general insurance agent, raising a nice family and respected in the community in which he lived.
These are 17 case files of Thomas Furlong. Subscribe to Micropulse, as Volume 2 of the Thomas Furlong files will be coming soon.